Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1265 Dai Yuan visits. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wu Yi pursed her lips and looked at him ambiguously. I don't know, she hasn't had much contact with people since she came here. She doesn't seem to like communicating with people. I went to see her a few times, but always can't say anything, but every time she inquires about you, hee. Like Wei Guchang, she also had a misunderstanding. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain, and thought for a while with a sad face. Forget it, I'll go and see her. If there is nothing important, she shouldn't come here. Saying so, he walked straight out. He originally wanted to inquire some news from Wu Yi and Yang Yan, so as to make preparations in advance, but he didn't expect that they have been here for a month, but she didn't reveal the reason for coming here. Yang Kai secretly felt a bit of a headache. Dai Yuan didn't seem like the kind of person who came to see if she had nothing to do. Since she came here, she must have something to ask of herself. If it was really just a chance encounter, it would be fine if Yang Kai refused, but this woman and Wei Ji Yu Chong and Dong Xuaner have a good relationship, and they have been with him in Luyan San for a period of time. If he refuses too simply, it will not look good on his face. I can only ask her exactly what she wants to do with me before making any plans. After a while, Yang Kai came to another exquisite attic that was hundreds of feet away. He checked it with his spiritual sense beforehand, and naturally knew that Dai Yuan lived in this attic. At the moment, Dai Yuan's breath was stable in the attic, and she seemed to be meditating. Yang Kai could only shout loudly, Miss Dai Yuan, Yang Kai is here. There was a momentary fluctuation in the steady breath, and then Dai Yuan's surprised voice came from the attic. Junior brother Yang, please come in. Dai Yuan is in the process of practicing. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you immediately. Just wait a moment, it will come down after receiving the work. Yang Kai nodded lightly and strode in. The attic here is divided into 2 floors. When Wu Yi and others built it, they considered that the people who live here would receive guests, so the first floor is generally used to entertain others, and the second floor is where the owner of the attic meditates. A place to practice. Yang Kai entered the first floor of the attic, and found a chair to sit down. Anyway, this is his territory. After all, Dai Yuan is the guest, so he doesn't have to be polite. After waiting quietly for a while, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs, and Dai Yuan came down in a light blue palace dress, with a smile on her face. That palace dress outlined her perfect figure vividly, protruding forward and backward, slender and graceful at the waist. Yang Kai looked at her. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes because if this woman is not related to her appearance, then she is definitely a stunner, but unfortunately, her inadequacy greatly reduced her charm. Although the strange color in Yang Kai's eyes disappeared in a flash, Dai Yuan still looked at her. This woman Wei Zilan didn't know what Yang Kai was regretting. The mirror in his heart was like a mirror, but his face remained calm. He apologized, and sat on the chair next to Yang Kai. With a flick of Qianqianyu's hand, the ring on his hand flashed, and there was an exquisite spirit the fruit appeared on the table. This is the purple mist fruit I picked from the purple mist mountain in Lulaman. It is a panacea, but it is very helpful for all warriors to purify their sage yuan. If junior brother Yang doesn't dislike it, you might as well try 1 or 2. Dai Yuan introduced it with a smile, looking forward to it. Yang Kai grinned. Miss Dai Yuan has a heart, so Yang will not be polite. Although he was secretly muttering in his heart, knowing that the other party was definitely looking for something to do with him, he pinched a small purple fruit in his hand and looked at it slightly. Although it was the first time he had heard of this purple mist fruit, but seeing its flowing purple rime and fragrant aroma, it was not something that ordinary people could eat in Lulaman. Since Dai Yuan brought it specially, he naturally wanted to taste it. Throwing the small purple fruit into the mouth, chewing it a few times, a piece of sweetness suddenly appeared in the mouth, making Yang Kai frown. The taste of this thing is actually very good. The sweetness seems to be able to go straight to the mind, making people extremely comfortable. And after swallowing the zhenwu fruit, Yang Kai felt a heat spread from the abdomen, and soon escaped into his limbs, purifying his own Saint Yuan, although the effect was not great, but it does have some effect. Yang Kai didn't say a word, picked up another purple mist fruit and ate it, eating 3 in a row before praising him. Dai Yuan was also very happy to see his expression like this. Next, Yang Kai chatted with Dai Yuan about what happened after they parted in the flowing flame sand field, and the conversation was enjoyable for a while. But what made Yang Kai depressed was that Dai Yuan seemed to come to chat with him. She didn't mention the purpose of coming here. Anyway, what Yang Kai said, she also had something to say. The scene was harmonious, as if she hadn't seen him for many years. 2 old friends are telling their life experiences, and accompanied by Dai Yuan's melodious laughter from time to time, time flies by. 2 hours later, Yang Kai couldn't hold back anymore, coughed lightly and said, Miss Dai Yuan came here to Longshe Mountain. What is the important matter? If you need Yang's help, please ask Miss Dai Yuan to say that as long as you are here within the scope of his ability, Yang will definitely not shirk. Yang Kai didn't talk too much. If it's not a big deal, don't waste time, just help her if he can, but if Dai Yuan asks him to do something dangerous, Yang Kai won't accept it. He didn't want to make too many enemies on Gloom Star. Just one Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley was enough to give him a headache. He didn't know why the guy named Lu Yi was staring at him, which made Yang Kai confused. He fought him on the 3rd floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Although he cut off his arm with the blade of space, but this kind of person is not dead, Yang Kai can't sleep at ease. When Yang Kai asked, Dai Yuan fell silent immediately, biting her red lips lightly, as if hesitating. She hesitated to speak. Yang Kai didn't urge her, just sat on the side and waited quietly. At the same time, he was very vigilant. Dai Yuan hesitated so much, it seemed that it was not a small favor for him to help. He was already thinking about what words to use to reject the other party. At this moment, Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head, staring at Yang Kai with a pair of eyes as bright as stars, and said a shocking sentence, Junior brother Yang is a virtual alchemist, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed away in his eyes, and immediately laughed. Where did Miss Dai Yuan say this? He asked himself that no one on Gloom Star knew that he was a virtual alchemist. Even Yang Yan and Wu Yi didn't know about it. Yang Kai had told them before, but neither of them took it seriously. I just thought Yang Kai was joking. How did this Dai Yuan know? There is an imaginary level craftsman here in Longshe Mountain, which is enough to make people jealous. If it weren't for the many formations here, and the protection of Qiantong, how could Longshe Mountain be stable so far? If news of another void-level alchemist spreads out, what kind of commotion might arise? Junior brother Yang, you don't have to deny it. Since I said that, I must have my own reasons. Dai Yuan smiled slightly, stretched out her hand to stroke the broken hair around her ears, and looked at him without flinching. But don't worry, except for me, no one else knows about this matter. If junior brother Yang feels uneasy, he can kill me here. Well, before I left Luluman, I didn't tell anyone that I would come here. I also tried my best to hide my whereabouts along the way, so even if I die here, except for a few people here, it is impossible for others to know, and you don't have to worry about Luluman coming for revenge. To kill her, Yang Kai paid himself that he couldn't do it. If Dai Yuan was an enemy, he wouldn't worry about anything, but he has no grudges against her, so he can't kill her just because others know that he is a virtual level alchemist, right? Moreover, others have talked about this, and even mainly mentioned such things as murder and silence, which shows her sincerity. Yang Kai looked indifferent, pondered for a while, then frowned and asked, how do you know? You really are. Dai Yuan's eyes, which had been calm all the time, suddenly burst into light of surprise, staring at Yang Kai without hesitation for a moment. Yang Kai was stunned, then smiled wryly, gritted his teeth secretly, and cupped his fists and said, young lady is insidious enough, Yang has been taught. Until now, he still can't see that Dai Yuan's persuasive words just now are just deceiving him. Seeing that she was so sure before, Yang Kai thought that he was really exposed, but he never thought that the other party might just be suspicious. It is estimated that if I denied it just now, if I refused to admit it, the other party would no longer doubt it. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly, stood up, saluted Yang Kai Yingying, and said apologetically, Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry, I can only do something wrong, because I really can't be sure about this matter. If you feel angry, how about scolding me a few words? That's not necessary. Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that Dai Yuan wanted to resolve his grievances, but he also fell into someone else's trap because he didn't notice for a while. How could he scold her? Thank you, Master Yang, for your generous visit. Dai Yuan thanked her and sat down gracefully again. However, How do you know that I'm a virtual alchemist? Yang Kai was very curious. I only know that you are an alchemist. As for what level you are, I don't know. Dai Yuan lowered her head and smiled, seemingly in a good mood. This is strange enough. Yang Kai looked at her, hoping she could explain something. It's very simple, because of some special reasons, I'm very sensitive to medicinal fragrance pills, and junior brother Yang always has all kinds of pill fragrances lingering on his body, so I know you are an alchemist, and now, there is also a scent of pills on your body. If I am not wrong, you should have refined congealing void pill and blood leaden, right? And it was at least half a year ago. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1266. Yang Kai heard that there is a kind of person who can smell the fragrance and recognize women, but he has never heard that someone can smell the fragrance of medicine and pills on others, and what Dai Yuan said just now is indeed not wrong at all. Half a year ago, she has actually refined congealing void pill and shuili pill, and of course, there are some other pills. I don't know if it took too long for the fragrance of the pill to dissipate, and Dai Yuan didn't smell it out or didn't mention it. This special ability surprised Yang Kai. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is a void-level alchemist. It may also be that there is such an expert here, and junior brother Yang has been around him and has been infected with the fragrance of alchemy. But, Dai Yuan smiled secretly, since I came here for a month, I found that there doesn't seem to be such an expert here, and last time you healed some disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and some of me in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. The pills were obviously just refined, so Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the person who made the alchemy, and each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, and the person who refined them was obviously of a high level. Quote. Yang Kai didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan has such a strange ability, even if he denies it, it is useless, but at the same time he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this kind of ability is probably only possessed by Dai Yuan, and it is impossible for others to deduce that Yang Kai is false through this information. A super alchemist. And Dai Yuan seems to be someone who can be trusted. Yang Kai is not worried that she will betray him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt relieved, and said with a warm smile, Miss Dai Yuan first needs to confirm the identity of Yang as an alchemist. Does the girl want me to help you concoct alchemy? He can only make this kind of conjecture, and if it is true, then everything can be explained. But Dai Yuan shook her head slowly. It's not about alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy, otherwise I wouldn't have found this place. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although I don't know what you want me to do, I should not be the only one who can help you on Gloomy Star. To tell the truth, Miss Dai Yuan, I am just a void-level low-rank alchemist now. It seems that your status in Luluman is not low. Could it be that there is no alchemy master in Luluman? And even if Luluman doesn't have one, can't you ask the masters of Yaodanman to help? None of them have any attainments in alchemy. I can compare. Last time, Yang Kai also learned that there are 5 virtual-level alchemists in the medicine pill sect, each of whom is highly respected. Besides, it is impossible for a sect as big as the Luli sect to not have such a level of alchemists, at least there will be one. But she went to Longshe Mountain to find herself, which made Yang Kai feel very strange. If it's possible, why should I embarrass junior brother Yang? Dai Yuan had a wry smile on her face. It's true that there is Master Shao in the sect who is a virtual alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some unavoidable difficulties. Please excuse me. Master Shao makes a move. Master Shao. Yang Kai frowned, and a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling that Xiao Fusheng was born in Yaowang Valley, but he did not expect that the alchemy master of Luluman was also surnamed Xiao. As for the seniors of the medicine pill sect, Dai Yuan frowned. 4 of them have the same reasons as Master Shao, so I can't invite them, and the last one is a suitable candidate, but it's a pity that you have to pay the price. It's too big. Dai Yuan doesn't have this ability. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. This woman's strength is not low, and her methods are not bad. He thought that the other party must be highly valued and cultivated in Luluman, but from her words, Yang Kai smelled something abnormal. She doesn't seem to be what she thinks in Luluman. Then think about the strange situation in the valley on the 3rd floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, waiting for the red candle fruit to ripen. The nearby Luluman disciples clearly saw Dai Yuan, but did not greet her, and from the beginning to the end, she acted alone, without the company of other Luluman disciples, and Yin Sudi's treatment was the same as Yin Sudi's treatment. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he understood something. So, the only one I can look for is you, junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai earnestly, her star-like eyes revealing a sense of pleading. Yang Kai's heart moved, he pondered for a while and said, "Can you tell me what you want me to do for you?" Dai Yuan bit her red lips and said awkwardly, "It's really inconvenient for me to tell you before junior brother Yang agrees." Yang Kai's face sank, and he became a little unhappy. This woman, who came to ask him for help, was vague. Even if Yang Kai had a good impression of her, he would not foolishly agree to such a thing. Just when she was about to refuse, Dai Yuan hurriedly said, "But I can assure you that it is absolutely within the capabilities of junior brother Yang, and you will not waste too much time and energy. If everything goes well, it will only take 3 days. That's enough. After the matter is completed, Dai Yuan will definitely thank you very much." Yang Kai naturally wouldn't care about what she said about thanking her. Dai Yuan didn't even have the ability to ask the elders of the medicine pill sect to help, so how can there be anything too good to send out? But if it only takes 3 days, it doesn't take much effort. If so, you can take the blind test. But, Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai cautiously, as if she didn't have the confidence to convince him. She said in a weak tone, "If junior brother Yang agrees, you have to go back to the glazed gate with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her. Dai Yuan didn't say a word, just bit her thin lips, waiting for Yang Kai's reply. After a while, Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Let me think about it. The scenery on Longshe Mountain is pretty good. If Miss Dai Yuan is bored, you can walk around at will. As for what you said, I will give you an answer in 3 days." Dai Yuan's eyes darkened. She knew that Yang Kai didn't refuse directly. It was considered a face for herself. The evasion in his tone was so obvious, how could Dai Yuan not hear it? The other party said that they would reply in 3 days. I am afraid that after 3 days it would be nothing but waiting. Sighing faintly, although she was full of disappointment, Dai Yuan still forced a smile. Then Dai Yuan will wait for the good news from junior brother Yang. At that moment, Yang Kai bid farewell to her and left the attic. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan turned around and walked up to the second floor, with a sad expression on her brows. Why didn't she know that she was a little difficult this time? Since she came to beg others, she should speak clearly, but some things were really hard to say, which made her really difficult. Originally thinking, she would leave quietly immediately, so as not to embarrass Yang Kai and be rejected after 3 days, but Dai Yuan stayed and decided to wait for 3 days. Perhaps, there is still such a last trace of anticipation in my heart. Yang Kai came out of the attic, and walked back with a depressed face. This matter was brought up by Dai Yuan. Yang Kai didn't embarrass her on the spot. If it was someone else, Yang Kai didn't even bother to talk about the scene. Returning to the original attic, to Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yan and Wu Yi hadn't left yet. Instead they seemed to be waiting for him to come back, standing at the entrance of the attic, looking pretty like a beautiful landscape. Yang Kai originally thought that these two women would gossip, but he didn't expect them to not ask anything, just watching him pass by them. Entering the attic, Yang Yan and Wu Yi also followed in. Yang Yan took out a token from nowhere. This token was exactly the same as the one she gave Yang Kai. After pouring the Saint Yuan into it slightly, a ray of light shot out from the token, and the next moment, the entire attic seemed to be wrapped by an invisible barrier, which not only blocked the transmission of sound and sight, but even suppressed the spiritual thoughts. What to do? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Yang Yan walked over with a smile on his face, sat on the chair next to him, looked at Wu Yi and asked, "Aren't you going to agree to her?" Yang Kai's expression became even more astonished. He looked at Yang Yan, then at Wu Yi, and when he noticed the flickering look in the eyes of the two women, he immediately understood. "Are you eavesdropping?" Wu Yi's face turned red, and she didn't make any excuses, obviously acquiescing. Yang Yan seemed to be okay, and said calmly, "What is eavesdropping? I just tested the power of the newly researched formation." "What formation has this effect?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. When he was talking with Dai Yuan just now, he didn't notice any sign that what he was talking about was overheard, but he didn't want to talk over there. He already knew everything here, and the array formed by Yang Yan was a bit too unbelievable. "I don't understand if I tell you, just use this." Yang Yan stretched his hand, and took out a palm-sized disc-shaped thing. The disc was black, and he didn't know what material it was made of. But when Yang Kai's spiritual sense swept over, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He actually heard Dai Yuan's soft sigh from the round basin. But apart from the sound, there is no other response. I think this disc is used to monitor the sound in conjunction with the formation in the attic. I really don't know when Yang Yan arranged it. I'm afraid it has already been arranged, just waiting for foreign guests to live in, so she can test the effect of the formation. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed. He stared at Yang Yan and said, "There is no such thing in my stone mansion, right?" "No," Yang Yan flatly denied, shaking his little head like a rattle, "I wouldn't arrange it with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly, expressing his satisfaction, and suddenly reprimanded him, "How decent is Chang? Don't do this kind of obscene thing next time. If someone sees it through, I'll see how you end up." Yang Yan and Wu Yi looked at each other, and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai changed the subject and said again, "But since you have overheard it, you should understand that I don't agree to this kind of thing. No matter how you look, it seems that you have different opinions. Provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Luoyuan, just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us." Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1267. Yang Kai was full of suspicion. According to Wu Yi, since Dai Yuan came here, she has been shutting herself out. Even if Wu Yi took the initiative to visit her a few times, she didn't communicate deeply, but when she came back, Yang Yan went asking for his own answer. It is obvious that he is very concerned about this matter. Yang Kai had to wonder if she wanted to go to Lululemon by herself. The two women in front of her didn't have any friendship with Dai Yuan, so there's no need to say good things for her, right? Hearing this, Yang Yan nodded without hesitation and said, "If possible, I naturally want you to agree to her request." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, looked at Yang Yan and stopped talking, and after a while he calmly said, "Tell me your reasoning, you should not be so sympathetic, what are you plotting?" Yang Yan smiled mysteriously. "It's not an exaggeration to talk about conspiracy. But let's talk about the gains and losses of you agreeing to her request. She said that what she wants you to do will only take 3 days at most, and it is within your ability. If what she said is true, then no matter what the matter is, it should not be difficult for you. The only trouble is that you need to go to Lululemon." Yang Kai nodded slightly, without interjecting, motioning for her to continue talking. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't feel disgusted, Yang Yan's spirit shook, and he continued, "Let's not think about what she said about thanking you afterwards. With your current wealth, you may not look down on the gift she gave. That's right, so doing her this favor won't do me any good. Besides, it's really inappropriate to rush into someone else's sect. If Dai Yuan's status is the same as that of Yin Sudi's, then it's fine. But I think she doesn't seem to be very favored in Lululemon." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. "About her matter, I was curious before, so I inquired with Wu Yi together. Guess what I found out?" "What?" Yang Kai looked up at them. Now Wu Yi spoke up. "This Dai Yuan is just as you guessed. She is not very popular in Lululemon, but this is what happened in the past 10 years. Do you know that Lululemon used to be the most outstanding, the famous who was the disciple with the biggest head? Dai Yuan. That's right. In the past, in the Lululemon, Dai Yuan was pressing Yin Sudi, but for some reason, Dai Yuan suddenly faded out of the sight of the Lululemon's senior management and let Yin Sudi take her place. Representatives of the younger generation of the Lululemon walked around and made a name for themselves. We don't know exactly what happened, but the senior management of the Lululemon seemed to love and hate Dai Yuan, and provided her with the cultivation resources and living place are not inferior to Yin Sudi's at all, but they didn't deliberately cultivate her, which makes people feel very strange. It's really strange. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had never fought against Yin Sudi, but he had seen Dai Yuan fight, and he felt that this Dai Yuan was already considered a very good existence at the level of the Saint King realm. Although she was bullied by a warrior from the Zontian League in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, but it was because of anger in her heart and her actions were random. If she really took action, Dai Yuan would not be afraid of that person. However, there is still a certain gap between her and Ku Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong and Wei Guchang, and Yang Kai can also see this. If I help her, what can I gain or lose? I don't seem to get anything, although I won't lose anything. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan strangely. Wu Yi giggled. It's enough not to lose anything. As for what to gain, hee, selling favors to her is a part of the gain. After all, she was very favored many years ago, and there is no guarantee that she will turn over again one day. When you make friends with such a woman, it will also help us in our future development. Besides, Sister Yang Yan seems to have other plans. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his gaze to Yang Yan. Yang Yan nodded lightly, and asked, "Have you heard of the 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain in the glazed gate?" Yang Kai shook his head honestly. He is not too familiar with the major forces on Gloomy Star so far, let alone what these great forces have, but Yang Yan deliberately mentioned the 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain, which seems very extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Glazed Mountain is a naturally formed mountain made of thousand illusion glazed glass. It is located in the territory of Luluman. It is also because of this thousand illusion glazed glass mountain that Luluman chose to establish a sect there. And thousand illusion glaze, but it is a treasure of refining equipment. It has many functions of changing and self-repairing. I need this kind of thing, and I need a lot of it. Yang Yan said seriously. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Even if you say that, I can't do anything about it. Since the Glazed Gate established a sect there because of this glazed glass mountain, then it's impossible for their high level to give me the thousand illusion glazed glass, right? Quote. Of course it's impossible, and we can't afford it. Yang Yan snorted. You don't know, that thousand illusion Luli mountain is a famous existence in the entire gloomy star. It emits the glazed light, which has the effect of restraining the body and restraining the soul. It seems that there was a catastrophe in the Glazed Gate, which was resolved by this glazed mountain. Moreover, this mountain is a huge hole, and I want to cut some pieces from it. Thousands of illusions are difficult to come by. Even Luluman itself can only get a little bit of thousands of illusions every few decades. More than half of these thousands of illusions are kept by Luluman, and the other half is taken out. Going to sell it. Every time it is snapped up by various forces, the price is outrageously high. We are so poor now, how can we afford this thing? The poor jingle is ringing again. Yang Kai was shocked. He remembered that when he came out last time, he heard the warriors of the Hai Ke family say that Yang Yan and Wu Yi went to the auction and sent the secret treasure. Although Yang Kai, I don't know how many saint crystals they sold, but it must be a lot. How did they run out of saint crystals? Yang Yan's expression was embarrassing, and he was extremely coy. The materials used to arrange the formation are too huge, and you don't allow us to continue selling secret treasures, and we have no source of income, so naturally we will sit and eat. No matter how poor you are, you can't sell secret treasures anymore. Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, at least we can't sell them until we are really strong. I know. Yang Yan pouted unhappily. According to her idea, she directly refined 180 pieces of high-grade secret treasures, and took them out to hold an auction dedicated to auctioning secret treasures. The embarrassment in front of her, but with Yang Kai's order before and Wu Yi's persuasion later, she did not implement this crazy plan. Continue to talk about the thousand illusion glazed glass. Yang Kai looked at her with a half-smile. What do you want to do? How do you want me to get that thousand illusion glazed glass from under the eyes of the Glazed Gate? Yang Yan chuckled, clapped his little hands, and said in greeting, little. After the words were finished, a dusty figure suddenly rushed in from the outside, standing motionless in front of the three of them, hunched over, with hands vertically up to knees, and innocent eyes looking at Yang Yan. It is Yang Kai's stone puppet. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Yang Yan was up to. Xiao Xiao can ignore even the forbidden formation I arranged, so it's no problem to break through the Luluman. I don't believe that the formation of Luluman is better than what I arranged. Door, hee, there will definitely be a big hole inside the thousand illusion glazed glass mountain. After Yang Kai listened, cold sweat broke out behind his back for a while. Luluman committed crimes. What's wrong? There is such a thing as the thousand illusion glazed glass mountain. They probably think that the thousand illusion glazed glass mountain is protected by a large array of protective sects, and even a fly can't even think about flying into it. But how could they have imagined that there are stone puppets in this world who defy the sky? As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. The thousand illusory glazed glass mountain was missed by Yang Yan. Stone puppets naturally like to devour rare minerals, and since Qianwan Luli can be used for refining weapons, it must be included in this list, and it is exactly what stone puppets like. The stone puppet came and went without a trace, and there was no fluctuation of life breath. Presumably, even a strong person in the third layer of void return would not be able to detect its existence. Wouldn't it be easy to release the stone puppets and get some thousand illusion glazes? I'm afraid that when Yang Kai leaves the Glazed Gate with the stone puppet, the higher-ups of the Glazed Gate will not notice that the thousand illusion glazed tile mountain is much less. I've wanted those thousand illusion glazed glasses for a long time, but unfortunately I never had the chance. Now it's all right, someone came to ask you to come over. This is the best chance. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai eagerly. What do you want Qianwan Luli to refine? Yang Kai was still not at ease, and asked with a frown. After all, he went to other people's sect to steal things. Once the incident happened, it would really attract people's hatred. If Yang Yan refined it's not important, Yang Kai doesn't really want to offend other people's taboos. Refining a treasure. Yang Yan smiled mysteriously, and did not say it clearly, but said, It is inconvenient to say it now, because I have no idea in my heart, mainly because I don't have enough knowledge of refining weapons and formations, but I can tell you that this thing is also of great use to you, and you will definitely not be disappointed, and when it is refined, you will definitely be grateful for your choice now. It's something that can't be said. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Today these women don't know what kind of disease they are suffering from, and they can't speak clearly to tantalize people's appetites, making people itch with hatred but can't do anything about it. Then are you going to Luluman? Let me think about it again. Although Yang Kai was a little moved, this matter is not a trivial matter, and there is no room for sloppy. Go, go, Yang Yan begged, and while talking, he took out something from his ring, shook it at Yang Kai, and said, I just happened to stop by to find this, if I'm lucky, maybe I can relieve it. Our present predicament. Yang Kai looked at the thing she was holding, his expression couldn't help but change. Brother Yang, just promise Sister Yang Yan, and, I think you have not been in retreat for a short time this time, it's time to go out and walk around, relax your mind, maybe you will gain something else in this line of work. Wu Yi also tried to persuade her, but her rhetoric was much more clever. She didn't go straight like Yang Yan, but started from Yang Kai's cultivation. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1268 Departure. In an attic in Longshe Mountain, Dai Yuan was sitting by the window on the second floor, holding her cheeks in her hands and staring down, her face full of worries about gains and losses. The entire Longshe Mountain has always been peaceful and quiet, because there are not many warriors living here, only a few dozen people. Although their cultivation bases are not very high, they are extremely diligent. Most of the time, everyone is in retreat. Only those warriors who are on guard will walk around from time to time to check the situation around Longshe Mountain. Today is the 3-day period agreed with Yang Kai. Dai Yuan woke up from meditation at dawn, sitting here restlessly, wanting to see Yang Kai's figure from the attic. Although she knew that this might be an extravagant hope, she still had the last ray of hope. The sun has already risen, and the warm sunlight shines everywhere, making the whole Longshe Mountain look more hazy and beautiful. This place is indeed a good place for self-cultivation, and I am afraid that it is not much worse than the Qianwan Peak in Luluman. I really don't know how these people changed an ordinary mountain range into this. She heard that no one cared about it before, but now, it has become a famous holy place for cultivation nearby. Many warriors without affiliation come here especially. I want to join this place and make a shelter here. But the warriors here don't accept outsiders, and they don't intend to develop and grow, they just live and practice on their own. This is a wise approach. After all, this place is still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If there is a real intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall will definitely not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Dai Yuan laughed dumbfounded. With Yang Kai sitting here, with his shrewdness and methods, he would definitely not do such a thing of digging his own grave. After thinking wildly for a while, my mood calmed down a lot. I looked up at the sky, it was already high in the sun, and then looked down, there was no figure I wanted to see at all. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she might have waited in vain. She had no resentment or unwillingness, but a wry smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and turned around full of disappointment. When she was about to leave, she suddenly looked back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes brightened, with a light of surprise and joy, staring blankly at a figure who appeared below at some point. Miss Dai Yuan, good morning. Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a while, but soon, her expression returned to normal. She nodded slightly at Yang Kai and said, Junior brother Yang is also good morning, just wait a moment, I will come down soon. While speaking, she quickly turned around and walked towards the attic. Although her expression was calm, her slightly messy steps showed the tension in her heart at the moment. She didn't know what kind of answer Yang Kai would give. If he would reject her, it seemed unnecessary to come here so early in the morning, right? And a few days ago his evasion was obvious. Even if Yang Kai rejected her, she was not surprised. But if he said he agreed to himself, what was the reason? I have no confidence in persuading him. Thinking wildly in her heart, Dai Yuan soon went to the first floor of the attic and saw Yang Kai. Her eyes stared at him. She didn't know what to say for a while. Miss Dai Yuan, do you have anything to clean up? If not, let's hit the road. Yang Kai had a gentle smile on his face. Ah, Dai Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, why, Miss Dai Yuan wants to go to Luluman with you. Could it be that the scenery of Longshe Mountain makes the girl linger? If so, why not stay for a few more days? No, no. Dai Yuan finally came to her senses. She quickly waved her hands, her eyes filled with surprise. Although the scenery here is beautiful, I don't have the heart to appreciate it. It's just that Miss Dai Yuan wonders why I agreed to go with you. Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a half smile, explaining her suspicion in one word. Dai Yuan looked a little embarrassed. She originally asked Yang Kai to go to Luluman with her, but now that he agreed, she was suspicious. Naturally something was wrong. It's very simple. Yang Kai had prepared his speech a long time ago, and immediately said, after returning from the flowing flame sand field, I have been in seclusion for half a year, and I feel that it is time to go out and walk around, and now I have reached a bottleneck. I don't want to work behind closed doors. And you must know my origin, so you are still very curious about the major sects on the gloomy star. Now that you have such an opportunity to get in close contact, you naturally don't want to miss it. It's also good to open your eyes. Hearing what he said, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared, and she smiled and said, so that's the case, but although our Luluman is not weak on the gloom star, in terms of the weather and power of the sect, it is not as good as Zontianmeng and Lei Taizong. If junior brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Zontianmeng and Lei Taizong in the future, he will know the shortcomings of my Luluman. However, junior brother Yang has reached the bottleneck of cultivation again. His aptitude is astonishing. Dai Yuan's words were sincere. When she and Yang Kai were acting together in the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai was at the first level of Saint King. Although he didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated, he was able to break through. He has reached the second level of the Holy King, but now he has reached the peak of the second level, which is still too surprising. It seems that junior brother Yang's opportunity in the flowing flame sand field is really not small, otherwise how could his cultivation realm grow so fast? Dai Yuan thought to herself. But when you reach a bottleneck, you should really walk around. Thinking of this, Dai Yuan smiled and said, I don't have anything to pack, let's go on the road now. This place is not close to the Luluman. Even if we pass through the space magic circle, it will take a month. It's okay, I'm going out this time mainly to relax, and time is not a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you that this trip is not only for me, Yang Yan will also go with me. I don't know if it is convenient or not. Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked. Miss Yangan, it's not inconvenient. Dai Yuan immediately agreed after hearing this. Without any hesitation, she turned her head and looked around, and she saw Yang Yan, who was dressed in a black robe, standing pretty in the distance not far away. Where, like a dark delicate flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain. My senior sister is more interested in formations, so she insisted on going with me to see the layout of your sect's formations, trying to learn something from it, you know, women. Cough cough, I can't beat her, so I can only take her with me. Yang Kai originally wanted to talk about women, but he just likes to mess around, but when he said the words, he suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly swallowed the second half, so Dai Yuan also looked at him with some reproach, let him much embarrassing. He was confused for a moment, forgetting that Dai Yuan is also a woman. However, Yang Yan's external identity is Yang Kai's senior sister, and Yang Kai mentioned this matter to Qiantong before. Dai Yuan agreed readily, and Yang Kai didn't hesitate, beckoning Yang Yan over, and the three of them sacrificed their star shuttles, turning into a stream of light and rushing out of Longshe Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan have left at Longshe Mountain, there is still Wu Yi in charge. With the array that Yang Yan arranged in advance and the token left for Wu Yi, as long as it is not too powerful to attack, the dragon the Zushan side will be safe and sound, not to mention that there are no enemies in Longshe Mountain now, so naturally it will not attract people's attention. Soon, the three of them came to Sky Fortune City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she flew directly from the Luluman, and did not rely on the space magic circle of any city at all, so she told Yang Kai 3 days ago that it was not a lie that no one knew that she came here. It is true that no one knew that she had come to Longshe Mountain, even Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner who were in retreat did not know. It was precisely because it took too much time to fly here from Luluman that she came here a month ago. Fortunately, the relationship between Shadow Moon Palace and Luluman is good, and Dai Yuan has a certain status in Luluman. It is not too difficult for the three of them to use the space magic circle of Tianyan City. After paying a certain amount of holy crystals as a price, the space magic circle it was immediately open to the three of them. After passing through the space magic circles of several cities one after another, Dai Yuan took Yang Kai and Yang Yan's envoy Xing Shuo on their way. There are 3 people in a group, and the speed is as fast as thunder, but the itinerary along the way is relatively boring. Dai Yuan is not a person who likes to communicate with others. If she hadn't asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately made friends with Yang Kai when she was in the flowing flame sand field, and Yang Yan's personality seems to be more shy of others, and she wears black robes all day long. Shrouded, as if afraid of being seen by others, in this way, except for Yang Kai saying a few words to them on the road, the two women were silent and just hurried on their way. Seeing this, Yang Kai fell silent, and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while he was on his way. At the same time, he secretly activated the power of the artifact spirit and void grade artifact refining furnace to speed up the process of refining the dragon bone dragon ball. Along the way, he didn't waste any time, and made full use of every available time. The more he refined the golden blood thread, the more interested he was in the magic blood thread secret technique of the demon blood sect. It was a pity that he only got half of this secret technique that seemed to be tailor-made for him. However, the friendship with Deng Ning, a disciple of the Devil's Blood sect, left him with a chance to take advantage of. It is not impossible to get the remaining half of the secret arts in the future, but it will not be possible until he becomes stronger. Time flies. During the journey of the three of them, a month passed by in a flash, and the journey was uneventful without the slightest disturbance. On this day, when Yang Kaidwan was sitting on his star shuttle, silently refining the golden blood thread and activating the power of the refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, paused, and the star shuttle stopped. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his mind, stopped behind her side by side with Yang Yan, and looked forward, but there was only a continuous mountain range in front of him, and there was nothing strange about the mountain range. Yang Kai moved his head, knowing the glazed gate should be in that mountain range. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun Shangyao listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1269 Taiching Mountain Range. We're almost there. Thousands of miles ahead is where the gate of Luluman is. Please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned her head and gave a warning, and then sent the star shuttle under her feet to fly forward again, but this time she flew unhappy, and will change the direction from time to time, as if avoiding some kind of prohibition. Yang Kai is well aware of this. After all, the Luluman gate is not small, and it is only natural to set up restrictions within 1,000 miles outside the mountain gate, with such financial resources and strength, but after looking at Yang Yan a little bit, he found that her face after a flash of disdain, Yang Kai immediately understood that the restriction outside must be fragile, and she didn't take it seriously at all. Of course, this is only for Yang Yan, although Yang Kai can also detect some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, but he can't see anything too careful. If he wants to crack it, only brute force 2 words. The land of 1,000 miles is not far away, and within half a stick of incense time, the three of them flew into the continuous mountain range that Yang Kai had seen before. After arriving here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest, flying side by side with him, and took the initiative to explain to him, "This is the Taiching mountain range controlled by our Luluman, which stretches for 10 miles. Thousands of miles away, there are no less than 1,000 mountain peaks, large and small. According to the geographic location and aura intensity of each mountain peak, most of them are inhabited by sect elders and disciples of different strengths and statuses, and some peaks are vacant and they are used for other purposes. And in the center of the Taiching Mountains, it is the place where our Luluman disciples are most concentrated. None, or they received some missions from the sect. Of course, there are also missions issued by themselves. It seems that I heard that they will find some suitable candidates here, and then go out together. It seems very interesting." When Dai Yuan talked about these things, a longing look appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but took her strangeness into his eyes, and immediately knew that this seemingly difficult to communicate woman seemed a little envious of other people's lives being able to integrate into the group's life. And she is probably extremely lonely in Luluman. Yang felt sad, but didn't say much. Dai Yuan quickly suppressed her discoloration, and said with a smile, "I live in Qianwan Peak, although it's not lively there, it's better than being clean, and it's a good place. Although Qianwan Peak is not big, it's enough I used it alone, the aura is not too thin, it can be regarded as an upper-middle mountain in the sect." Yang Kai nodded slightly, standing in the sky, following Dai Yuan as he galloped forward. While looking left and right, he had a panoramic view of the scenery inside the glazed gate. Along the road, there were disciples of the glazed gate in those large and small mountain peaks. The traces of activities are either practicing martial arts, or having fun, or competing with each other, full of vigor, and everywhere on the mountain, a piece of magnificent buildings stand proudly on the mountainside. Some are exquisite and chic, some are majestic and majestic. He secretly sighed in his heart, it is worthy of being a great force on the gloomy star. Such power is indeed not comparable to that of Longshe Mountain, although Dragonzhou Mountain has a good aura now, it seems to be a thriving scene, but compared with this Taiching Mountain range, it seemed a little petty. A Luluman has such a spectacle, what about other more powerful sects on Gloom Star? Yang Kai has never been to Shadow Moon Palace, but it is estimated that it will not be worse than here. I heard that there is 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain in your sect. It's very magical, I don't know where it is. Yang Kai asked nonchalantly. Since he came here to stare at the glazed glass mountain, he had to confirm the location first. While asking, Yang Kai looked left and right, but found nothing. The mountain peaks that can be seen in the line of sight are not special, and there should be no 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain. Junior brother Yang actually knows our Luli Mountain. A trace of surprise flashed in Dai Yuan's eyes. Miss Dai Yuan laughed. Although Yang is a newcomer, but the name of the Qianwan Luli Mountain is so famous, I have heard of it once or twice. Made of colored glaze, I wonder if it's true. Hearing Yang Kai ask about the glazed glass mountain, Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated look for some unknown reason. She pondered for a while before gently nodding her head and said, that's right, the 1,000 illusion glazed mountain in the sect is indeed composed of 1,000 illusion glazed glass, yes, and it is a whole piece, the weight is immeasurable. Although Qianwan Luli is extremely valuable, everyone knows that there is such a treasure mountain in my Luluman, but it is ridiculous to say that we can't play a 10,000th of it. As a result, it is impossible to collect a large amount of 1,000 illusion glazed glazes, only a few special methods can be used every few decades to collect a little bit. This information is basically the same as what Yang Yan said to Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai is not surprised. Special method of collection? Yang Kai asked seemingly inadvertently. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Dai Yuan's face. Yang Kai chuckled, and said calmly, it seems that I asked something that shouldn't be asked. Well, Miss Dai Yuan, just pretend she didn't hear it. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not that Dai Yuan didn't say anything, it's just that this method is listed as the most core secret of the sect, so no one can disclose it. Once it is revealed, it will suffer unimaginable punishment. Please forgive me, junior brother Yang. It's okay, it was Yang who was abrupt. It seems that because of this matter, Dai Yuan felt guilty and apologetic. After thinking about it, she said, the 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain is not here, but if we make a detour, we can take a look at it from a distance. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, how about going for a walk? She obviously wanted to make up for it, and Yang Kai couldn't wait for it, but he still showed hesitation on the surface, and thought about it, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Qianwan Luli Mountain is the treasure of the noble sect. If you do this, it will give Dai Yuan if the girl brings you any trouble, it doesn't matter if you don't go, anyway, I'm just curious and want to broaden my horizons, hee. When Yang Kai laughed dryly, Yang Yan quietly stood behind him and twisted him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How can this kind of small action be hidden from Dai Yuan? She turned her beautiful eyes, looked at Yang Yan with a smile, and said, there is nothing wrong with it, just take a look from a distance, I want to come over there to guard the teacher, uncles won't blame me, brother Yang, please come with me. Saying so, he immediately changed direction and flew to one side. Yang Kai turned his head, glared at Yang Yan, and hurriedly followed, but Yang Yan stood still, with a look of indifference. The three of them flew a short distance away, and suddenly there were several green lights coming towards them, heading straight for them. Not long after, those blue lights appeared in front of Yang Yan and the others. They were 3 men and 2 women, both of whom were not high in cultivation, 2 of them entered the Saint Realm, and the other 3 were only at the Transcendent Realm. This kind of cultivation is of course second to none in Tongshuan continent, but it is nothing on Gloomy Star. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. They clasped their fists hastily, and said respectfully, so it's Master Dai Yuan, the disciples and others have seen Master Uncle. Uncle Master. Hearing their address, Yang Kai stood behind with a strange look on his face. But after thinking about it again, I was relieved. Although Dai Yuan is a disciple of the younger generation of Luluman, that is only compared with the top experts in the Void Return realm. With her cultivation and realm, she is indeed qualified to be the uncle of these 5 people. After seeing the ceremony, the person who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Seeing that Yang Yan was fine, he didn't show anything, but after seeing Yang Kai, he showed a look of surprise and surprise. Well, are the 5 of you in charge of guarding here? Dai Yuan slightly nodded and asked indifferently. Reporting to Master Uncle, this area is 50 miles away, and it is the place where the 5 of us are in charge. The leading warrior continued to answer, hesitating for a moment, and then asked cautiously, "Dare to ask Master Uncle, who are these two?" Quote, "They are my guests, you don't need to worry about it, if the elders ask, you can just answer like this." Yes, the leading martial artist really didn't dare to ask more questions, and immediately moved aside with the other four people after speaking. Dai Yuan didn't say a word, and led Yang Kai and Yang Yan past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the five warriors looked at each other with expressions of surprise. "That's Master Dai Yuan who lives in Qianwan Peak?" asked one of the women in a light yellow dress who looked like she was in her 20s. "That's right, it's the one who lives on the Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she looks beautiful? How does she look?" "Hush." The leading martial artist suddenly gave the woman a vicious look, looked around, found no one around, and then shouted, "You dare to comment on this kind of thing at will, and you don't want your own life." Quote. The woman's face turned pale, as if she had thought of something, she felt a little terrified. The leading martial artist sighed slightly. "You guys, you started relatively late, and some things are just hearsay, not true, but don't rush to inquire about these things, maybe you have committed some taboo, and you will never make your head in the sect in the future, it's the day, you know." Understood. The other four people all nodded their heads in succession, with taut expressions on their faces. However, it's a strange thing that Master Dai Yuan would invite guests back. The warrior seemed to be talking to himself, shaking his head in confusion. One must know that the person who lives on Qianwan Peak never leaves the sect, and rarely interacts with people, let alone any sect disciples get close to her, especially men. Such a person would actually bring a male friend back, which naturally makes people full of suspicion. But he was just thinking about it casually. He could not ask more about this kind of thing. He was just going to wait for the elders to inquire about what happened just now, and then tell the truth, and everything will be fine. With this in mind, he waved his hand and continued to lead the other four people to start patrolling. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Runyun Shangyao listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1270 Glazed Mountain. In front of it was a strange hill of more than 60 feet, dusty but not a blade of grass, not a single tree, as if it was entirely composed of gray rocks. This hill is located in a valley, surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, there is nothing unusual about this hill, but when Yang Kai swept his spiritual mind over, he was shocked to find that it was like the mud cow entered the sea and never returned. The hill over there seemed to not exist at all, and it was impossible to detect the slightest in the spiritual inspection. Not only that, but there was also an extremely weird power coming from the inside of the hill, as if it wanted to drag his soul, giving him a sense of horror that he was about to be swallowed. So just released spiritual sense for a while, Yang Kai immediately took it back. Now, the three of them are standing thousands of feet away from this small mountain, staring at this most precious mountain of Luluman. "Is this the Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass Mountain of your sect?" Yang Kai asked with a strange look in his eyes. "Well, this is the Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass Mountain. Hee hee," I made Brother Yang laugh. The Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass Mountain is indeed well known, but most of the time it looks like this. It looks very inconspicuous, and it is not the same as the one in the rumors. It matches, so many guests who come here will have a feeling that meeting is not as good as being famous. Dai Yuan smiled and explained softly. Most of the time, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass itself has unpredictable magical abilities. What we see now is probably just a form of this glazed glass mountain. Yang Yan, who had never spoken, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan glanced at her in surprise, nodded and said, "It seems that Miss Yangan knows a lot about our Luli Mountain." Yes, this inconspicuous state is indeed just a form of it. Sometimes it spontaneously emits thousands of rays of light, making this mountain look like nothing in the world. It is very beautiful, and sometimes it will change its size, which is very weird. There is such a thing. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth twitched casually, and without much explanation, he said casually, "The formation you have set up here is quite surprising, it has a suppressive effect, right?" Dai Yuan nodded slightly when she heard the words. "Well, it has the effect of suppressing, because although the glazed glass mountain is located in our glazed tile sect, we have nothing to do with it, so we can only suppress it here, otherwise, with its weird changing function, maybe it will turn into something and make us lose it." Speaking of this, Dai Yuan smiled and said, Okay, we can't stay here any longer. The uncles guarding Luli Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay any longer, they might come up to question us. Let's go bar. Yang Kai also felt that since the three of them came here, several spirits belonging to Void Return Realm powerhouses had swept over from different directions, but they only checked a little, and there was no follow-up action. So he was not surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew out in one direction. Yang Kai and Yang Yan followed closely behind. The two looked at each other. Yang Yan nodded without any trace, and Yang Kai cast a knowing look. From the looks of it, the formation here shouldn't be able to stop the stone puppets from invading. As long as they reach Dai Yuan's 1000 illusion peak, find a chance to release the stone puppets, and then they can wait for the harvest. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yan wanted the 1000 illusion glazed to refine, and what was so great about the 1000 illusion glazed, but seeing that the Luluman treated the strange hill so seriously, Yang Kai didn't know that it must be worthless. Fei. Along the way, he met many Luluman disciples, but Yang Kai found a very strange thing, that is, these Luluman disciples showed complicated expressions when they saw Dai Yuan. Some people are jealous, some people are frightened, some people sympathize, and so on. Moreover, almost every wave of Luluman's disciples recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacts with people, but her name is so resounding and well-known in Luluman, and from the demeanor of those people inferred, Yang Kai secretly felt that this woman, Dai Yuan, might have some stories in Luluman. Following Dai Yuan and flying in the Taiching Mountains for about half an hour, the three of them finally came to a very far mountain peak. Seeing this 100-foot-high mountain from a distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally slowed down, showing a relaxed expression, as if she had returned home, and enthusiastically pointed at the mountain and introduced it to Yang Kai. That's the 1000 illusion peak where I live. The location is simple. Please don't mind junior brother Yang and Miss Yang Yan. Miss Dai Yuan, you're being polite. Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain together with her. Before reaching the mountain peak, Yang Kai's spiritual sense swept over it, and suddenly found that there was no one in the mountain. It seemed that only Dai Yuan lived in this 1000 illusion peak, not even a maid. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road at the mountainside of Qianwan Peak. The plank road is extremely narrow, only allowing one person to pass through, and it is built close to the mountain wall. It looks very unstable, people walking on it. The plank road was rickety, as if it might collapse at any time. Of course Yang Kai and Yang Yan didn't care about this. As they walked, they took a look at the scenery. It has to be said that although this 1000 fantasy peak is located in a remote place, the scenery is really good. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant everywhere, the greenery is abundant, the temperature is moderate, and the aura of heaven and earth here is not too thin, which is slightly better than that of Longshe Mountain. Such a place is only considered to be above average in Luluman, so what is the best mountain peak? Yang Kai thought of the ruins of the ancient sect in the 4th floor of the flowing flame sand field. Presumably the aura of heaven and earth there would be more intense, right? The plank road was not long, and they circled up. After only a moment, the three of them came to the end, and at the end, they were facing a stone wall. The stone wall was smooth, without any unevenness, as if it was opened by someone with a sharp weapon. When she got here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around, suspicious. However, Yang Yan seemed to have seen something, and said in a low voice, "There is a formation here, and you can enter it by opening the stone wall. The layout is very delicate, and it looks like it came from the master of the formation." Yang Yan's words did not deliberately suppress her voice. Dai Yuan turned her head and smiled when she heard the words. Miss Yang Yan seems to be very proficient in the formation. Come, it won't disturb you. Seeing Yang Yan walking all the way, the 2 times she took the initiative to speak were related to formations, so she naturally knew that she should like this way, and she immediately showed her favor to Yang Yan, which can be regarded as selling Yang Kai's favor. Yang Yan was noncommittal and didn't answer, but Dai Yuan didn't feel the slightest embarrassment. A jade pendant suddenly appeared in her hand, and after pouring the holy yuan into it, she threw the jade pendant forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant turned into a green light, shot directly into the smooth stone wall and disappeared, and immediately, with a slight buzzing sound, a stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall, and on the stone platform at the rear, there is a corridor leading directly to the interior of the mountainside, and there are still some fluorescent lights inside, which does not look dim. Junior brother Yang, Miss Yang Yan, please come in. Dai Yuan smiled slightly, and landed on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up, looked into the depths of the tunnel, and secretly thought, should he let Yang Yan make such a formation arrangement, but after thinking about it, it was a bit redundant, so he shook his head and gave up. Just when Dai Yuan was about to bring Yang Kai and Yang Yan into the mountain, she suddenly paused, and turned her head to look at the high altitude in the distance. Soon, her face turned cold, and her expression turned pale. A gloomy and unhappy look. Seeing this, Yang Kai followed her gaze to look over there, and saw a blue rainbow approaching quickly. It was clear that someone was flying towards the star shuttle. And Yang Kai's spiritual mind was astonishing, and after a little investigation, he knew who the owner of Star Shuttle was, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Yang, Miss Yang Yan, wait a moment, someone is coming to see me. Dai Yuan forced a smile, then stood there without moving, and waited quietly. After a while, Qinghong came directly to the front of the stone platform. The person standing on the Star Shuttle smiled before saying a word, like a silver bell, and that person was also born with a natural beauty, a graceful figure, and a pair of beautiful eyes. As if wanting to suck in other people's soul, exuding infinite charm, coupled with that melodious laughter, it is really pleasing to the eyes, and people can't help but shine. Yin Sudi. The person who came here suddenly was Yin Sudi, the most famous disciple of Lulaman. Yang Kai had met this woman a few times, and he recognized her immediately, and from the trip to the flowing flame sand field, she seemed to be a bit uncomfortable with Dai Yuan. I don't know if she came here now what to do. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan just returned to the Thousand Illusion Peak with her front foot, and she rushed over with her back foot, obviously got some news. The waves in Yin Sudi's beautiful eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words, and there was a feeling of wanting to say something, which was enough to make any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai and Yang Yan, and immediately staring at Dai Yuan, she said, "Senior sister, are you back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks. She still said calmly, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Yin Sudi covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Although this is the Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the property of the sect. Other than that, naturally you can go anywhere. And when the younger sister heard that the senior sister came back, she immediately ran to greet her, lest she would be upset if she was a little late. So does the senior sister still blame the younger sister? As she spoke, there was an extremely wronged look on her face, which really made people feel pity and distressed, as if even if she had done a huge mistake, it was hard to bear to hold her accountable. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1271 Rubbing. My gong. There was a strange look in Yang Kai's eyes. It was the first time he knew that this Yin Sudi had actually practiced the charm technique, and she was very proficient. No wonder every time she saw her, she was all gorgeous, exuding infinite charm from top to bottom. It turned out this woman actually practiced the charm technique. But after hearing Yin Sudi's words, Dai Yuan's pretty face darkened, and she said in a low voice, "Are you letting someone watch me?" Yin Sudi stroked her hair indifferently, and said with a light smile, "What did the senior sister say? The younger sister just cares about the senior sister. The last time the senior sister left without saying goodbye, and she didn't know where she went, even the master didn't know, so the younger sister has been paying attention to the information of the senior sister." "No, I just heard a message from a disciple saying that the senior sister has returned safely. This is a good thing. Not only the younger sister is happy, but the master is also very happy, saying that he wants to see you. Master." A complex look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was not in the mood to argue with Yin Sudi anymore. She said, "If you don't stay at Beatty Peak, what are you doing here? It's not just talking about this, is it? Then what else do I have to say?" Yin Sudi's face was soft, her beautiful eyes lit up suddenly, as if she had thought of something. She said, "By the way, there is one more good thing I want to share with my senior sister. Master is asking Master Xiao to refine the void condensation pill. Although 2 furnaces have been broken, Master Xiao said that the next furnace is 80% sure that the refining can be successful. By then, the little girl may have to retreat and attack the void return realm. It's time to look for senior sister again. If senior sister feels lonely, how about I ask some maids to accompany you?" She had an innocent smile on her face, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, and her sister's affection was beyond words. But anyone can hear the run and pride in her words. Congealing void pill. Dai Yuan nodded indifferently, then congratulations to junior sister. "Yeah, it's all thanks to the senior sister who found a few green grasses from the Luyan sandy field, otherwise I wouldn't be able to refine the condensate pill. My little sister would not be so lucky, and a green grass I didn't even find it, hey." She shook her head and sighed, seeming very upset. There was a sneer at the corner of Dai Yuan's mouth. she didn't care at all that the emerald green grass she had found so hard was used on Yin Sudi. Instead she said, "Is there anything wrong? If there is nothing wrong, please go back, junior sister, since if you are going to attack the Void Return Realm, you must make some preparations, otherwise, if you fail, you will fail the painstaking efforts of the master." The smile on Yin Sudi's face faded, and it became much colder. Before she could hit the Void Return Realm, Dai Yuan started to curse her for failing to hit the Void Return Realm. Although it was just a sentence, it still made her feel a little bit pissed. Senior sister wants to entertain guests, so she won't accompany her. Dai Yuan ignored her ugly expression and gave the order to evict the guests. But Yin Sudai didn't intend to leave at all. Seeing that running on Dai Yuan had no effect, her beautiful eyes turned around, she stared at Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar, have we met somewhere?" Yang Kai's expression was startled. He didn't expect that he would be involved in the internal strife between the two teachers and sisters just after he came to Luluman, but he didn't care. He grinned, "Yeah, Yin and I, the girl has indeed met a few times, but I have admired Miss Yin for a long time, but my name is unknown, and Miss Yin may not care." Hearing what he said, Yin Sudai suddenly burst into a flowery smile, giggling coquettishly, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. But Dai Yuan frowned, and gave Yang Kai a strange look. As for Yang Yan, she just stood there without saying a word or moving, as if she didn't exist. "Well, I remembered, you should be the one with that Wei Guchang, why do you know your senior sister?" Yin Sudi's voice suddenly became soft, and others didn't think there was any problem when they heard it, but Yang Kai suddenly felt that the blood flow in his whole body was a little faster, and there seemed to be bursts of murmurs in his ears, as if invisible hands were stroking his cheeks, which made people extremely comfortable. "I know, I met in the Flowing Flame Sand Field." Yang Kai nodded and replied very cooperatively. "So that's the case, but since senior sister can invite you back as a guest, it seems that I have a good relationship with senior sister." Yin Sudi slapped sideways, and before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, and the water in her eyes flowed, sending out the strange charm involved Yang Kai's mind, and exhaled like blue. "If you don't dislike it, why don't you come to my Beatty Peak sometime? Although my Beatty Peak is not close to here, but it has a special style, will not let you down." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became sluggish, his face flushed abnormally, and he seemed to nod unconsciously. Okay, I can't ask for it." While speaking, the corners of his mouth seemed to be drooling, and he looked disgusted with lust. "Yin Sudi," Dai Yuan suddenly yelled, knowing that Yang Kai must have been hit by her junior sister's charm. Her Saint Yuan surged wildly, and her face was unkind, and Yin Sudi would definitely die if she didn't accept the effort. Signs of a big fight. What's the matter? Yin Sudi looked at Dai Yuan with an innocent face, and the thousands of amorous feelings that emanated from her imperceptibly rushed towards Yang Kai even more violently. At this moment, Yang Kai sprayed out 2 waves of heat from his nostrils. He seemed to rush 2 steps forward involuntarily, and inexplicably rushed in front of Yin Sudi, and immediately, Yin Sudi and Dai Yuan were stunned. Under the gaze, he grabbed Yin Sudi's 2 jade hands. Rubbing for a while, rubbing hard. It seemed that he had grasped the most important thing in his life, and he was unwilling to let it go, but his eyes were filled with a terrifying fiery color, and the temperature of his body had obviously risen a lot. Yin Sudi stood dumbfounded on the spot, and Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, both Dai Yuan and Yin Sudi wanted to stop him, but no one knew why they couldn't stop them. When the 2 women recovered, Yang Kai had already caught Yin Sudi. Butterfly hands. Feeling the sharp pain from her hands, and seeing the madness in the eyes of the ugly man in front of her, Yin Sudi was frightened and angry, and Sheng Yuan was spinning, but the next moment, she died down again. Her eyes were watery. Rushing Yang Kai, who was close at hand, said, "You hurt me." Ah, Yang Kai was startled, with a look of guilt on his face, but those 2 big hands held Yin Sudi tightly. No matter how much she dragged, she couldn't get out of control, while rubbing, feeling the tenderness of her skin. Delicate and soft, she said with a shy face, "It doesn't hurt, I have time now, how about we go to Beatty Peak now? Anyway, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so don't worry about staying." Hee. Yin Sudi laughed dryly, although she wished to slap Yang Kai away with a slap, but she had to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes flowed faster and faster, approaching Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you invite me over just now, so what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai started urging, as if he couldn't wait to go back to Beatty Peak with her. Seeing this, Yin Sudi's complexion changed several times. She was no longer willing to procrastinate. The Saint Yuan in her hand flicked away from Yang Kai's restraint. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she turned around and the person had already arrived about 10 feet away. Two small hands are hidden in the sleeves, making it hard to see what it looks like, but it will definitely not be too good to be squeezed by Yang Kai. She stared coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to be still immersed in her charm. Her face was cloudy and uncertain. But with a flash of a figure, Dai Yuan stood in front of Yang Kai and said coldly, "Junior sister, please go back." Yin Sudi gritted her silver teeth, took a deep breath, her plump breasts undulated exaggeratedly, forming a charming curve, and then hummed softly, "Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to master. I have been thinking about you." My little sister said goodbye. After finishing speaking, she narrowed her phoenix eyes again, a cold light flashed in her eyes, she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance into the depths of her soul, then stomped her feet, and the Royal Envoy Star Shuttle left quickly. After she was 10 miles away from Qianwan Peak, she took her hands out of her sleeves and put them under her eyelids to look at them. After a while, her face became pale with anger. At this moment, there were large bruises on his two fair and flawless jade hands. I don't know where that stinky man got so much brute force, and he doesn't know what it means to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade, but he used so much force to need it. This time, if he didn't steal the chicken, he would lose the rice. It really hurt Yin Sudi's lungs. Furious, she secretly held a grudge against Yang Kai, and was going to find an opportunity to make him look good. On the stone platform of Qianwanfeng, a group of 3 people stood there. Yang Yan and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back, while Yang Kai stared at the direction where Yin Sudi disappeared, with a look of regret. After a while, Yang Kai let out a long sigh, shook his head slowly, turned around, saw the 2 girls staring at him, and said in amazement, "What? I have flowers on my face. You didn't get her charm skill. If Dai Yuan still can't see anything, then she has cultivated for so many years in vain," and Yang Kai's expression at this moment is not as unbearable as before, his eyes are so clear. "Mei Gong," Yang Kai sneered, "she cast it on the wrong target. Then you still." Dai Yuan's eyes were complicated, she smiled and shook her head, "You are so courageous to take advantage of her. If she sees it out on the spot, she will definitely not let you go. Didn't she see through it?" Yang Kai chuckled lightly. "Thank you." Dai Yuan suddenly showed gratitude and sincerely thanked her. She knew that Yang Kai would not have done such a thing if he hadn't looked down on Yin Sudi's run on her. Yang Kai waved his hands and hummed softly, "No, she was the one who attacked me first, I just fought back." Yang Kai didn't bother to intervene in the grievances of other teachers and sisters. This trip was mainly for the 1,000 illusory glazed glass mountain. It was just a cover to help Dai Yuan, but Yin Sudi did not know what to do. If it wasn't Lulaman, Yang Kai wouldn't let her go just by needing her a few times. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1272 Stay. Dai Yuan pursed her lips into a smile, and asked meaningfully, "How does it taste?" Yang Kai's rare face turned red, and he said, "Haha. Not bad, not bad, she is indeed a famous beauty on Gloom Star, her skin is delicate and well maintained." Seeing that Yang Kai really mentioned these things, Dai Yuan couldn't take it any longer. After a light spit, she stopped talking about this matter, and led Yang Kai and Yang Yan into the tunnel at the side of the mountain. After entering the tunnel, Dai Yuan put her hand on the stone wall, and under the rotation of the holy yuan, the jade pendant that flew in before reappeared in her hand, and immediately the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "You two, please come with me." Dai Yuan greeted at the front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yan to shuttle through the mountain corridor. After advancing for about 100 zhong, a huge cave suddenly appeared, covering an area of about 1,000 zhong. It seemed that the entire Qianwan Peak mountain was hollowed out. The cave was extremely empty, without any trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that the cave was naturally formed, not excavated, and above the cave, thicker thin dark red molten pillars hung upside down, like sharp cones, which could be destroyed at any time. The appearance of falling is extremely dangerous. At the bottom of the cave, there are also pillars of melting pillars, making the whole cave look like a forest of chaotic stones, with complicated traces. Natural big formation. Yang Yan, after sweeping the upper and lower molten pillars, suddenly let out a coquettish cry, her beautiful eyes brightened up, and she couldn't stand still. Sure enough, I can't hide it from Miss Yangan's eyes. Dai Yuan also stopped, turned her head and looked at Yangan with some admiration, and then explained, "Yes, in the cave in my 1,000 fantasy peak, there is a natural formation, but it only has some psychedelic effects, and it doesn't have much power. Yang Yan continued to look around, and after a while he said, then someone changed the natural formation here. It's the person who lived in Qianwan Peak before. Dai Yuan didn't know what to think of, her eyes were a little dim, but it disappeared in a flash, and continued, that person has a little understanding of the formation, so he can change the natural formation here, so that it not only has a psychedelic effect but also has the ability to resist the enemy. Can I go in and have a look? Yang Yan inquired, as if he was very interested in this natural formation. Nonsense. Yang Kai sternly reprimanded Yang Yan. After all, this place is Dai Yuan's cave, how could the formations placed outside be randomly searched by others? This is easy for prisoners to taboo. Dai Yuan smiled slightly and said, Junior brother Yang, don't say that. Since Miss Yang Yan has dabbled in formations, it is normal to be interested in it. After all, there are not many natural formations and it is difficult to generate them. Miss Yang Yan wants to go in, of course you can, but I'm not very proficient in this formation. Since the senior who lived here before passed away, although I lived here later, I can't do anything about this formation. I only know a safe way in and out. If Miss Yan can decipher this formation, find out its essence and pass it on to me, then Dai Yuan will be grateful to Miss Yangan. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face paled. Since Dai Yuan intends to use Yang Yan's power, he can't stop anything, he just looked at Yang Yan and asked, is it possible? Yang Yan curled his lips and didn't answer. Instead, he was wrapped in a black robe and disappeared among the molten pillars in a flash. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that she underestimated Yang Yan's ability made her very angry. Seeing Yang Yan's confident performance, Dai Yuan's eyes brightened, and she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go, don't worry about her, anyway, this is already your territory, she will come out after she studies it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Okay, Dai Yuan naturally had no objection, and continued to lead Yang Kai to shuttle between the molten pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave, entered another mountainside corridor, and walked a short distance before reaching a stone chamber. As soon as you entered the stone room, Yang Kai's expression was shocked. He found that there was a lot of fragrance of pills and medicines, and in the stone room, there were 5 or 6 alchemy furnaces, large and small. He just remembered that Dai Yuan is also an alchemist. Wei Gucheng said this when he was in the flowing flame sand field before. And the reason why Dai Yuan knew something about Hongjuguo was also because she was an alchemist. But since she asked for it on her own head, her alchemy level should not be too high. Yang Kai knew this well, so he didn't want to say it. Junior brother Yang made me laugh. I'm afraid everything Dai Yuan is doing here won't be in the eyes of junior brother. Dai Yuan said with a smile. Where is there? There is no cave here, girl, it is much better than Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai laughed. Junior brother Yang, Dai Yuan called out softly suddenly, her beautiful eyes staring straight at him, is there really an alchemist of King Shu level in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her, and suddenly found that many people on Gloomy Star seemed to be interested in the outside world, and he had heard people ask this kind of question more than once or twice. With a serious expression at the moment, he nodded and said, yes, there are indeed alchemists at the Void King level in the outside world. Although I have never seen it, I have heard of it, and there are also Void King level alchemists. There are also big figures like Star Master. Star Lord. Dai Yuan raised her eyebrows, is it the legendary powerful warrior who can refine the origin of stars and become the lord of a star? Well, but there should be very few such people. I heard that refining the origin of the stars and its dangers, even the Void King realm powerhouses dare not try it lightly, otherwise they may lose their souls. That's it. Dai Yuan smiled when she heard the words, and immediately said cheerfully, if there is a chance, Dai Yuan will also ask junior brother Yang about the wonderful things outside, and I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Okay, I will tell you the truth when the time comes. Yang Kai agreed, although he didn't know much about the star territory, but no matter what he came from outside, he must have a deeper understanding than the people on Gloom Star, it's okay to just talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions, arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room, and pleaded guilty to Yang Kai, asking him to adjust his breathing for a few days, but she herself had to pay her respects to her master. After all, when she left Lulaman last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Yansudi came to inform her that master wanted to see her. Of course, she couldn't keep master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left the Thousand Illusion Peak, turned into a blue rainbow and disappeared in the Taiching mountain range. And when Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes from the meditation, his eyes flashed, showing some sly taste, and immediately waved his hand. A figure appeared in front of him. It was Stone Puppet, standing there looking at Yang Kai innocently, as if waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you want to do? Yang Kai asked. Stone Puppet tilted his head and thought for a while, then nodded. Well, I will tell you the location. Remember, if there is any danger, or the possibility of being discovered by others, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully reminded, then stretched out a finger, and clicked on the Stone Puppet's forehead. A little green glow on the fingertips was imprinted into the Stone Puppet's head, and that green glow contained Yang Kai's divine sense, and had a clear location of the 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain. Since the 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain is the treasure of the glazed glass gate, the prohibition formation over there must be a fortified barrier. Although Yang Kai has enough confidence in the Stone Puppet, there is always an emergency, so he told it so solemnly. He didn't want to lose his partner Stone Puppet just because of stealing a little 1,000 illusion glazed glass. Since the Stone Puppet was born, it has been conscientious and diligent. It should be a model of hard work. Where can I find such a good assistant? After the green glow full of Yang Kai's spiritual thoughts imprinted into the Stone Puppet's head, it quickly disappeared. The Stone Puppet stood there stupidly, as if digesting the information contained in the spiritual thoughts. After a while, the eyeballs rolled away. He got up, shook his body without saying a word, a small hole appeared in the ground immediately, and then the Stone Puppet disappeared. When Yang Kai noticed its traces, it had reached 100 feet underground, and it only paused for a moment, then accurately and quickly galloped towards the direction of Qianwan Glazed Glass Mountain. The Stone Puppet is born special, and the earth can't hinder its actions at all. After releasing the Stone Puppet, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed the small hole in the ground. From the outside, nothing could be seen, and then the old god continued to meditate on the ground. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know what Dai Yuan invited him to do, but with Dai Yuan's personality, he shouldn't ask him to do two embarrassing things, and if it is really embarrassing, Yang Kai can also refuse. Anyway, the biggest purpose of coming here has been achieved, and the rest only needs to wait for the Stone Puppet to return. After thinking about this, Yang Kai immediately lived here with peace of mind. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai did not see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Yan appeared like a ghost, and his beautiful eyes were full of excitement, as if he had gained a lot from studying the natural formation outside. Yang Kai didn't ask, because he didn't understand, so he simply asked. Ignore it. Before Dai Yuan returned, Yang Yan rested in the next room on his own. After another 2 days of waiting in the 1,000 Illusion Peak, Dai Yuan suddenly appeared. But what surprised Yang Kai was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression was a little sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen. It was clearly the result of crying a lot. Even if she had a forced smile, she still couldn't erase the sadness hidden between her brows. Yang Kai didn't know what happened to her, and she turned out like this, but presumably it had something to do with her master. After all, Dai Yuan went to see her master before, and she returned 5 days ago, and she actually had this kind of pain. The change is really puzzling. To be continued. Dai Yuan pursed her lips into a smile, and asked meaningfully, how does it taste? Yang Kai's rare face turned red, and he said haha. Not bad, not bad, she is indeed a famous beauty on Gloom Star, her skin is delicate and well maintained. Seeing that Yang Kai really mentioned these things, Dai Yuan couldn't take it any longer. After a light spit, she stopped talking about this matter, and led Yang Kai and Yang Yan into the tunnel at the side of the mountain. After entering the tunnel, Dai Yuan put her hand on the stone wall, and under the rotation of the holy yuan, the jade pendant that flew in before reappeared in her hand, and immediately the hole in the stone wall closed silently. You two, please come with me. Dai Yuan greeted at the front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yan to shuttle through the mountain corridor. After advancing for about 100 zhong, a huge cave suddenly appeared, covering an area of about 1,000 zhong. It seemed that the entire Qianwan Peak mountain was hollowed out. The cave was extremely empty, without any trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that the cave was naturally formed, not excavated, and above the cave, thicker thin dark red molten pillars hung upside down, like sharp cones, which could be destroyed at any time. The appearance of falling is extremely dangerous. At the bottom of the cave, there are also pillars of melting pillars, making the whole cave look like a forest of chaotic stones, with complicated traces. Natural big formation. Yang Yan, after sweeping the upper and lower molten pillars, suddenly let out a coquettish cry. Her beautiful eyes brightened up, and she couldn't stand still. Sure enough, I can't hide it from Miss Yangen's eyes. Yuan also stopped, turned her head and looked at Yangen with some admiration, and then explained, yes, in the cave in my 1000 Fantasy Peak, there is a natural formation, but it only has some psychedelic effects, and it doesn't have much power. Yang Yan continued to look around, and after a while he said, then someone changed the natural formation here. It's the person who lived in Qianwan Peak before. Yuan didn't know what to think of, her eyes were a little dim, but it disappeared in a flash, and continued, that person has a little understanding of the formation, so he can change the natural formation here, so that it not only has a psychedelic effect but also has the ability to resist the enemy. Can I go in and have a look? Yang Yan inquired, as if he was very interested in this natural formation. Nonsense. Yang Kai sternly reprimanded Yang Yan. After all, this place is Yuan's cave, how could the formations placed outside be randomly searched by others? This is easy for prisoners to taboo. Yuan smiled slightly and said, Junior brother Yang, don't say that. Since Miss Yang Yan has dabbled in formations, it is normal to be interested in it. After all, there are not many natural formations and it is difficult to generate them. Miss Yang Yan wants to go in, of course you can, but I'm not very proficient in this formation. Since the senior who lived here before passed away, although I lived here later, I can't do anything about this formation. I only know a safe way in and out. If Miss Yan can decipher this formation, find out its essence and pass it on to me, then Yuan will be grateful to Miss Yangen. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face paled. Since Yuan intends to use Yang Yan's power, he can't stop anything, he just looked at Yang Yan and asked, is it possible? Yang Yan curled his lips and didn't answer. Instead, he was wrapped in a black robe and disappeared among the molten pillars in a flash. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that she underestimated Yang Yan's ability made her very angry. Seeing Yang Yan's confident performance, Yuan's eyes brightened, and she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go, don't worry about her, anyway, this is already your territory, she will come out after she studies it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Yuan. Okay. Yuan naturally had no objection, and continued to lead Yang Kai to shuttle between the molten pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave, entered another mountainside corridor, and walked a short distance before reaching a stone chamber. As soon as you entered the stone room, Yang Kai's expression was shocked. He found that there was a lot of fragrance of pills and medicines, and in the stone room, there were 5 or 6 alchemy furnaces, large and small. He just remembered that Yuan is also an alchemist. Wei Gucheng said this when he was in the flowing flame sand field before. And the reason why Yuan knew something about Hongjuguo was also because she was an alchemist. But since she asked for it on her own head, her alchemy level should not be too high. Yang Kai knew this well, so he didn't want to say it. Junior brother Yang made me laugh. I'm afraid everything Yuan is doing here won't be in the eyes of junior brother. Yuan said with a smile. Where is there? There is no cave here, girl, it is much better than Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai laughed. Junior brother Yang, Yuan called out softly suddenly, her beautiful eyes staring straight at him, is there really an alchemist of King Shu level in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her, and suddenly found that many people on Gloomy Star seemed to be interested in the outside world, and he had heard people ask this kind of question more than once or twice. With a serious expression at the moment, he nodded and said, yes, there are indeed alchemists at the Void King level in the outside world. Although I have never seen it, I have heard of it, and there are also Void King level alchemists. There are also big figures like Star Master. Star Lord. Yuan raised her eyebrows, is it the legendary powerful warrior who can refine the origin of stars and become the lord of a star? Well, but there should be very few such people. I heard that refining the origin of the stars and its dangers, even the Void King realm powerhouses dare not try it lightly, otherwise they may lose their souls. That's it. Yuan smiled when she heard the words, and immediately said cheerfully, if there is a chance, Yuan will also ask junior brother Yang about the wonderful things outside, and I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Okay, I will tell you the truth when the time comes. Yang Kai agreed, although he didn't know much about the star territory, but no matter what he came from outside, he must have a deeper understanding than the people on Gloom Star. It's okay to just talk about these things. Yuan didn't ask any more questions, arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room, and pleaded guilty to Yang Kai, asking him to adjust his breathing for a few days, but she herself had to pay her respects to her master. After all, when she left Lulaman last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Yansudi came to inform her that master wanted to see her. Of course, she couldn't keep Master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Yuan left the Thousand Illusion Peak, turned into a blue rainbow and disappeared in the Taiching mountain range. And when Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes from the meditation, his eyes flashed, showing some sly taste, and immediately waved his hand. A figure appeared in front of him. It was Stone Puppet, standing there looking at Yang Kai innocently, as if waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you want to do? Yang Kai asked. Stone Puppet tilted his head and thought for a while, then nodded. Well, I will tell you the location. Remember, if there is any danger, or the possibility of being discovered by others, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully reminded, then stretched out a finger, and clicked on the Stone Puppet's forehead. A little green glow on the fingertips was imprinted into the Stone Puppet's head, and that green glow contained Yang Kai's divine sense, and had a clear location of the Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass Mountain. Since the Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass Mountain is the treasure of the Glazed Glass Gate, the Prohibition formation over there must be a fortified barrier. Although Yang Kai has enough confidence in the Stone Puppet, there is always an emergency, so he told it so solemnly. He didn't want to lose his partner Stone Puppet just because of stealing a little Thousand Illusion Glazed Glass. Since the Stone Puppet was born, it has been conscientious and diligent. It should be a model of hard work. Where can I find such a good assistant? After the green glow full of Yang Kai's spiritual thoughts imprinted into the Stone Puppet's head, it quickly disappeared. The Stone Puppet stood there stupidly, as if digesting the information contained in the spiritual thoughts. After a while, the eyeballs rolled away. He got up, shook his body without saying a word, a small hole appeared in the ground immediately, and then the Stone Puppet disappeared. When Yang Kai noticed its traces, it had reached 100 feet underground, and it only paused for a moment, then accurately and quickly galloped towards the direction of Qianwan Glazed Glass Mountain. The Stone Puppet is born special, and the earth can't hinder its actions at all. After releasing the Stone Puppet, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed the small hole in the ground. From the outside, nothing could be seen, and then the old god continued to meditate on the ground. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know what Yuan invited him to do, but with Yuan's personality, he shouldn't ask him to do two embarrassing things, and if it is really embarrassing, Yang Kai can also refuse. Anyway, the biggest purpose of coming here has been achieved, and the rest only needs to wait for the Stone Puppet to return. After thinking about this, Yang Kai immediately lived here with peace of mind. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai did not see any trace of Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Yan appeared like a ghost, and his beautiful eyes were full of excitement, as if he had gained a lot from studying the natural formation outside. Yang Kai didn't ask, because he didn't understand, so he simply asked. Ignore it. Before Yuan returned, Yang Yan rested in the next room on his own. After another 2 days of waiting in the Thousand Illusion Peak, Yuan suddenly appeared. But what surprised Yang Kai was that Yuan seemed to be very tired. Her expression was a little sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen. It was clearly the result of crying a lot. Even if she had a forced smile, she still couldn't erase the sadness hidden between her brows. Yang Kai didn't know what happened to her, and she turned out like this, but presumably it had something to do with her master. After all, Yuan went to see her master before, and she returned 5 days ago, and she actually had this kind of pain. The change is really puzzling. To be continued. Chapter 1273 Detoxification. After Yuan returned, she first went to Yang Yan to communicate, and after getting a token, her mood immediately improved a lot. Because Yang Yan not only cracked the natural formation outside her cave, but also modified it to make the formation more perfect and usable, not only increasing the power by 30%, but also adding several changes, which made Yuan extremely happy at the same time. She was also secretly amazed at the level of Yang Yan's formation, and after this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Yan seemed to be harmonious all of a sudden, and they became sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was unpredictable. When the two of them were on the road before, they were like boring gourds. They hadn't spoken for a month, but now they are very close just because of a formation. Men don't do that. After she came back, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she wanted to help. But Yuan still hesitated, and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days. She still had to make some preparations, and she would naturally tell the truth when the time came. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai no longer forced her, and now quietly waited. A few days later, on this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the stone room, while cultivating the magic blood thread, while shooting out his own Saint Yuan, pouring it into a refining furnace in front of him. and in that refining furnace, the red flamingo was tumbling non-stop, spraying pure and rich fire aura from its mouth, burning and refining the keel and dragon balls in the refining furnace. Although it takes a long time to refine the dragon bones and dragon balls, Yongkai will take the initiative to activate the power of the refining furnace to speed up the refining process as long as he has time. He was looking forward to what the dragon bone and dragon ball would look like after they were refined into one. Just as he was urging the Saint Yuan, there was a knock on the door outside. Yongkai lifted his eyes, took a deep breath after hitting a Saint Yuan, and calmed the tumbling of his own strength. After a while, he stretched out his hand again. Qi furnace summoned back, put it into the body, then stood up, walked to the door, and opened the stone door. Dai Yuan stood there pretty and buoyantly. For some reason, she looked worried about gain and loss. When she felt a heat wave in the room, she glanced at Yongkai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yongkai was concocting alchemy, but there was no fragrance of alchemy or medicine in the air, which made her a little strange. Not paying attention to these things, Dai Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yongkai nodded, stepped aside and waited for Dai Yuan to walk in, then closed the door, sat down on a stone pier in the room, and asked, "Is everything ready?" Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly, and nodded slightly. "Then let's start now." Yongkai smiled slightly, "But before that, should Miss Dai Yuan tell me what exactly do you want me to do, and what exactly do you want me to do?" "I'm here this time to tell you exactly this." Dai Yuan glanced at him, her eyes were filled with some watery color, and there were 2 imperceptible blushes on her cheeks. This made Yongkai very surprised, not knowing what unspeakable things Dai Yuan was going to say would actually behave like this. Sitting there, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little restless, her 2 little hands were unconsciously tangled together. She was silent for a while, then she gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, I invited junior brother Yang to detoxify me." Detoxification? Yongkai raised his brows, with a look of surprise on his face. "Miss Dai Yuan has been poisoned." "I really didn't see it. I don't know what kind of poison Dai Yuan is poisoned. If it is convenient, please let me know, maybe I really know how to refine that detoxification pill." "There is no detoxification pill for the poison in me." Hearing this, Dai Yuan smiled wryly and shook her head. "Oh," Yongkai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan invited him here at Longshe Mountain, she did say that asking him for help was related to alchemy. Since it is detoxification, it is true. She did not lie, but Dai Yuan said that the poison in her was not detoxified by the detoxification pill, which meant that this kind of poison must be extraordinary, so Yongkai was naturally concerned. Perhaps because of being an alchemist, Yongkai wanted to know more about anything related to herbs and elixirs. "I was poisoned by the poison of the 1,000 illusion glazed glass," Dai Yuan said in astonishment. Her expression was serious, and she couldn't see the slightest hint of a joke. "The poison of the 1,000 illusions glazed." Yongkai was stunned. "Isn't the 1,000 illusions glazed the treasure of the noble sect? And I heard that it is a strange refining material. It is not poisonous. How could you be infected by this kind of poison? How did you get the poison from things?" Yongkai was very curious, because what Dai Yuan said was too incredible. Although he doesn't know much about Qianwan Luli, he also knows that this refining material itself is not toxic. 1,000 illusion Luli is indeed not poisonous. Dai Yuan gave a wry smile when she heard the words, stretched out her hand to stroke the hair next to her ears, and said in a low voice, "But what if you swallow it raw?" Yongkai's face changed slightly. He stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowed tightly. "Junior brother Yang, there is no need to doubt. I have indeed swallowed the 1,000 illusion glazed glass alive, and I have been taking it for many years. I have been taking it since I entered the Holy Realm." Dai Yuan smiled slightly. How could such a thing happen? Yongkai stood on the spot blankly. This woman actually took a kind of refining material. Isn't this a way of seeking death? How can anyone take this kind of thing? I don't think it's too long to do such a thing. I took it for a reason. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yongkai would have this reaction, so she was not surprised at all, because the skill I practiced is called 1,000 illusion glazed glass kung fu. This kind of skill is my Lulaman opening sect patriarch created it based on Lulashan. Almost every generation of Lulaman disciples, there are people who want to practice this kind of exercise, and the person who practices this kind of exercise in this generation is me. You must take Qianwan Luli for the cultivation method. Hey, such a strange technique doesn't look like a good thing. Yongkai teased with a half-smile. Well, but for the sect, it is indispensable, and Qianwanfeng has always been used as a place where people who practice this technique live, so it has such a name. The last person who lived here also practiced this technique. Yongkai was surprised. That's right, and I grew up beside her since I was a child, and she taught me the exercises. She should be regarded as my real master. What about her ending? A sneer appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. It shouldn't be too good, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's questioning, Dai Yuan recalled something, and her expression immediately darkened a lot. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt a little embarrassed, and when he was thinking about how to comfort her, Dai Yuan smiled. That's her fate, since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain about it. However, after practicing this kind of kung fu, before a little success, the power of the kung fu cannot be used even with human hands, otherwise the toxicity will gradually deepen, and it will eventually be impossible to get rid of, and the road to advancement is full of dangers. The experience I have summed up in my life. If I want to attack the Void Return Realm, I must rely on the power of Junior Brother Yang to dissolve the poison of glass that has accumulated in my body for many years before I can succeed, otherwise, I will definitely die. Yang Kai nodded slightly, somewhat understanding why she traveled thousands of miles to Longshe Mountain and begged him for help. But Dai Yuan said that he was a little concerned about the inability to use the power of the martial arts even with others before the martial arts had a small success. It seems that the last time Dai Yuan made a move, it was not her full strength. In a daze, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something, and looked at Dai Yuan with a startled look on his face. You practice this thousand illusion glazed art, shouldn't it have something to do with collecting thousand illusion glazed glass? Such a dangerous technique, Luluman needs someone to practice it every generation, except for some very important reasons, they will definitely not do it. As for the important thing for the entire Luluman sect, Yang Kai can only think of collecting thousand illusions Luli for the time being. Who would have thought that hearing Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan's complexion changed, and she quickly waved her hands and said, Junior Brother Yang, you can't say that. Ah, is that right? Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face. Dai Yuan smiled wryly, didn't deny it again, nodded and said, that's right, I practice the thousand illusion glazed art because I want to collect the thousand illusion glazed art. To tell you the truth, Junior Brother Yang, since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the Zongmen can collect thousand illusory glasses anymore, and I can only collect them when I reach the Void Return Realm. This is one of the biggest secrets of the Zongmen. You can just talk about it in front of me, and you must not tell anyone, or you'll be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded hastily, his unintentional words actually broke the sect's secret. Yang Kai was also in a cold sweat thinking of it. But, since Dai Yuan is so important to Luluman, why is she still so neglected here? Shouldn't they be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the most outstanding senior guidance? It seems that there must be some secrets that I don't know. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summed up the experience and performance of many seniors who practiced the thousand illusion glazed art, and finally thought of a very safe way to dissolve the glass poison. Once successful, I won't be afraid of the poison of colored glaze anymore. I owe her the favor and am grateful to her, but unfortunately when she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated into her body, and she couldn't resolve it herself. Dai Yuan explained with a sad expression. Road. Is this solution useful for me? Yang Kai asked. That's right, there must be a void-level alchemist to assist, and this alchemist must also have superb skills and control the fusion of various medicinal effects to the peak. I see that the elixir that Junior Brother Yang has refined before is unmatched. One is not the best of the best, and a few of them even almost gave birth to pill patterns, so this request is absolutely no problem for you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 1274 Blood Mushroom. Although he was praised by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai was still puzzled. As far as the fusion control of the medicinal effects is concerned, although I have done a good job, the 5 virtual level alchemists in the Yaowang Valley are not bad at all. After all, they are so old, but Dai Yuan turned to her for help. Instead of the few people who went to the Yaodanmen, there must be some unknown reasons. He was not in a hurry to ask, because he knew that Dai Yuan and the others would definitely tell him. Seeing Yang Kai listening intently, Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled, and continued. If you just look for such an alchemist, it's not difficult, the difficulty is gathering the materials needed for the detoxification method. Oh, I don't know what materials to gather. Yang Kai asked. There are a lot of materials, but 90% of them have been collected by the previous senior who lived here all the year round. It is the most difficult to find Yinchi. That senior has also found it, and spent a lot of energy. It moved back to Qianwan Peak from the place where it was discovered. The reason why I asked junior brother Yang to come with me is precisely because this yin pond cannot be taken away. Otherwise, I would not let you work so hard. Quote. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and finally understood why Dai Yuan insisted on going to the glazed gate with her, but Yinqi is extremely rare, and it has always been a place where Yinqi gathers, and ghost qi has a chance to be born. Although it is useless to most martial artists, Yinqi is their favorite treasure for those who have practiced Yingxi techniques, because the pure Yinqi in Yinqi is enough for any cultivator. A martial artist of this kind of skill quickly increases his strength. Yang Kai only heard about it, but never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. Because Qianwan Luli is not restrained by the 5 elements, so if you want to get rid of the poison of Luli, you must have something like Yinqi, and then condense the medicinal effects of countless medicinal materials, blend it into the water of Yinqi, and use the water of Yinqi as a guide. If it is poured into my body, there will be a chance to remove the poison of colored glaze. Dai Yuan explained softly. Yang Kai nodded as he listened, judging from his level of alchemy and knowledge, although he didn't understand the internal reasons, this method should be correct. After thinking for a while, he asked, since that senior even found Yinqi and moved it back to Qianwan Peak, why didn't she detoxify in the end? She still lacks one last thing. Dai Yuan smiled wryly upon hearing this. What she lacks is the blood mushroom. Blood mushroom? Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, the kind of blood mushroom that can refine Shuiji Dan, which is enough to bring people back to life. There was a look of shock on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. That's right, it's the blood mushroom that can refine Shuiji Dan. Dai Yuan nodded lightly, reached out her hand, and suddenly a delicate wooden box appeared in the palm of her hand. She opened the wooden box again, and it was the size of a baby's fist. Something that looked like Ganoderma lucidum or mushroom appeared in front of Yang Kai. Not only was it strangely long, but it was also red all over. When you looked closely, it seemed that there was still blood flowing in it, but it exuded a pungent taste, smell. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression, stretched out his hand to gently stroke it, and then carefully inspected it for a while, nodded and said, yes, it is the blood mushroom, the medicine has been at least 3,000 years old, and, it seems to have just been picked. It didn't take long to come down. Did this come from the flowing flame sand field? Sure enough, I can't hide it from junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan smiled slightly. Thanks to junior brother Yang, this blood mushroom is exactly what I harvested in the 4th floor of the flowing flame sand field. Yang Kai's expression changed, thinking that her luck really wasn't a fault. In the 4th floor, the number of genius treasures is extremely rare. He walked back and forth, and only harvested a few bunches of Ziyu Chongguo, but he didn't want Dai Yuan was able to find such things as blood mushrooms, and this thing was exactly what she needed urgently. It seemed that after she left, Dai Yuan also spent a lot of thought on finding blood mushrooms, and the reason why she wanted to follow her going deep into the 4th floor, I'm afraid it's also the idea of looking for blood mushrooms. At last she got her wish. What are you going to do with this blood mushroom? Yang Kai recovered the box, handed it back to her, and asked. Dai Yuan was silent, rubbed the wooden box with her hand for a few times, and then sighed softly. To tell the truth, junior brother Yang, although this method of detoxification was created by the previous senior who lived here, but she is not 100% sure that she can succeed, because the poison of Qianwan Luli has penetrated into every part of my body, so if I want to get rid of it, it will definitely damage my vitality, and it is not impossible to die just like that. A blood mushroom, but it is the guarantee used to retain that ray of life. Yang Kai frowned. If this is the case, wouldn't it be better to refine it into Shuiji pill? Shuiji pill. Dai Yuan smiled wryly. Since junior brother Yang is an alchemist, it's not that he doesn't know the grade of Shuiji pill. If it came out from the outside world where junior brother Yang was born, this suggestion would be good, but it's a pity. Or, junior brother Yang, are you a top-rank alchemist at the virtual level? No, Yang Kai shook his head. He is now considered a low-grade alchemist of the false grade. But if he really refines it carefully and is not afraid of damaging the medicinal materials, there is a chance that he can refine a middle-grade pill of the false grade, and a high-grade pill of the false grade Dan. It is impossible to refine it. He pondered for a while, and said, I mean, if you are not in a hurry, you might as well wait for a few days, maybe there will be a safer way in the future, or find someone refining Shuiji pill. He didn't dare to let him refine it, even though Yang Kai felt that it wouldn't take many years for him to be promoted to a top-rank alchemist of the virtual level, but at this time he still didn't make any guarantees. I can't wait. Dai Yuan smiled wryly and shook her head. If I could wait, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to invite junior brother Yang. After practicing the thousand illusion glazed art, according to the condition of the body's absorption of the thousand illusion glaze, the cultivation base I have to grow up. I can only delay for another half a year. After half a year, whether I want or not, I have to attack the void return realm. If I succeed, I still have a glimmer of life. The current level of cultivation can't suppress the poison of glass at all, and it will be a dead end at that time. Although the effect of the medicine will be greatly reduced if the blood mushroom is taken directly, and this heavenly thing will be suppressed, but this is the only way to do it right now. There is no other way. Yang Kai frowned. No. Dai Yuan smiled gently. Thank you, junior brother Yang, for your concern, but since I decided to do this, I have already prepared myself mentally. Regardless of whether the detoxification is successful or not, I have finally worked hard. The seniors who live here and the elders who practice the thousand illusion glazed glass technique are much luckier, so Dai Yuan will not complain about anything. Yang Kai sighed softly, no longer dissuaded, but nodded and said, since you have made your decision, then so be it, where I can help, I will definitely go all out. Dai Yuan was overjoyed when she heard the words, and said gratefully, then I would like to thank junior brother Yang, and I will tell you how to detoxify me, please listen carefully, once it starts, I may not have much energy to tell you. Kindness. At the moment, Dai Yuan explained the detoxification method and various details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the Lulaman senior and perfected in her lifetime, so it sounds like Yang Kai I don't think there is any problem, but I admire that Lulaman senior. However, when explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face was blushing, water rippled in her eyes, her voice was low, and she seemed restless. The style is to add a bit of her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan was unwilling to tell him the details of the situation before. It turned out that this method of undoing actually requires some intimate physical contact. It's no wonder that Dai Yuan's face is rosy when explaining. Any woman who faces a man and wants to tell him when to condense the effect of medicine on which part of her body will have the same expression as her. After all, if you really do this, some embarrassing things will inevitably happen. And although Yang Kai has never met that Master Xiao from Lulaman, he can be sure that the other party should be an old man, otherwise Dai Yuan would not say that there is any inconvenience. Among the 5 masters of Yaodan sect, 4 of them are also old men, and only one is an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan definitely would rather choose Yang Kai. Anyway, Yang Kai can be regarded as a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's feeling of rejection in her heart is weaker. Of course, if possible, she would prefer to choose the old woman from the Yaodan sect. After all, everyone is female, so there are no so many taboos. But she couldn't pay that much. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, guessing all the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. Moreover, she is an alchemist herself, and she is probably preparing for the detoxification in the near future. It's a pity that she didn't have much time to grow up in alchemy, and now she's just a holy king alchemist, and she can't be used at all. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai looked indifferent, didn't show any superfluous look, just listened intently, not refusing to miss a single bit. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan gradually let go a lot. There is a saying called doctors do not avoid suspicion. The relationship between her and Yang Kai is somewhat similar to that of a doctor and a patient. Thinking of this, Dai Yuan's expression gradually became normal. After explaining it all night, Yang Kai would take the initiative to ask when encountering some crucial issues, and Dai Yuan also knew that the matter was of great importance, so she naturally explained it to him in detail. One night later, Dai Yuan finished explaining, and Yang Kai kept the detoxification method in mind, knowing when to do what. Junior brother Yang, have you written it all down? Dai Yuan looked at him and asked. Although she didn't rest all night, she didn't feel sleepy at all, but was still in high spirits, as if she was in a mood because she had reached the most important juncture in her life, excited. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1275 Yin Pond. Remember it. Yang Kai nodded slightly, looked at Dai Yuan thoughtfully, seemed to think of something, and said, your mood is not very stable now, so let's rest for 2 more days. 2 days after that, how do we start? Although Dai Yuan couldn't wait to start immediately, but since Yang Kai said so, she couldn't object, so she nodded and said yes, and discussed some small details with Yang Kai before leaving. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai sat on the stone bed in the room, stroked his chin and meditated for a while, and after a while, with a wave of his hand, many herbs appeared on the bed. Immediately afterwards, he took out his alchemy furnace, burst out the fire of divine consciousness, wrapped the different medicinal materials, and condensed the medicinal liquid contained inside. 2 days passed in a flash. When Yang Kai opened his eyes from the meditation, his divine sense swept out and found Dai Yuan standing outside. After 2 days of recovery and adjustment, her mood and emotions at this moment were all gone. They all calmed down, neither happy nor sad, standing outside the door without urging, just waiting for Yang Kai to come out on his own initiative. Yang Kai smiled slightly, feeling that her condition was well adjusted. He quickly got up and walked off the stone bed, and opened the door. Dai Yuan heard the movement, raised her eyes, and when she saw Yang Kai, she gave him a faint smile. "Let's go," Yang Kai signaled. Dai Yuan nodded and immediately led the way. Going back to the huge stone chamber that he passed by before, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai into the corridor on the other side. This corridor seemed to go straight to the depths of the ground, spiraling in, and some steps were manually dug out, so it was not too steep. On both sides, there are also some strange stones for lighting, making the light soft and diffuse. As Dai Yuan walked down, Yang Kai remained silent, but his spiritual mind kept spreading down. Halfway through, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill hit his face. This chill was not a simple cold, but a kind of chill that made people feel a little creepy. Strictly speaking, it was a cloud of yin qi. Only in places where yin qi gathers can there be such yin and cold. From the looks of it, the so-called yin pond is hidden below, and Yang Kai's heart suddenly dawned. This kind of coldness does not cause any troubles to Yang Kai at all. Even without running Saint Yuan, she can easily resist it with her physical body alone, and the same is true for Dai Yuan. This, and the yin pond has been here for many years. Presumably Dai Yuan has come down countless times to investigate in preparation for detoxification, so naturally she will not be affected. The further you go down, the stronger the cold feeling becomes. After half a stick of incense, Dai Yuan finally had to operate the Shengyuan body protection. A layer of faint fluorescence appeared on the body surface, keeping the cold out. After walking down for a long time, the eyes suddenly opened up. There is also a huge stone room below, but in this stone room, there is nothing. However, looking at it with the naked eye, this stone room is filled with a thick and condensed cold atmosphere, which is filled within every corner of the stone chamber. The surrounding stone walls of the stone room were also covered with snow-white frost, and the temperature here had already dropped to an outrageous level. In the center of the stone room, there is a small pool that covers an area of less than 3 feet and is like a pool. It is from this small pool that wisps of cold air escape. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Miss Dai Yuan, is this yinqi a 1,000-year yinqi or a 10,000-year yinqi?" Dai Yuan seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to ask. She smiled and said, "According to that senior, this yin pond has been formed for at least 5 or 6,000 years. Yang Kai frowned. "For such a long time, the cold water in this yin pool is not something you can bear. Are you sure you want to continue?" The yin pond is also divided into ages. Yang Kai didn't hear Dai Yuan talking about the yin pond before. He thought it wouldn't be dangerous to soak in it, so he didn't ask any more questions, but he didn't expect this yin pond to have a history of 5 or 6,000 years. Dai Yuan might be frozen into an ice sculpture as soon as she soaks in such a pool. Dai Yuan smiled slightly. "Junior brother Yang, don't worry, I have already made a lot of preparations before this, and I have mixed many fire and yang attributes of medicinal materials in the water of the yin pool to neutralize the yin and cold power. Plus my own, I am also an alchemist, and I have practiced a set of fire attribute exercises, so as long as I am careful, there should be no problem, not to mention. ... If I don't continue now, I can only wait for death. If junior brother Yang is in the current situation, he will what choice to make?" Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Dai Yuan had no choice but to have her own reasons, so she stopped trying to persuade her now. "Junior brother Yang, don't worry, I have left a letter in the room where I am meditating. If something really happens this time and I die, you can take the letter to my master. Everything is explained in the letter. She won't embarrass you after seeing it. My master is the elder Gong Aofu who lives on Wanren Peak. If you leave then, just look for him." The appearance of her explaining the funeral made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, but she still nodded and said, "I see." Dai Yuan smiled and nodded, beckoning, "Please come with me." After a while, the two came to the yin pond. Yang Kai looked over and found that the water in the pool was not deep, only about 3 feet, but it was clear to the bottom, not stained with any impurities, and the water didn't move, like a pool of stagnant water, but it was just such a pool of stagnant water. If it is seen by warriors who have practiced yin and evil skills, they will be ecstatic, and no matter how much they pay, they will get this yin pond. Because this yin pond has a great effect on them, it is no less than some top geniuses, earth treasures, rare medicines. At this moment, there are traces of some formations left around the yinchi, which should be arranged by the former Lulaman senior who carried the yinchi back here, and then used formations to restrain the yinchi. Dai Yuan pointed to a place next to her and said, "Junior brother Yang can sit here later, I will cooperate with you." Okay. Yang Kai nodded, then came to that position in a flash, and sat down cross-legged. There's nothing to prepare, right? Dai Yuan seemed to be talking to herself, and looked complicatedly at the yin pond exuding yin qi, and suddenly smiled again. "Junior brother Yang, no matter what, this time Dai Yuan thank you all, you are the only person I have been willing to help me in the past 20 years, and the only friend I have known in the past 20 years. Saying so, he bowed to Yang Kai Yingying with a serious expression. More than 20 years. Yang Kai's heart moved. It seems that Dai Yuan's changes in Lulaman were not as Wu Yi had inquired about before, it was only changed more than 10 years ago, but started more than 20 years ago. As for Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, they should be friends she met before, so they are not included in this list. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. Miss Dai Yuan is serious, these things are just a matter of effort for me. By the way, you take this bottle of liquid medicine. While speaking, Yang Kai threw a jade bottle over. This is. Dai Yuan took the jade bottle and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. The liquid medicine I prepared myself, although I can't refine it, but if you can take this bottle of liquid medicine together with the blood mushroom, it can stimulate the medicinal effect of the blood mushroom by 10 to 20%, which should be good for you. It will have some effect, and with my current level of alchemy, I can only do this step. Yang Kai said with some regret. Blood mushrooms are rare, and shuiji pills are even more difficult to refine, but the value of shuiji pills is definitely not lower than the virtual king level pills, or even above them, because shuiji pills are healing holy pills that can bring the dead back to life. For warriors who have been adventurous all year round, it is the most valuable kind of elixir. It's a pity that he can't refine it now, so he can only use this method to prevent the medicinal effect of the blood mushroom from being wasted too much. In the past 2 days, he was preparing the liquid medicine. Dai Yuan listened, with a look of surprise on her face. She held the jade bottle tightly, didn't even open it to check it, and said happily, "Junior brother Lao Yang has taken care of it, Dai Yuan will definitely live up to expectations." She felt that finding Yang Kai was really the right thing to do, because even if she went to invite Master Xiao from the moving sect or the seniors from the Yao Dan sect, she might not be able to come up with this bottle of blood-activating mushrooms. 1 or 2% of the medicinal liquid comes. With this bottle of liquid medicine, her chances of success can be increased by at least 10%, how could she not be happy? Next, there will be junior brother Lao Yang. Dai Yuan put away the bottle of liquid medicine, and said something to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Before Yang Kai could respond, her figure suddenly spun around. The clothes flew out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, only the close-fitting obscene clothes remained. She also seems to have prepared for this moment, so the obscene clothes she wears are all black. Although she outlines her exquisite figure, she will not let her spring glory leak out for the time being. Around this, a touch of red glow flew over her face, and she refused to stay for a moment, her figure flickered again, and she jumped directly into the yin pond. No splash of water splashed out. The moment she entered the yin pool, Dai Yuan groaned, with a look of extreme pain on her face, and the water in the yin pool was tumbling after being stimulated by foreign objects, as if boiling. A white mist was born, spreading towards Dai Yuan as if spiritually. Ka-cha-cha. There was a crisp sound, and a thin layer of ice immediately appeared on Dai Yuan's tender body, but Dai Yuan just performed the exercises for a while, and the scorching air in her body was stimulated and the thin ice was dispelled. But the white mist did not give up, and spread towards her more and more fiercely. Finally, Dai Yuan couldn't help it, she let out a scream, and a blurred glow suddenly burst out from her body. The light was very unusual. If there were tens of thousands of rays, the moment the light bloomed, Yang Kai suddenly concentrated his mind, felt that his soul was shaken, the sea of consciousness shook slightly, and there seemed to be invisible shackles around him suddenly, making him feel heavy. Glazed divine light. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, staring at Dai Yuan's body without hesitation, without moving for a moment. Although he had heard from Yang Yan that the divine light of colored glaze emanating from the 1,000 illusory glazed glass mountain had the effect of restraining the body and restraining the soul, but he didn't expect this thing to be so weird that it was almost impossible to guard against. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 1276 Detoxification. And what Daiyuan said, Qianwan Luli is not restrained by the 5 elements. It seems that there is such a thing. The light emanating from her body actually directly penetrated her own sea of consciousness defense, and added to her own consciousness. On the surface, the fire of his own consciousness was faintly showing signs of being suppressed. Fortunately, Daiyuan didn't deliberately target Yongkai, and Yongkai himself was no better than ordinary people, but after being slightly shocked, he immediately resisted the attack of the lower glazed light, and the fire of divine consciousness burst out, covering Daiyuan. At this moment, Daiyuan's expression seemed to be distorted due to the severe pain, which made her look even more unsightly, but what surprised Yongkai was that not only did she seem to be lacking in appearance, but her entire body, just like the face, it is covered with pits, and it is not as charming and seductive as the carcass of ordinary women. Before she was wearing black obscene clothes, Yongkai couldn't tell anything, but when she entered the shade pool, the obscene clothes were soaked by the pool water and stuck tightly to her body, and Yongkai used his spiritual consciousness to cover Daiyuan again. The problem was immediately discovered. Her whole body seemed to be except for her 2 bare hands, which were white and flawless. Every part of her body was like her face, full of pits, which made it hard to bear to look at. It seems that the harm of practicing the 1000 illusion glass art is not so great. Yongkai immediately understood that the reason why she became like this was definitely related to the 1000 illusion glazed tile art. Junior brother Yang. Just when Yongkai was slightly lost, Daiyuan gritted her teeth and called out tremblingly. Yongkai nodded when he heard the words, and said in a low voice, "Let's get started." The next moment, Daiyuan opened an acupuncture point on her chest without thinking, and frantically pulled the water from the yin pond into her body. After the biting cold water entered her delicate body, Daiyuan trembled uncontrollably, but she still clenched her teeth tightly, her lips were blue, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yongkai. Yongkai didn't say a word. The fire of divine consciousness also rushed into that acupuncture point, engraving several sets of spirit formations for alchemy in Daiyuan's body in an instant. Fire of consciousness. Daiyuan's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. She never thought that Yongkai would possess the fire of consciousness. At her chest, pour her own holy essence into her body, use her body as a furnace, use various medicinal effects contained in the water of yinqi as materials, and use alchemy techniques to expel the poison of colored glaze in her body. When discussing various details before, Yongkai did not reveal that he possessed the fire of divine consciousness, but seeing her now, Daiyuan was not surprised but happy, because if this was the case, then there was no need for Yongkai to discuss with him. There was something intimate about her body. This made her feel very relieved while being shocked. After all, she was still an innocent woman, and it would be difficult for her to be touched by other men. Just when her mind was turning sharply, centering on the acupoint she opened, within a 3-inch radius of flesh and blood, the water in the yin pond swirled rapidly, and under the control of Yongkai's divine consciousness fire, the water in the yin pond, the effects of various medicinal materials that Daiyuan had incorporated earlier were perfectly fused together. An uncomfortable feeling spread from her chest, making Daiyuan breathe heavily, as if something was blocked there, and she couldn't move with all her strength. But as Yongkai created a set of spirit formations, under the action of the spirit formations, after the conflicts of various medicinal effects in the pool water merged, a strange radiant aura was forced out from Daiyuan's chest, into the pool of darkness. But this filament-like thing did not dissipate just like that, but swam like a fish in the pool without any hindrance. Soon, another strand of the same thing was forced out, and as time went by, more and more filaments gushed out from Daiyuan's body, filling the entire yin pond with this weird glowing thing. After half an hour, Daiyuan suddenly felt the tightness in her chest disappear, and the blocked saint chi also started to work at the same time, and the coldness that was originally irresistible no longer posed any threat to her. Daiyuan was overjoyed. She didn't care about other things. She quickly released her spiritual thoughts to check herself. There is no glass poison inside the flesh and blood centered on the acupuncture point that was opened before, and the skin on the surface has finally returned to its normal state, white and red, white and delicate, not full of pits like before. The cloth looks ugly. But because it was soaked in the water of the yin pond, it still looked a little bruised, which formed a completely opposite contrast with other parts of the body. A layer of mist suddenly appeared in Daiyuan's eyes, and under the shock of her mind, she almost let more water from the yin pond pour into her body. Keep your mind, don't think about other things, you can check it after everything is over. Yongkai's deep drink suddenly rang in her ears, waking her up from the surprise. She looked up and saw that she was sitting cross-legged in front of her, urging the fire of divine consciousness to pour into her body. Yang Kai who fused the medicine effect, Dai Yuan found that his expression was calm and did not show any embarrassing expression. She nodded immediately and opened another acupuncture point of her own, draw the water of the yin pool into the body. Yang Kai immediately cooperated again without any hesitation. Under his spiritual consciousness, although he can see every part of Dai Yuan's body clearly, it is equivalent to standing her naked in front of him, but at this moment, it is related to her life, and Yang Kai will not consider other things at all. With a meticulous look, he tried his best to stimulate the effect of the medicine in yinqi. In this yinqi, Dai Yuan had already poured a large amount of medicinal materials into it, so it was not difficult to detoxify the glass poison. The difficulty was to control the fusion of medicinal effects and Dai Yuan's own tolerance. The former is fine. Dai Yuan is also an alchemist after all. When Yang Kai uses the fire of divine consciousness, she only needs a little cooperation to activate the medicinal effect. But the latter is not something that Yang Kai can help, it depends entirely on Dai Yuan's own will. The poison of colored glaze has penetrated deep into her body. Every time it is expelled, not only the toxin is expelled, but also some of her own life essence. There will be no problem once or twice, but once the frequency is too many, she may be expelled. I can't pass this level. The fact is exactly the same. Every exorcism will take at least one stick of incense time, and after half a day, the detoxification work is less than 1/5 of the progress, but Dai Yuan is already crumbling at this moment, her face is as pale as paper up. Fortunately, Dai Yuan was also well prepared. At this time, she took out some pills from her space ring and threw them into her mouth, which restored a little blood on her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also slowed down his movements a little, giving her enough time to refine the effect of the medicine. But Yang Kai and Dai Yuan didn't dare to waste too much time. After all, they had been soaking in the yin pond, and the consumption of Dai Yuan was huge, so after a short rest, the two of them repeated the previous things again. Time passed little by little, and the poison of colored glaze in Dai Yuan's body was removed little by little, but Yang Kai's face became more and more serious. He couldn't see whether Dai Yuan could overcome this hurdle, because up to now, Dai Yuan had already begun to overdraw her life source to barely maintain her body functions and cooperate with him to detoxify, but doing so was not a long-term solution. Once she can't hold on, she will definitely die. Even if she can persist, Dai Yuan will have to rest for a long time afterwards. But the matter has come to this point, there is no turning back, no matter it is Yang Kai or Dai Yuan, they must insist on finishing this matter. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, Dai Yuan, who was struggling to support her, suddenly opened her eyes and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I can do it, junior brother Yang, don't worry, just let go. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. After feeling her determination, he nodded slightly and didn't say much. The fire of his consciousness burst out again. A set of spirit formations were carved into Dai Yuan's defenseless body, affecting the yin, the water in the pool and the medicinal effects in it washed her body. Dai Yuan screamed again. It sounded extremely desolate, as if she was suffering some inhuman torture. Another day has passed, and most of Dai Yuan's body has returned to normal. Under Yang Kai's spiritual detection, she does have the capital that ordinary women do not have. Concave and convex, full and abnormal, even her face is no longer as ugly as before. At this moment, except for her pale and blue face, there are no traces of the past, and she is clearly a stunning beauty. Her face is enough to make any man's heart flutter. Coupled with the appearance after being tortured and devastated at this moment, it looks particularly weak and coquettish. Yang Kai had expected this for a long time, so he was not surprised, he just concentrated on doing his own thing. At a certain moment, Yang Kai leisurely withdrew his divine consciousness fire, and suddenly shouted in a low voice like thunder, hurry up and swallow the blood mushroom. Dai Yuan didn't seem to have much consciousness anymore. Her pair of beautiful eyes were dull, her eyes looked lifeless, she only knew how to mechanically cooperate with Yang Kai's movements before, and the only obsession in her heart supported her not to give up. After being shouted by Yang Kai, his absent-minded eyes immediately regained a bit of clarity, and he quickly took out the wooden box containing the blood mushroom from his space ring, opened it and swallowed the blood mushroom in one gulp, and took it out again the next moment. Yang Kai gave him the jade bottle before, and poured all the medicinal liquid in the bottle into his mouth. After this good medicine entered her stomach, Dai Yuan finally recovered a bit, her pale face quickly turned into an abnormal blush, her blood flowed rapidly, and the huge vitality contained in the blood mushroom radiated from all parts of her body, making up for her pain. The lost source of life. Yang Kai didn't wait for her to completely refine the medicinal effect of the blood mushroom, and once again shrouded the fire of divine consciousness. Success or failure depends on the last juncture. If Dai Yuan is strong enough, she should be 30% sure that she can make it through. If not, then she is at the end of her lungs and has no one to blame. Dai Yuan understood this point better than anyone else, and immediately cooperated with all her strength. In an instant, the water of the entire yin pond was surging, pouring into her body crazily. Layers of white mist enveloped her, strands of strangely glowing filaments were forced out of Dai Yuan's body. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1277 Glazed Beads. Thousands of feet below Qianwan Peak, next to the yin pond with a radius of 3 feet, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his brows slightly wrinkled, his eyes revealing deep thought, playing with a bead in his hand that looked dusty and inconspicuous. The matter of detoxifying Dai Yuan has been completed, and Dai Yuan is also blessed with good fortune. She finally survived the last moment and successfully cleared all the poison of colored glaze from her body. At the moment before she completely passed out, she suddenly opened his mouth and spit out such a bead, only had time to tell Yang Kai that it was a glazed bead, and then fell dizzy. Yang Kai got her out of the yin pond, circulated the Saint Yuan to evaporate the cold air on her body, took off his clothes and covered her body, and stayed by the side. If possible, Yang Kai would like to take her back to his room to rest, but now she is only wearing close-fitting obscene clothes, so it is a bit inconvenient to hug her. There is nothing special about the bead in his hand. Even if he throws it out, no one will be interested in it, but when Yang Kai carefully observed the bead, he was shocked to find that this dusty and inconspicuous the inside of the bead actually emits thousands of rays of light, which are exactly the same as the glazed light, both of which have the effect of restraining the body and restraining the soul, which can easily penetrate his sea of consciousness defense and shake his soul. Yang Kai immediately knew that such a bead might also be an extremely valuable treasure. Although Yang Kai hadn't seen the thousand illusion glazed glass with his own eyes, he vaguely knew that the formation of this bead should have something to do with the thousand illusion glazed glass that Dai Yuan served and the thousand illusion glazed art he cultivated. However, after he checked it countless times, he found a very strange thing. This bead is somewhat similar to the existence of pills, and some are like refining materials. It is in between, and it is really difficult to judge. While playing with it, Yang Kai's expression changed and he held the glazed bead in the palm of his hand, and looked towards Dai Yuan who was lying on the ground beside him. Over there, Dai Yuan's long eyelashes were shaking slightly, and her 10 slender fingers seemed to be moving slightly, which was obviously a sign that she was about to wake up. Looking at her completely different face from before, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Dai Yuan's appearance was unbearable to look at before the glass poison was expelled, but now, she has become a beautiful existence compared to that Yin Su Dai is slightly better. Yang Kai didn't know if she entered the water of Yinchi like this at the beginning, would he still be able to calm his mind? After thinking about it carefully, he probably would be a little distracted. After all, he is still a man no matter what. Men are indifferent to such a beautiful and almost naked woman. After waiting for a while, Dai Yuan really opened her eyes, moved her body slightly, and found herself extremely weak. She couldn't help moaning. When you wake up, adjust your breath a little bit, your current state is not optimistic. Yang Kai's faint voice came over. Hearing this, Dai Yuan lowered her eyes and immediately saw Yang Kai who was sitting not far from her. Looking at her with a smile, his expression changed slightly, and he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say a word. After realizing that the long gown on Yang Kai's body was not on, and she was covered with something, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes showed a trace of safety and gratitude, and she closed her eyes again, silently running her own cultivation technique. 2 hours later, Dai Yuan was able to sit up. After dressing neatly, she took out many good recovery medicines prepared in advance from her space ring, stuffed them into her mouth and took them, and continued to meditate and adjust her breath. Another day later, Dai Yuan let out a deep breath and opened her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes were full of radiance, as if she had improved her cultivation. Although her face was still a little pale, she was fine. Yes, as long as you calm down and recuperate, there will always be time to recover. Qian Kui got up, came to Yang Kai, and bowed deeply. Dai Yuan thanked junior brother Yang. If I didn't have junior brother Yang's help this time, I'm afraid I would have fallen already. Junior brother Yang's great kindness, Dai Yuan will remember it in my heart, and I will never forget it in this life. Quote. Yang Kai also stood up, smiled and waved his hands, and said indifferently, it is your own efforts to break through this gate of hell, and it has nothing to do with me. Dai Yuan shook her head slowly. Junior brother Yang thinks highly of Dai Yuan. I know, if this time it is not junior brother Yang, but Master Shower, one of the seniors of the medicine pill sect, I will definitely not be able to stand here now. Among other things, the bottle of medicinal liquid you gave me cost a lot of precious medicinal materials, right? Without that bottle of medicinal liquid, I wouldn't be able to survive the last few hours. She clearly felt that when she took the blood mushroom and the bottle of medicinal liquid, her lost life source recovered a lot at once, and it was still increasing slowly as time went by. It is precisely because of this that she can persevere to the end, otherwise she would have died in the middle of the journey. Taking the blood mushroom directly does not have such a big effect. If it is a shuiji pill, it may cause such changes in itself, but the blood mushroom that has not been refined can do this, so the only root cause is in that bottle of unknown liquid medicine. Although I don't know how much thought Yang Kai spent on that bottle of medicinal liquid, but it is obviously not an ordinary thing. Yang Kai didn't mention it, it was generous, how could Dai Yuan not remember it? Seeing what she said, Yang Kai didn't mean to deny it, nor did he admit it. What Dai Yuan didn't know was that although he had spent a lot of precious medicinal materials in that bottle of medicinal liquid, the most important thing was that a drop of golden blood was dripped in it. Yang Kai's golden blood contained extremely powerful vitality and blood energy. It was the most suitable time to supplement Dai Yuan's source of life. No matter how you say it, Miss Dai Yuan finally succeeded. Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Kai laughed and changed the topic. Dai Yuan also showed a charming smile, turned her head away, and stared at the peerless face reflected in the calm water of the yin pond beside her. A layer of watery color appeared in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai watched his words and expressions from the side, knowingly did not disturb her, let her enjoy the joy and excitement of regaining her lost appearance. After a while, Dai Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand to brush, a gust of wind swept out from her sleeves, and wrinkled the clear water of the yin pond. That face that was enough to make any man's heartbeat suddenly changed. Broken. Immediately, the Saint Yuan in Dai Yuan's body circulated, and under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, that beautiful appearance once again returned to the appearance that Yang Kai saw her for the first time. It was ugly, her skin was dry, and her surface was pitted. It is unbearable to look directly at. Yang Kai frowned. There is no woman who does not love beauty, and Dai Yuan is the same, otherwise she would not have lost her composure because of the provocation of that Zhan Tianmeng disciple when she was in the flowing flame sand field, and she would not have shown that nostalgic look just now. But since she did this, there must be her reasons. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, but what made Yang Kai curious was that his divine sense swept over her face, and he didn't find any flaws on her face. It seems that it has really returned to its previous ugly appearance. This surprised him greatly. After all, he had seen Dai Yuan's true colors with his own eyes. Yang Kai didn't ask, but Dai Yuan took the initiative to explain. Junior brother Yang laughed. I don't think it's a good time to reveal this matter, so I can only confuse outsiders first, and I will return to the void when I advance. Mirror, it will not be too late to tell Master everything. Miss is thoughtful, it should be like this. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, then changed the subject and asked. Dare to ask Miss Dai Yuan, what is the magical effect of this bead? As he spoke, he took out the glazed bead. Dai Yuan looked at this glazed bead, smiled slightly and said, yes, before I just spit out this bead, but didn't have time to tell junior brother Yang how to use it. Dai Yuan was sloppy. Well, let's put it this way, this bead is right for you. For me, it is somewhat similar to the inner alchemy of monsters. Inner alchemy. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing this. That's right, because Qianwan Luli Gong was created according to the cultivation method of monsters. Junior brother Yang should know that some monsters are born with the ability to swallow all kinds of minerals, refine the essence of minerals, and store them in the inner alchemy. After practicing the 1000 illusion glazed art and taking the 1000 illusion glazed glass, this thing was born in my body. Yang Kai was very surprised, and quickly asked, if this is the case, then you lost it now, will it have no effect on yourself? There is definitely an impact, but it's not that big. It's just like the existence of inner alchemy, but it's not as important as inner alchemy to monsters. As long as I have enough time and enough 1000 magic glass, I can still cultivate in the future, something like that. Hearing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, but he also secretly felt that the person who created the 1000 illusion glazed art is really a talent from the sky, and he can actually make the warrior's body form an existence similar to a monster inner alchemy. No wonder when I checked it myself, it looked a little like a pill, and a little like a refining material, so there was another reason for this. Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile, exhaled like blue and said, although this glazed bead is important to me, it is not an important thing, but it is of great use to junior brother Yang. Oh, please ask the girl to clear up the confusion. Yang Kai looked terrified. He had searched for a long time before and didn't know how to deal with this glazed bead. He wanted to ask Yang Yan. She knows how. If junior brother Yang can refine this glazed bead, maybe he can comprehend some mystery from it. After all, this is the essence of the thousand illusion glazed glass. If junior brother Yang can really understand the mystery of the glazed light, then in the future the enemy can come up with one more method, and with the help of this glazed bead, I estimate that with junior brother Yang's aptitude and talent, he can refine it with 80% certainty. Lu Li Shenguang. Yang Kai's expression changed. When he was helping Dai Yuan to detoxify, he suffered a small loss from the Lu Li Shenguang, which naturally eliminated the power of the thousands of rays of light. In addition, any other martial artist should not even think about comprehending the glazed light, and now it is possible to do it with the help of this glazed orb. Yang Kai couldn't help being overjoyed. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun Xiangyao listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1278 Mountain Transformation. If this is the case, then this gift from Dai Yuan is not unreasonable. Brother Yang Chao, don't worry, this glazed bead is different from the Qianwan colored glaze I took. It is non-toxic. As long as brother Yang Kai refines it carefully, there should be no problems. This is what Dai Yuan promised junior brother Yang before. For the reward, Dai Yuan has nothing on her body, and the accumulation of these years has been consumed for this detoxification, and I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. She didn't tell Yang Kai, but this glazed bead was her cultivation. The fruit of more than 20 years of hard work of the Qianwan Luli Kung Fu, although the technique has achieved a little success and can be cultivated again, but it is impossible to do it without a few years of accumulation. Yang Kai grinned and said, I am satisfied with this reward, Miss Dai Yuan is interested. Saying so, he put away the glazed beads, looked at the yin pond that had lost all yin qi and had almost become an ordinary pool. Yang Kai said, since it's over here, let's go up. Okay, after so many days of delay, Miss Yang Yan must have been waiting too anxiously. Dai Yuan smiled slightly and led Yang Kai back to the way he came. It seems that because of the relationship between her appearance and body returning to the original state, she concealed it in every move. Thousands of styles, completely different from before, made Yang Kai secretly amazed. Not long after, the two returned to the room on the upper floor, and after they separated, Yang Kai sat down in the room. Taking out the glazed bead and playing with it for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something good. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Yang Yan appeared wrapped in a black robe in the room. Is the matter over? Yang Yan asked. Kindness. It's time to leave after finishing it. Yang Yan seemed a little anxious. She didn't ask Dai Yuan what she wanted to do when she invited Yang Kai over. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. Nothing happened, but I don't think it's suitable to stay here for a long time. Xiao Xiao has been there for 7 or 8 days. It's time for him to come back. If he is not greedy enough, there may be problems. Yang Kai thought about it, and felt that what she said made sense, and nodded immediately. Okay, we will leave after tonight. Although he was still inside the Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai was able to check the situation outside through his spiritual sense. It was still dark outside, so it was naturally inconvenient to leave at this time, so he had to wait until dawn before leaving. After discussing properly, Yang Yan also returned to his room to rest. There was nothing to say all night, until the next day. Yang Kai immediately bid farewell to Dai Yuan, although Dai Yuan very warmly invited Yang Kai to stay for a few more days, and also intended to exchange alchemy experience with him, but Yang Kai's confession was serious. If you are guilty of being a thief, how can you have the heart to continue to stay? After prevaricating for a while, Dai Yuan reluctantly agreed, and personally sent him and Yang Yan out of the Taiching Mountains. On the way, Dai Yuan told Yang Kai that after a few months of her recovery, she would start attacking the Void Return Mirror. Once she succeeded, she would definitely visit Dragon Cave Mountain again, and be amazed in person. Yang Kai naturally agreed to come down. Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden earth-shattering noise from inside the Taiching Mountain range, and immediately, a beam of light that radiated thousands of rays shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. Even thousands of miles away, one could see this beam of light clearly. Glass Mountain. Dai Yuan stared beautifully, looking at the beam of light, and exclaimed. The place where the beam of light came out was obviously the location of the Thousand Illusion Glass Mountain. Judging from this situation, it seemed that the arrangement was touched for some reason. The formation around the colored glaze mountain made the formation unstable, and the colored glaze divine light from the colored glaze mountain erupted spontaneously. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly. He looked at Yang Yan, and immediately thought of many things, but soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal, and he asked, "Is there something wrong with your glass mountain?" "Well, I don't know what happened. It seems that the restriction has been triggered. Brother Yang Tuo, I wanted to give you an extra time, but I can't do it now. I practice the 1000 illusion glazed glass art. I have to rush over it this time. You and Miss Yangan, take care. Since such a big incident has happened to your sect, Miss Daiyuan should really go there. This place is already out of the Taiching Mountains, and Yang Yan and I can walk the rest of the way by ourselves." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Okay, let's have a good chat some other day when I go to Dragon Cave Mountain." Daiyuan smiled apologetically, and then her delicate body turned into a stream of light, and she returned to the original road at an extremely fast speed. After her figure disappeared, Yang Kai pulled Yang Yan and shouted, "Let's go." The two also sacrificed the star shuttle at the same time, and disappeared in a flash. Although they didn't understand what happened, Yang Kai estimated that it must have something to do with the good things Stone Puppet did. How could he still want to stay here? After all, an accident happened when the Stone Puppet was brought back last night. It is also a good thing that he left today, otherwise, if this kind of thing happened, it would be extremely difficult for him and Yang Yan to leave Luluman. With Daiyuan as a guarantee, he is not worried about getting hurt in Luluman, but if any clues are revealed, Luluman will definitely not let it go. Even if Daiyuan speaks, it will not work. At the same time, beside the 1000 illusion glazed glass mountain that Yang Kai had seen before, dozens of powerhouses who had returned to the second and third layers of the void returning mirror surrounded them and stood in the air. There were as many as a dozen people, and all of these people were subdued and imposing. Half of these strong men are shuttling back and forth around Luli Mountain, continuously shooting out streams of pure holy energy, and pouring them into an unknown forbidden energy shield in front. The energy shield has received so many holy yuan, and suddenly big and small, changing endlessly. There is some suppressing power faintly, trying to suppress the glazed light that soars into the sky in the Qianwan Luli Mountain. The remaining half is also secretly surging with holy yuan, staring at Qianwan Luli with a solemn expression. Shan looked like he might make a move at any time. What happened? A voice suddenly remembered, and immediately, a thin old man with 3 long beards and silver-white hair suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away from the glazed mountain. When many void-returning mirror experts saw the old man, they clasped their fists together. "I've seen the sect master. This old man is obviously the master of Luluman, Gong Xinghe." Gong Xinghe just waved his hand, indicating that everyone needn't be too polite, and then turned his gaze to the mouth of a man and a woman who hurriedly flew towards this side not far away. The man looked middle-aged, with a dignified appearance. Although he couldn't tell the exact age, the vicissitudes of life in the corners of his eyes showed that he was not young, and the woman was also a middle-aged beautiful woman with a waist. Soft, with a lingering charm. The two came to Gong Xinghe and gave a salute in unison. "Elder Ma, Elder Du, the two of you have been staying here for the past few years. What happened here?" Gong Xinghe looked at the two of them and asked with a dignified expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at each other, and the man surnamed Ma clasped his fists and replied, "Send master, the matter is like this. I don't know why last night, Elder Du suddenly felt that there seemed to be some restrictions in the underground of Luli Mountain. For signs of loosening, even if we dived out of the mountain drilling beast to investigate, what the two of us didn't expect was that the mountain drilling beast went there, and I didn't know what happened to it, and it suddenly disappeared. I couldn't get in touch, and I haven't returned until now, but when I was attracting talents, the glazed light suddenly burst out, and the two of us guessed that a certain restraint in the underground must have been damaged, otherwise this kind of thing would definitely not happen. The restriction is damaged." Gong Xinghe frowned, and said in a deep voice, "This has not happened for hundreds of years. Every few years we will restabilize the formation and restriction. How could it be damaged?" The man surnamed Ma hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Seeing his behavior like this, Gong Xinghe naturally knew and couldn't ask anything, immediately looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Elder Du, is there only one mountain drilling beast?" The middle-aged beautiful woman smiled wryly. "There is not only one drilling mountain beast, but only one that can withstand the magic light of the colored glaze, and is close to the restriction of the colored glaze mountain. The others are useless. After all, this kind of thing is for us. The guardian of Lulishan specially bought it from the Wanshuman, and the Wanshuman didn't tell them all about the methods of cultivating and enslaving monsters. So, now we have no way to find out what's going on with the restrictions under Luli Mountain. Gong Xinghe immediately showed displeasure. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du lowered their heads and said nothing. We also don't know what is the reason for this. Gong Xinghe asked again. The expressions of the two elders of Lulaman became even more embarrassed. Seeing this situation, another elder nearby said, although I don't know if the damage to the restriction is man-made, the most important thing now is to suppress the explosion of the glazed light. It will collapse, and then we may lose such a treasure mountain pass. The second most important thing is to thoroughly investigate the entire Lulaman to see if there are any outsiders who have come here recently. If it is really artificial, it can only be these outsiders. Move your hands and feet. Not bad, someone from Li Kai agreed. Gong Xinghe pondered for a while, looked at the talking elder and nodded, let's leave it to you to investigate the outsiders. For the outsiders who are still staying in Lulaman, don't let them go for now, but don't make things difficult. If what they say is really what they did, then they must want to plot Qianwan Luli, HMPH, I want to see who has the guts to break ground on Tai Sui. Yes, the elder took the order and immediately retreated. Not far away, Yin Sudi, who heard the movement and rushed over, heard the words, giggled, and chased after the elder, as if she had something to report. And here, another woman dressed as a young woman with a graceful figure suddenly came up, and said to Gong Xinghe, the sect master calms down for the time being. In fact, if he wants to investigate the underground restrictions, there is another way besides the drilling beast. Quote. Opening parenthesis. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1279, It's Really You. Seeing this young woman talking, Gong Xinghe's expression turned pale. He nodded and said, Fuer, tell me, what is the solution? The young woman smiled when she heard the words, Father, has he forgotten? Under my sect, there is another disciple who has practiced the 1,000 illusion glazed glass kung fu. This young woman and Gong Xinghe are father-daughter relationship, and both of them are strong in the third layer of returning to the void. This situation is not unusual on Gloomy Star, because the third layer of returning to the void is where warriors can cultivate. Therefore, in many major sects, there are some warriors of father and son generation, master and apprentice generation who have the same cultivation level. And listening to Gong Xinghe's address to this young woman and what the young woman said, she is obviously the Gong Aofu who Dai Yuan mentioned to Yang Kai, who lives on Wanren Peak. 1,000 illusion glazed art. When Gong Xinghe heard these words, there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes, and the same was true for the other elders, as if they were recalling something, with complex expressions. Is that the junior who lives on the 1,000 illusion peak? Gong Xinghe's eyes quickly subsided, and he asked lightly. Not bad. Gong Aofu nodded lightly. Where is she? Gong Xinghe asked. It seems to be coming here, and I should have seen what happened here. While speaking, Gong Aofu turned her head and looked to one side, where there was a blue rainbow speeding towards this side. Everyone waited for a while, then Qinghong flew close to her, and after a slight pause, she revealed a graceful figure. But when everyone saw the figure's face clearly, they more or less showed some strange colors. The visitor was of course Dai Yuan, who rushed here. She seemed to have known that there would be so many high-level and senior members of the sect gathered here, so Dai Yuan did not show any panic at all. First saluted Gong Xinghe in a neither humble nor humble way, and said, Peak disciple Dai Yuan, met the sect master. Gong Xinghe nodded slightly, without saying anything. Dai Yuan then saluted Gong Aofu and greeted many elders and elders. Gong Aofu frowned slightly, her divine sense glanced at Dai Yuan, and asked suspiciously, Yuaner, what have you done these past few days? Why do you appear to be losing energy and blood? Dai Yuan lowered her head and said back, the disciple made some mistakes in his cultivation, but it's not a serious problem. Please take care of me, master. Although she said so, Dai Yuan's expression was indifferent, as if it was just a routine, extremely mechanical. Seeing that Gong Xinghe frowned, he didn't care about her attitude, and said, your master said that you have a way to investigate the situation under Luli Mountain, is that true? Investigate Luli Mountain? Well, we suspect that a prohibition underground has been damaged, but we don't know whether it was man-made or self-damaged, so I need you to check it out. Is there any problem? The sect raised me, and Dai Yuan will not refuse to use me now. Dai Yuan replied flatly. Hearing this, Gong Aofu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something but didn't say it. She just said, if that's the case, then check it out and let us know the situation. Disciple obeys. Dai Yuan didn't hesitate, she closed her eyes immediately, and began to perform her exercises. Soon, a glazed light burst out from her tender body, which was exactly like the explosion of the colored glass mountain, but these colored glazed lights were not as good as 1/10,000th of the colored glaze mountain itself, and the colored glazed divine light just swayed around Dai Yuan for a while, then turned into a ray of light, rushed out, and submerged into the colored glaze mountain in an instant. Seeing this situation, many elders who had never seen Qianwan Luli Gong showed a look of interest, because Qianwan Luli Mountain is not restrained by the 5 elements, and it also has the effect of restraining the body and restraining the soul, so even if her cultivation level is much higher than that of Dai Yuan, and she can't release her divine thoughts, let alone use any means to investigate the situation below Luli Mountain. But now, Dai Yuan, who is only at the 3rd level of the Holy King, has done this with ease, which makes them a little bit shocked while being interested. They naturally knew about Qianwan Luli Gong, and they also knew the dangers of practicing this kind of skill, so they just pondered for a while, then stopped paying attention to Dai Yuan, and waited quietly. After a long time, the ray of light that flew into the glazed mountain suddenly flashed out again, rushing into Dai Yuan's delicate body. Seeing this situation, many senior officials of Lulaman looked at Dai Yuan, waiting for her answer. But Dai Yuan still kept her eyes tightly closed, as if she was perceiving something. After a while, she opened her eyes, bowed and said, reporting to Sect Master, Master, the restriction under Luli Mountain has indeed been broken, and at that next to the ban, there seems to be a corpse of a monster. It seems that because this monster touched the ban, it was not only killed by the ban, but also damaged by the ban. Monster. The face of the beautiful woman surnamed Du changed slightly. Could it be a drilling beast? No, the man surnamed Ma also looked puzzled. Theoretically speaking, the Diamond Mountain beast shouldn't break the restriction. It went deep into it many times to investigate, and it didn't make any mistakes. Why is it this time? Will this happen? The beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at Dai Yuan, and asked with a slight smile, My nephew, you must have made a mistake in your investigation, right? The Diamond Mountain beast is a monster we bought from the 10,000 Beasts Gate and specially used here. It should not break the prohibition. Then I don't know, it's just that the situation I found is the same. If Elder Du doesn't believe it, you can find another way to investigate on your own. After Dai Yuan said a few words, her face turned pale. It seems that she was a little tired from performing the 1000 illusion glazed art just now. The beautiful woman surnamed Du smiled embarrassingly, and it is inconvenient to say anything more. If she has the means to investigate carefully, why would she need to rely on Dai Yuan's ability? It's just that she and the elder surnamed Ma have been guarding this place, and now that there is something wrong with Luli Mountain, they should bear some responsibility. Since it's a problem with the drilling mountain beast, there's nothing serious about it. All that's left is to fix the formation. If the restraint in the ground is broken, it's broken. Let's find another way to make up for it. A pensive look flashed across Gong Xinghei's face, but he didn't ask Dai Yuan too many questions. Father, since it's about the Zhanshan beast, do you want to check the visitors during this period? When Gong Aofu asked this question, she glanced at Dai Yuan. Obviously she had learned about it from Yin Sudi. A few days ago, Dai Yuan also had a visitor. You can make up your own mind on this matter. Gong Xinghei waved his hands, then turned around, his figure swayed, and disappeared strangely. As soon as the head of the sect left, many elders couldn't help but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at each other, and the former said, although according to nephew Dai Yuan's investigation, the restriction here cannot be broken. It's a matter of people, but I always feel that something is wrong. Elder Du has been cultivating that drill mountain beast for more than 30 years, and there has never been a mistake. This time, there was an accident. Maybe there is something unknown about it reason. When everyone heard what he said, they naturally knew that he wanted to shirk responsibility. If it was done by an outsider, then the responsibility of him and the beautiful woman surnamed Du would naturally be lighter. The beautiful woman surnamed Du decides to handle it herself, and they will not intervene. The man surnamed Ma did his part, so naturally he and the beautiful woman surnamed Du were going to do their best to track down the visitors. On Dai Yuan's side, she came to Gong Aofu with a pale face, saluted and said, Master, this disciple has also gone back to rest. Well, okay, it's hard for you this time. Before the Qianwan glazed tile kung fu has a small success, generally you can't use the glazed light. Seeing that you have lost a lot of vitality this time, go back to Qianwan Peak to recuperate for a few months. Take this bottle of Bai Luo Dan back, it can make up for your lost vitality. Saying this, Gong Aofu threw a bottle of pill towards Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan took it, thanked her, and then retreated respectfully. Gong Aofu let her recuperate for a few months, which was exactly what she wanted. She originally planned to recuperate for a few months before attacking the Void Return Mirror. Many elders of Luluman were repairing the restraints and magic circles. In Qianwan Peak, once Dai Yuanyu returned here, she went straight to the room where Yongkai lived before. Standing in the room and looking around, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes were uncertain. It took a long time for her to run the holy yuan, and the glazed light burst out from her body again, and it went straight into the ground and disappeared. She squinted her eyes and carefully checked her perception. After a long while, her delicate body suddenly trembled. With an incredulous look on his face, he whispered softly, "It's really you." When she was investigating the colored glass mountain before, she had already noticed that there was a small hole at the bottom of the colored glass mountain, and she didn't know what was drilled into it, and there seemed to be a lot of thousands of magic-colored glazes missing inside the colored glass mountain. Look. However, when searching along a small underground passage, Dai Yuan was shocked to find that the passage pointed to her own thousand illusory peak. Although the entire passage has been deliberately repaired, there are still some traces that cannot be detected. These traces are completely invisible under the shroud of the glazed light. Suspicious in her heart, Dai Yuan didn't dare to say it clearly, because she vaguely felt that this matter might have something to do with Yongkai. She wasn't sure at the time, but she was just being careful, so she pushed all the blame on the Diamond Mountain Beast, but the Zonshan Beast was not killed by the ban at all, but seemed to be slapped to death by something. Now that he returned to Qianwan Peak to investigate, he immediately verified his previous conjecture. Underneath the room where Yongkai lived, there is actually a similar passage leading to the direction of the glazed glass mountain. My Thousand Illusion Peak, for so many years, has only received two guests, Yongkai and Yongyan. If it wasn't for their hands and feet, it would be a strange thing. Dai Yuan didn't know what kind of magic method Yongkai had used to open a passage to the Thousand Illusion glazed glass mountain from here, and hollowed out a huge area from the glazed glass mountain. But she knew that if this kind of thing was exposed, Yongkai would definitely be hunted down by the Luluman. His method of collecting Qianwan Luli without using the Qianwan Luli Kung Fu is absolutely unwilling to let go of. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Run Yun Xiangyao listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1280 Chasing Soldiers. Fortunately, except for those who have practiced the Thousand Illusion glazed draft Kung Fu, you can know about it, and even the sect master can't find out, unless the entire glazed glass mountain is moved. And before she pushed the blame to the mountain drilling beast, Yongkai would not be suspected. After a while, Dai Yuan felt at ease, and immediately decided to bury this matter in her heart silently, not explaining to anyone, even the traces of the small passage in the deep underground of the room where Yongkai lived. She also tried every means cover up. Yongkai never thought that Dai Yuan could find out everything, he thought everything was hidden. Before he left, he asked Stone Puppet to repair the passage under the ground, but both he and Yongyan underestimated the mysteries of Qianwan glazed art and glazed light. At this moment, Yongkai and Yongyan are already 100,000 miles away from the Taiching mountain range, and they are flying towards a certain location. But Yongkai still has a subtle sense of inadequacy, his expression is dignified, and his spiritual sense has been checking the surrounding situation. Why do I feel that you are a little cautious? Yongyan frowned and asked. When the stone puppet came out, it encountered a very strange monster. Although the monster was only at the 6th order level and was slapped to death by it, the change on the glass mountain must have something to do with it. I don't know if the monster sent back some information. If so, we have to hurry up. Xiao Xiao killed a monster, Yongyan exclaimed. She didn't know this until now. It should be a monster specially raised by Luluman. I don't know what kind it is. I only know that it can ignore all kinds of restrictions under Lulishan. It is estimated that the people of Luluman let it go to investigate the situation. Fortunately, it's so clever, it didn't give it any time to react, and it killed the killer, otherwise, we will definitely be in trouble this time. While speaking, Yongkai's figure suddenly paused, and he looked up at the front with a look on his face. During the slight movement, stop and don't fight. What's wrong? Someone is coming this way. Yongkai narrowed his eyes and looked over there, with a thoughtful look on his face. Yongyan also looked in the direction he was looking at, but found nothing, but she knew that Yongkai was different from ordinary people, so she was not surprised. She just asked softly, "Didn't you come here for us?" If it was coming for the two of us, he should have chased him from behind. How could he have come from the front? It's Yin Sudi, he really came here for us. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. Yang Yan pondered for a while, then suddenly said, it seems that there is a space magic circle in Luluman connected to the nearby city, otherwise this situation will not happen. What should we do? What else can I do? If I avoid it now, there will be no money here. Yang Kai shook his head, but pretended that he didn't notice any trace of the person coming from there, and went straight to meet him. Because he found that although Yin Sudi was not the only one who came, there was no returning force mirror expert following him, so he was not afraid. 100 miles ahead, Yin Sudi brought 2 warriors from the 3rd level of the Saint King and was flying towards this direction. There was a faint look of embarrassment between her eyebrows. She had heard that the sect master had ordered a thorough investigation of the visitors at that time. I was very happy. After all, when I used the charming technique a few days ago, I suffered a small loss from Yang Kai, and he took advantage of it, which really made Yin Sudi very angry. Don't mention this point, just because Yang Kai is Dai Yuan's guest is enough to make Yin Sudi care. She was worried that she couldn't find the opportunity to trouble Yang Kai, but she didn't expect the opportunity to appear in front of her. She really wanted to know what kind of relationship Dai Yuan and Yang Kai had, and why she brought Yang Kai back to Qianwan Peak this time. She never thought that the thorough investigation of the visitors was just a lot of thunder and rain, so she excitedly went to report to the elder who was in charge of the matter. Immediately, he had no interest in him, and he didn't even have the intention to pursue him, but that elder also knew what Yin Sudi was thinking, so he didn't stop her from chasing him. So Yin Sudi recruited 2 strong helpers in Luluman, and through the space magic circle inside the gate, they were teleported to a city hundreds of thousands of miles away, just in time to intercept them head-on. The 2 warriors beside her, one has a big shoulder and a round waist, a burly body, as strong as a bear, with 2 exposed arms and necks, the muscles are raised high, one looks like a man of infinite strength, and the brows are even more fierce, seems to be extremely ferocious. But it's just such a person. When looking at Yin Sudi, his eyes are full of tenderness, and when talking to her, he deliberately lowers his voice, for fear that he will be abrupt, like a beautiful woman. The other person was born with a somewhat dignified appearance and a good appearance. At this moment, there was a flash of light between his eyes, and he was looking around with a serious face, as if he was looking for something. Everything within a radius of 100 miles can be seen clearly. Brother Luo Shuru, have you found him? The burly man suddenly glanced at the other person, and asked in a buzzing voice, you have been searching for a long time, but there is no clue at all. Did you not use all your strength? What are you urging? Hearing this, the martial artist who was replaced as Master Luo's face suddenly showed displeasure. They left the Taiching Mountains early. Although we intercepted them in front, who knows where they will go? Heading in the right direction. If senior brother who is not at ease, you might as well find out what to do by yourself. I heard that senior brother has been training hard on his spiritual consciousness recently, so he can just use this to test the results of his recent hard training. It seems that master rewarded you with a bottle of Shenqing pill. Presumably brother's spiritual sense is much stronger than before, right? Hearing the ridicule of brother Master Luo, the strong man surnamed who couldn't hold back any longer. The exercises he practiced didn't pay much attention to the growth of spiritual consciousness. It can be said that spiritual consciousness is his major shortcoming. With the growth of strength, the shortcoming of this short board became more and more obvious, so some time ago he was forced to start hard training of spiritual power. Now that my sore spot was brought up by my junior brother to talk about it, and it was in front of the beauty, the burly man with the surname who looked a little uneasy. The 2 of them are usually fine, and as senior brothers, there is no friction, but now they are in front of Yin Sudi, she couldn't help being jealous. Seeing the embarrassing expression on the face of the brawny man surnamed who, as if his anger was about to erupt in his heart, Yin Sudi hurriedly said, 2 senior brothers, please stop arguing. This time I invite the 2 of you to come out. Naturally, we must rely on the 2 joined forces. Senior brother Luo practiced the Qingming spiritual eye secret technique, which is suitable for finding people in this situation, and after finding someone, senior brother Lao who will take action to capture them. The 2 senior brothers must have seen the accident. The head of the sect and many elders suspected that it was done by outsiders, and the man surnamed Yang didn't leave early or late, but he left at this time. There is clearly something wrong, so we can't let him escape. Yin Sudi didn't mean to be annoyed at all because of the jealousy between the 2 of them, instead she had a joyful face on her pretty face, as if wishing that the 2 of them would quarrel more fiercely. But it is more important to track Yang Kai now, so she persuaded him. Hearing what she said, the brawny man's face turned ruthless at that time, and he believed it to be true, so, that kid really did it. I don't know about that. Yin Sudi smiled and shook his head, but this matter is of great importance, and anyone who is suspicious must not be let go. Capture him and hand him over to the elders in the sect. Decide. She herself is using chicken feathers as arrows, so how dare she talk too much? What's more, her rhetoric can only fool the strong man with the surname of Hu, but the warrior with the surname of Luo has a thoughtful face, and he clearly understands something, but he doesn't point it out. For him, finding someone is just a matter of lifting his hands. The most important thing is being able to sell favors to Yin Sudi. Okay, brother Luo, please search carefully. When you find that kid, the senior brother will take him away. If you dare to attack our Luli Mountain, I want to see if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms. While speaking, a mouthful of white fangs bared out, looking frightening. When the martial artist surnamed Luo was about to speak, he was suddenly shocked and shouted, I found it. Where is it? Yin Sudi hurriedly asked with a happy expression. Here, coming towards us. The warrior surnamed Luo pointed his hand, nodded slightly and said, yes, it is exactly the same as what my junior sister described, a man and a woman. The woman is wrapped in a black robe, that's them. That's right. Yin Sudi smiled coquettishly. Interesting, you have thrown yourself into a trap. At that time, the strong man surnamed also grinned, and said in a low voice, Senior brother, go there first, brother Luo, protect your junior sister, and wait for someone to be captured. When Luo surnamed Wu saw this, he knew that this strong man was trying to steal some merit. After all, he found him by himself, so if he wanted to capture him, he would let him go. He just took this opportunity to enjoy the fun of being alone with Yin Sudi. Turning his head slightly, he smiled and said, Senior brother who is still impatient, let's go slowly, sister, I must wait until we reach the place, and the senior brother has already finished his work. How capable is a mere second-level Saint King? A strange color flashed in Yin Sudi's beautiful eyes, and she nodded nonchalantly when she heard the words. Well, this is also thanks to brother Luo's clear eyesight, otherwise it would be really troublesome to find someone in such a large area. Where is that? My junior sister loves you. If you still need to come to the senior brother's place in the future, just say hello, the senior brother will definitely not refuse, and your Wanren Peak is not far from our Finiao Peak. If the junior sister has time in the future, it is my honor to come to Finiao Peak for a few days, and my brother can accompany you all the way. He even took the initiative to invite him, and the admiration in his words was beyond words. Hearing this, Yin Sudi giggled coquettishly, and was perfunctory for a while, although he didn't get a definite answer, but the flowery face and pleasant laughter made the warrior surnamed Luo lose his mind for a while, and his eyes were all dizzy. It was about to protrude, and I felt a chill in my heart, knowing that my junior sister has made progress in charming skills. I heard that as long as Master Xiao's congealing void pill is refined, she can hit the void return mirror. It seems that it is true. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. 1281 Climb down for me. Yang Kai looked at the burly man flying in front of him with a strange look on his face, his expression indifferent. This strong man is naturally the warrior with the surname Hu that Yin Sudi found, but Yang Kai didn't understand why he rushed over alone, and Yin Sudi and another warrior seemed to be joking behind. It's okay, come here slowly. At that time, the warrior surnamed Yang Kai looked up and down, and when he realized that the breath fluctuations on Yang Kai's body were indeed only at the second level of the Saint King, the corner of his mouth twitched, showing disdain, and then looked at Yang Yan, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't seem to expect that this woman wrapped in a black robe was actually very pretty, and after being stopped by him, the man and woman in front of him didn't show any signs of being too flustered, but each became calmer than the other. The only thing that puzzled the strong man surnamed Hu was that he couldn't see Yang Yan's true cultivation, and when the spiritual sense shrouded him, it seemed as if the opponent's body didn't exist, and it penetrated directly, and he couldn't detect it at all. This made the strong man's face tremble, and subconsciously regarded Yang Yan as a martial artist who was even more powerful than Yang Kai. Martial artist who surnamed mainly came to look for Yang Kai. He was naturally not interested in Yang Yan. He just looked around a bit, then retracted his gaze. His eyes stared at Yang Kai, with a look of displeasure. This friend. Yang Kai took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, "Stop in front of my senior sister and brother, is there anything wrong?" "What's the matter? Hee." The strong man surnamed Hu chuckled, "Is your surname Yang?" "Good, but you just came out of the Taiching Mountains." "Right, that's right, Hu is looking for you, kid." The warrior surnamed Hu turned cold, and said in a low voice, dare to hit Luli Mountain's idea, and even touch the restriction of Luli Mountain. Let me see where you are going this time. Run. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai was really surprised. He subconsciously thought that his good deeds had been exposed. But after thinking about it, I felt that something was wrong. If it was really exposed, it would be impossible for the people chasing him to be only these 3 Saint Kings. At least they would send out a few high-level people from the Luluman to be safe. Since it's not exposed, why is this guy so sure? How did Yang Kai know that the strong man with the surname who only listened to Yin Sudi's words, so he took it for granted? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai chuckled. My friend was joking. I went to the Taiching mountain range only at the invitation of Emperor Daiyuan, and it was only a few days. How could I go to Luli Mountain? Daiyuan, the burly man surnamed who was taken aback, and asked in surprise, you know Daiyuan? She actually invited you as a guest. He had an incredible expression on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Of course I won't lie about this kind of thing. You can go back to the Qianwan peak of Taiching mountain and ask Miss Daiyuan, and you will naturally know when the time comes. Let me ask Daiyuan. The burly man surnamed who showed a hint of fear on his face, suddenly waved his hand again, and said unreasonably, don't talk nonsense, kid. Anyway, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape this time now. Who was entrusted by someone, and he had to capture you first. As for whether you did anything, I don't care. I'm only responsible for arresting people. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. So, did my friend come here on purpose? HMPH. The strong man snorted coldly. So what? As soon as the words fell, a glaring light suddenly erupted from the hands of the strong man surnamed Hu, and a ferocious energy fluctuation burst out from his body. With a leap of his body, he leapt directly into the sky, and immediately hit the sky like an eagle. While waving both hands, the right palm suddenly turned into a metal indifferent color, and pressed down directly on the top of Yang Kai's head. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the air within a radius of 100 feet seemed to be stagnant. When the palm was pressed down, it seemed that the entire sky was collapsing, and the condensed aura made people have difficulty breathing. As heavy as a mountain, Yang Yan standing behind Yang Kai let out a muffled snort, his tender body trembling slightly. However, there was only a flash of brilliance on her body, and she seemed to be indifferent. At the same time, she retreated sharply, and suddenly appeared 100 feet away, out of the range of the strong man surnamed Hu's move. Seeing this, the martial artist surnamed Hu let out a sigh, as if he didn't expect Yang Yan to be so powerful. Although he didn't know what the brilliance erupted just now, he must be a powerful secret treasure. With the power of the secret treasure, he didn't put it in his eyes, so he just hesitated for a moment. The power in his hand became more dignified, and continued to press down on Yang Kai, angrily shouting, climb down for me. He actually wanted to knock down Yang Kai with one blow, so that Yin Sudai, who followed closely behind, could see his majesty. This is a rare opportunity to perform. How can a strong man with the surname Hu miss it? And when the palm was still about 10 feet away from Yang Kai had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and stood there staring at the fierceness and unreasonableness of the other party, with a face of indifference. As soon as the other party made a move, he could tell that this strong man seemed to want to rely on his strong body and mighty Saint Yuan to make a final decision. If other Saint King two-layer warriors were attacked by him like this, they would definitely be in a hurry, but how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? The dignified aura that could almost crush the body of an ordinary martial artist into powder was added to Yang Kai, but it didn't affect him at all. With a wave of his hand, the incomparably dignified air field nearby seemed to be pulled by something, and suddenly became turbulent, and immediately shattered like an invisible mirror. The omnipresent dignified feeling suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai, who had been shrouded in the palm of the other party, also blurred for a while, and disappeared in an instant. The face of the brawny man surnamed Hu changed drastically. He never thought that a warrior of the second level of the Holy King could break free from the control of the aura field he had aroused with all his strength, and after breaking away, he couldn't find his position for a while. He seemed to be like this, disappeared between heaven and earth for no reason, without even revealing a breath. The martial artist who surnamed was terrified, and immediately knew that he had kicked on the iron plate. When he was looking for Yang Kai's trace, he suddenly felt a rotating force coming from above his head, and the extremely dangerous breath was pressed down from the air. Not good. The warrior surnamed Hu shouted in his heart, and suddenly looked up, only to see that Yang Kai, who had disappeared, had rushed to the top of his head at some point, the same as his action just now, looking down at him from a high position. The eyes were extremely indifferent, like a dragon soaring 9 days looking down on the ants, which made him shudder. He also stretched out a palm and patted himself gently, but the palm prints of that palm were endless. Zooming in and out, the entire sky was covered in an instant, giving him an unavoidable thought for no reason. The martial artist surnamed who didn't dare to be negligent, he hastily gathered 120% of his strength, put his palms on the top of his head, in a gesture of supporting the sky. At the same time, the light on his body flashed rapidly, layers of metallic luster, guarded by something like a treasure armor in his body. At the same time, a jet black light flashed from the center of his forehead, and it spun like a sharp cone, making a chi-chi piercing sound, and greeted the big hand that covered the sky and the earth. After all, the strong man surnamed who was an elite disciple of the Lulaman, and he can still make so many actions in an instant under the sudden turn of the situation, which is not bad. But his heart was still beating wildly, and he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. Under his vacillating gaze, the pitch-black spike-like attack was the first to confront the huge palm print. The palm print was captured, and the spinning force of the pitch-black spike-like attack disappeared immediately, and the light dimmed, revealing its true colors. It turned out to be a top-like attack secret treasure, and as soon as this secret treasure came into contact with the shrouding hand, it was slapped and flew aside, with a look of great loss of spirituality. Immediately, the covering hand patted the body of martial artist who surnamed without hindrance. His protective armor, which was covered with several layers of metallic luster, cracked inch by inch in an instant, and was covered with cracks like spider webs. When it was time to breathe, it suddenly collapsed. The burly man surnamed who gritted his teeth and roared, pouring all the holy energy into his arms, and suddenly swung countless fist shadows to meet the palm prints on his head. Seeing this, Yang Kai let out a cold snort, and the Saint Yuan burst out again, and the power of the sky-shielding hand increased by 3 points. Those countless fist shadows rushed into the Zigen handprint, like a mud cow entering the sea, without even a trace of waves turning over, they were swallowed without a trace. The complexion of Hu surnamed Wu Jie turned pale and colorless. Although the fight lasted only 3 breaths, he could tell that he was no match for the man Junior's sister Yin was looking for. I knew it in my heart, but the expression of refusal to admit defeat appeared on the face of the warrior surnamed Hu, and his face became more and more violent. Before he could make any further moves, the Zigen handprint had already been slapped on him. With a loud bang, the body of the martial artist surnamed Hu fell heavily, directly smashing a big hole in the ground, but the shrouding hand did not collapse but chased after it relentlessly. The ground trembled for a while, and a huge slap print appeared on the ground, covering an area of 100 feet, and in the very center of the slap print, the martial artist surnamed Hu knelt on one knee, with his hands empty, his whole body convulsed. His thick arms were stained with blood, which looked terrible, and the clothes on his body were also damaged, revealing a burly body, but at this moment, his arms were bent in a strange arc, obviously injured. Even so, he also stared at Yang Kai who flew down from the sky, his eyes were both frightened and resentful. A look of dumbness flashed across Yang Kai's face, as if he didn't expect this strong man to be able to withstand his own blows without falling down. It seems that this man's burly body is not just for show, and his physical fitness must be very strong. Facing his resentful gaze, Yang Kai frowned, and landed lightly in front of the strong man, then raised one foot, lightly placed it on the strong man's shoulder, and grinned at him. Danger. The strong man's face turned pale, although he knew what Yang Kai was going to do, but at the moment his internal organs were wounded, let alone resisting, it was extremely difficult to even move, so even though he knew it in his heart, he couldn't stop anything. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Run Yun Shang Yao listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1282. Under the uneasy gaze of martial artist Hu, a powerful force suddenly came from his shoulders, which was so strong that he was unstoppable. The strong man got short and crawled directly on the ground, his face and nose were full of dust, he was extremely embarrassed, he struggled desperately a few times, but the big foot that Yang Kai pressed on his shoulder was as heavy as a mountain, making him he couldn't move at all, and for a moment, the dusty and rough cheeks were blood red, extremely ashamed and angry. 100 zhang away, Yin Sudi and another warrior surnamed Luo, who rushed here hand in hand, stared at this unimaginable scene and were stunned on the spot, unable to believe their eyes. The two of them followed Hu surnamed martial artist and rushed towards this side unhurriedly. Although they seemed to be chatting and joking, they also saw the scene where Yang Kai and Hu surnamed martial artist fought just now. All of that can almost only be described as electric light and flint. The martial artist who surnamed aggressively, struck a majestic blow, and drank the arrogant words that made Yang Kai climb down, they naturally heard it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, it was not the Yongkai they imagined but the one who was crawling on the ground. It's my fellow sect who is not weak. The strength of the martial artist surnamed Hu is naturally clear to Yin Sudi and the martial artist surnamed Luo. Among the warriors of the Saint King realm in the Lulaman, his strength can be ranked in the top 10, but it is such an elite disciple, who unexpectedly met in a face-to-face being beaten by Yongkai and crawling on the ground. He was like a dog, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't turn over. How could Yin Sudi and Luo's martial artist not be shocked? No one in the Saint King realm warriors in Lulaman can do this. Doesn't this mean that this Yongkai is much more powerful than those elites in the sect? For a moment, the warrior surnamed Luo's expression was uncertain, and he swallowed secretly. Drooling, he put himself in his shoes and thought about it. If he put himself in the position of his senior brother, he might end up not much better. It's nothing to be defeated, the key is that losing such a big person in front of Yin Sudi, and even boasted about Heiko before, I think my senior brother will have no face to pester Yin Junior's sister again. Thinking about it this way, the surname Luo, while the warrior was horrified, he actually gloated a little, secretly pleased. It is also the first time Yin Qingdi knows that Yongkai is so powerful. Although he has met Yongkai several times before, he has not had a close relationship with him. How did he know that such a little-known character is so powerful? I'm afraid that even Fang Tianzhong and Ku Changfeng are not so imposing, right? Moreover, he also has some relationship with senior sister Dai Yuan. Thinking of this, Yin Sudi was not only not shocked, but a different kind of light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Staring at Yongkai for a moment, her mind changed, and she whispered to the warrior named Luo, "Senior brother Luo, look, have you seen the woman in the black robe over there?" "Well, what are your orders, junior sister?" The warrior surnamed Luo also looked towards Yongyan after hearing the words. "Can you capture that woman quietly?" Yin Sudi smiled sweetly, as if it was an insignificant matter. The face of the warrior surnamed Luo changed slightly. Although he really wanted to do everything, he hesitated and said, "Junior sister, look at the current situation, even senior brother who is no match for the opponent's power, how can I be in his eyes? Let's capture that woman under the hood, and he doesn't seem to be someone to mess with. If he offends the other party because of this, the loss outweighs the gain. Senior brother Luo, don't worry, since junior sister proposes this, there must be an arrangement." Yin Sudi smiled slightly, "Let him be restrained by me. Senior brother Luo just needs to capture that woman." The martial artist surnamed Luo still had a hesitant expression, and did not agree. Seeing this, Yin Sudi's pretty face sank slightly, but there was a flash of light in her beautiful eyes, as if she had thought of something. She said, "Senior brother Luo, I know what you are worried about, but I just let you capture that woman, you didn't let you hurt her, so you don't have to worry about that person coming to trouble you later. What's more, brother Luo, although you are not his opponent, but with the secret technique of floating light and hiding shadows you practice, it's okay for him to take you if you think about it. How about a solution? Or is it that senior brother can't satisfy such a small request as junior sister?" Hearing what Yin Sudi said, the warrior surnamed Luo pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, since the junior sister thinks so much of the senior brother, let the girl be handed over to the senior brother. But junior sister, you have to be careful, this person surnamed Yang doesn't seem to be an ordinary person, but you must not suffer any disadvantages from him." Quote, "He seemed to have great confidence in his floating light and shadow escaping secret art, so even though he witnessed the scene where Yongkai beat the martial artist surnamed Hu to the ground with one move, he still agreed to Yin Sudi's request." Yin Sudi giggled, Waji trembled and said, "Facing junior sister Ping head-on shouldn't be his enemy in 10 strokes, but how could I give him such a chance?" The warrior surnamed Luo turned his head and glanced at Yin Sudi, and suddenly found that his junior sister was surrounded by invisible halos. The halo was invisible and invisible. Junior sister's delicate body seems to exude endless attraction, attracting my mind, making people unwilling to take their eyes off her, wanting to sink the whole person into her attraction. The warrior surnamed Luo couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then his heart trembled, he bit the tip of his tongue and woke up from the trance. His face was horrified, he didn't dare to look at Yin Sudi again, knowing that this junior sister's charming skills are worse than before. He has made great progress, that kind of charm is not something he can resist, and now he has a little more confidence in Yin Sudi. At this moment, Yongkai, who was standing on the shoulder of the warrior surnamed Hu, suddenly raised his head, looked at Yin Sudi and the warrior surnamed Luo, as if he had just discovered them, and said with a smile, "Miss Yin, what a coincidence, to be able to meet you here, we are very destined. Fate, Huh, Yin Sudi covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, her beautiful eyes glowing brightly. She seemed to be infinitely charming, and said softly, there is indeed some fate, but this time it is not a coincidence. I did it on purpose, come to the nearby city through the space magic circle from the glazed gate, and then come to find you. Quote. Looking for me? Yang Kai frowned, pretending to be surprised. Why, is Miss Yin looking for me? The smile on Yin Sudi's face faded, showing a sad expression. It's nothing serious, but did you forget the promise you made with me a few days ago? Didn't you say that you would come to Wanren Peak when you have time? What, now she left without even saying hello? Could it be that senior sister Daiyuan didn't treat her well? If so, the junior sister should not be here to accompany her. Brother, don't compare yourself to her. Saying this, she was actually polite, showing all kinds of amorous feelings unintentionally with her gestures, and those beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, unknowingly exuding the power to attract the soul. Yang Kai looked flattered, and quickly waved his hands and said, young lady is serious, it's not that Dai Yuan didn't treat her well, but because she has important matters in her lower body, it's inconvenient to stay in Luluman for a long time, that's why she left in such a hurry. At the same time, his thoughts changed sharply, and he felt much more at ease. Just now, when the warrior surnamed Hu came over, he kept saying that he broke the restriction of Luli Mountain, but now Yin Sudi didn't say a word about it. It seems that the stone puppet what he did was not exposed, so he didn't have to worry about anything. So that's how it is. Yin Sudi nodded slightly, raised her hand, stroked the hair next to her ear, revealing the small and delicate pink earlobe of Bai Jie, and said with a sweet smile, if you don't mind, little brother, can you let my incompetent senior brother go first? It seems that there was some misunderstanding between him and you just now, and now the little brother has punished him, can you let him go? He is your senior brother. Yang Kai was startled, with an apologetic expression on his face. It turns out that this guy is also from the Luluman. I thought someone who was blindfolded would come here to make trouble, so I beat him up without asking any more questions. Done, this is really embarrassing. Since it is Miss Yin's senior brother, then I will return it to you. Saying this, he seemed to roll out his foot at random, and the back of his foot was curled up on the abdomen of the martial artist who was surnamed Hu at that time. There was a crackling sound, and the warrior surnamed Hu, whose face was flushed with shame, suddenly turned pale, and flew into the air, hitting Yin Sudi straight. Yin Sudi's pretty face changed slightly. She didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. That kick seemed careless, but judging from the movement she heard, the sternum and ribs of her senior brother who were probably broken in half, this kind of injury is neither mild nor serious, but at least it takes 3 to 4 months of rest in bed to fully recover. A trace of anger flashed in Yin Sudi's beautiful eyes, secretly blaming Yang Kai for not selling any face. Qiancheniu waved her hand forward, and a cloud of pink aura suddenly appeared, blocking her face. The body of the martial artist surnamed Hu hit the pink cloud, and the cloud sank inward like cotton, but it also dissipated the force of the martial artist surnamed Hu and saved him from secondary damage. Yin Sudi raised her jade hand again, put it on the shoulder of Wu Jiehu, and led him around twice. After stopping, Wu Jiehu was standing beside her steadily, but his face was green and white at times. It seems that I can't wait to find a hole to drill down. The most uncomfortable thing for him was that Yin Sudi didn't even look at him, only helped him to dissipate the strength, then ignored his existence, and stood there stupidly for a while, without saying a word. Yang Kai on the opposite side saw this scene, but he was secretly surprised. In that kick just now, he deliberately poured some Saint Yuan, but he did not expect to be resolved by Yin Sudi. It's so simple, since she can monopolize the leader in Luluman, she really has some skills. If Miss Yin has nothing else to do, Yang will leave now. Yang Kai decided not to entangle with this woman. After all, she is the chief elite disciple of Luluman, and she cannot be killed if she continues to entangle, so he will leave immediately. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1283. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Yin Sudi chuckled lightly, parted her lips and said, brother, don't rush to leave. I came here this time to invite you to sit at Wanren Peak. In fact, I'm really sorry for you. I am very curious about the relationship with senior sister Dai Yuan. If possible, I would like to ask you to give me some noodles and come with me. You also know that senior sister Dai Yuan does not communicate with others in the door, so I am the junior sister. It is even more difficult to say a few words to her. And brother, you are the first guest she has invited back in the past 20 years. Not only am I curious about this matter, even Master has also asked about it. The next time I came, I actually followed the order of my master. Your master? Yang Kai looked at Yin Sudi with a smile, and pondered for a while and said, thanks to the elders of the palace, it's just that Yang has important things to do now, and he really doesn't have much time. How about it? I will if you have the opportunity to come to Lulaman again, how about paying a visit? In the future, who knows when it will be in the future, it is better to hit the sun than to choose a day, today is the best day. Yin Sudi refused to let go, and made a decision for Yang Kai at once. It seems that there is no way to refute it. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and the other party was so entangled, which naturally made him unhappy. It seems that today's matter can't be done well. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai also felt that he was a little naive. Since he chased here, he naturally didn't like it. Maybe just go back. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai whispered, what if I insist on not going? Don't go. Yin Sudi giggled coquettishly, looked at Yang Kai with interest, exhaled like blue and said, I'm afraid I can't help it, little brother. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yan, who was hundreds of feet away from Yang Kai, suddenly let out a coquettish cry as if she had encountered some sneak attack. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and he quickly turned his head to look. I saw that at some point, there was an extra male warrior with a white light on his body. This warrior seemed to want to capture Yang Yan just now, but he didn't know why he couldn't. Instead, he was caught by a piece of protection on Yang Yan's body. The secret treasure was forced out of shape, and at this moment, he was standing on the spot frowning tightly, with one hand in a false grasp, and was contending with the layer of fiery red streamer on Yang Yan's body. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, and immediately recognized that this martial artist was the one who came with Yin Sudi. He hurriedly turned his head and looked behind Yin Sudi. How could there be such a person over there? There was only one ray of fluorescent light that gradually dissipated between the sky and the earth. Yang Kai's complexion was instantly livid. He didn't know when the other party left Yin Sudi's side, and the secret technique practiced by the other party who went to attack Yang Yan seemed a bit unusual, even he was deceived. It is conceivable that if Yang Yan didn't wear the messy secret treasures that she made herself, once she was captured, she would be under the control of others immediately, and even if she didn't want to, she would have to go with Yin Sudi. Knowing that he had been tricked by the other party, Yang Kai was furious. He ignored Yang Yan's movement and instead his eyes glowed coldly, looking at Yin Sudi coldly. The secret treasures on Yang Yan's body are dazzling, although Yang Kai doesn't know how many she wears, but he also knows that she can't be captured so easily by a Saint King third layer warrior. Even ordinary void returning mirror warriors may not be able to catch Yang Yan. He is very worried about Yang Yan's self-protection ability. Yin Sudi also attacked Yang Kai at the moment when Luo's martial artist Chong Yangan made his move. Accompanied by the melodious and clear giggles like silver bells, the pink cloud that appeared once before appeared strangely again and turned into a large piece. The pink fog barrier immediately wrapped Yang Kai tightly. The next moment, Yin Sudi opened his mouth, exhaled a breath of fragrance, and poured into the pink mist barrier. The pink mist barrier immediately rolled and squirmed as if alive, and in the rolling, there were bursts of ecstasy, implying a sense of debauchery. Yin's delicate laughter came from the pink fog barrier. As soon as these voices came out, the martial artist surnamed who stood awkwardly behind Yin Sudi, who was already traumatized, immediately blushed, blood rolled all over his body, and there was a burning look in his eyes, staring at the accomplished Yin Sudi has possessive desire in her eyes. Seemingly sensing his burning gaze, Yin Sudi frowned, turned around and slapped Hu's surname on the Tianling Gai. Hu's surnamed warrior was startled, and his eyes that were about to be covered by desire immediately regained a lot of clarity. Pay attention to yourself, don't be so embarrassing. Yin Sudi scolded with displeasure. At that time, the face of Wu Jie was much redder, almost bleeding. He has lost face again and again today, and I'm afraid he won't be able to raise his head in front of Yin Sudi in the future. Originally, this charm skill was not used on him. With his strength and cultivation level, it is not difficult to resist it. But he was injured by Yang Kai before, his Saint Yuan was unstable, and his mood fluctuated, so he accidentally made a fool of himself. Hearing what Yin Sudi said now, he immediately felt like a thorn in his back, wishing he could go back to the glazed gate right now, unable to get out of the closed door. You still have to rely on senior brother Hu later, you can meditate for a while to recover. Seeing his embarrassment, Yin Sudi hurriedly said again. Hearing this, a stern look flashed in the eyes of the warrior surnamed Hu, restrained his embarrassment, nodded heavily, sat down cross-legged, took out several bottles of pills from the space ring, poured out one pill each and swallowed them, and took out 2 pieces of top-grade holy pills. Holding Jing in the palm of his hand, the silent movement technique resumed. Seeing this, Yin Sudi's face showed a look of satisfaction, and she waved her hands continuously to shoot out streaks of pink energy, pouring them into the fog barrier, enhancing the power of charming kung fu. But inside the pink fog barrier, Yang Kai stood still, turned his head and looked around. The place he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. He was originally in a wilderness, but what he saw now was in a place of ecstasy where there is a huge pool in front of him. The water in the pool is crystal clear, and there is a strong smell of wine coming from the pool, which makes people feel ecstatic and happy. And by the pool, there are more than 20 young girls, neatly dressed, dancing lightly. Each of these young girls has soft waists, graceful figures, and outstanding looks. Some eyes were hot, looking directly at Yang Kai's eyes with shyness on their faces. Their red lips squirmed, and they seemed to have endless feelings. Some look cold, have a quiet temperament, are awe-inspiring and inviolable, and stand tall like a goddess. Some have charming expressions, actively showing all kinds of beauties of themselves while moving around. The plump twin peaks tremble up and down, the elasticity is amazing, the hips and breasts are big, making people dizzying. There are even more shy and pleasant expressions, like immature blue fruits, which make people move their index fingers. And in the surrounding void, there is even a lingering and soft melody, combined with the dancing postures of these young girls. People can't help but give birth to an illusion of being in love with a concubine, and people can't help but think of themselves. The person I love in my heart, every bit of getting along with her, seems unwilling to leave this forest of wine and meat again, and fall into it forever. Yang Kai just stood there, looking at everything around him indifferently. Even though the young girls danced around, they were indifferent. After suffering a disadvantage against Yang Kai with the charm technique last time, Yin Sudi didn't have a long memory, but this time she made a comeback again. I really don't know what she thinks. However, this enchanting skill does have some unique features. If it were an ordinary warrior of the Saint King realm who fell into it, it would definitely cause chaos. But Yang Kai's own spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful, and it's not once or twice that people use charm skills to deal with him. He has a lot of experience, and looking around, these illusory scenes in front of him are full of flaws. How can he shake his mind? Yin Sudi also seemed to notice that Yang Kai wasn't confused, and after a while, she didn't know what she was doing outside. The pink fog barrier suddenly rolled again, and the expressions of the 20-odd young girls who were singing and dancing changed at the same time. It became mournful and sad, and the melody in the surrounding void also lowered its tone, full of low-key meaning. Under the cooperation of this melody, these girls seem to have become resentful young women who keep their boudoirs empty, and their desires and dissatisfaction begin. The clothes that were originally neatly dressed also became flimsy and thin in an instant, clinging to their delicate bodies, showing the beauty of the carcass one by one, the towering chest, the flat belly, and the slenderness between the legs. Yingfeng grassland, everything is faintly visible, as if as long as Yang Kai is willing, everything can be obtained at your fingertips. This kind of temptation, compared to the beautiful mood just now, has immediately risen to a higher level. Yang Kai frowned, and suddenly grinned. He was planning to make a move immediately, but he took his own Saint Yuan, holding a look of hopeful performance, ready to appreciate how much Yin Sudi's charming skills have changed. After half a cup of tea, the pink fog barrier rolled up again, and Yin Sudi activated the power of Mei Gong for the third time. After the fog barrier stabilized, those morning girls were all naked and clean. And they were entangled like water snakes, exposing all their beauty to the air. Either in pairs or in groups, the fragrant tongues are swallowed in each other's mouths, bringing out strands of fragrance, embracing each other's delicate bodies. Beautiful legs are intertwined, one by one jade hands are walking on those delicate bodies. Everything that should be touched and should not be touched, everything is touched. When they got up, they actually did things that turned dragons and phoenixes in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyeballs were almost protruding, and he watched everything in front of him with great interest. It was the first time he had seen this kind of scene, and he had to say that even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, this scene was still very visually impactful. At least, Yang Kai felt that he had some reaction. The flow accelerated a lot. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded slightly, very satisfied. It was really the right thing to do, not immediately break the opponent's charm. At least, this kind of scene is not something that can be enjoyed in ordinary times. A cold snort came. It seemed that Yin Sudi became a little angry from embarrassment. The next moment, all the young girls who were entangled with each other overflowed with pink aura, and then their expressions all changed, becoming extremely resentful, as if transformed into poisonous women, staring at Yang Kai. More than 20 pairs of beautiful eyes all shone coldly. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Run Yun Shangyao. Listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1284. Sure enough, there are some means. And at the moment when Yin Sudi snorted coldly, those girls with venomous eyes suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai. Their soft and boneless arms danced like spirit snakes, bringing up large pieces of blood. The pink haze came towards Yang Kai. In the mist, these girls were running back and forth like butterflies, their figures gradually blurred until they disappeared without a trace, but the melody around them suddenly became golden and iron horses, clanging and interlacing, and the melody contained with a strong murderous intent. He crazily involved the violence deep in Yang Kai's heart, trying to make Yang Kai, who was caught in it, emotionally unstable. At the same time, those pink mist penetrated Yang Kai's pores soundlessly into his body like spirituality, affecting his judgment and the operation of his Saint Yuan. Seeing that she couldn't confuse Yang Kai, Yin Sudi immediately gave up her previous plan and prepared to act forcefully. She didn't expect that she could really do anything to Yang Kai, she just had the intention of procrastinating so that her senior brother Luo could catch Yang Yan. In the pink haze, Yang Kai's expression was dignified, a mass of pitch-black flames came out with scorching hot power, burning blazingly. All the pink mist that approached him seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, and disappeared with a touch without a trace. But I don't know how these fogs were born, but they are endless. Even if they are burned by the scorching magic flames, they continue to come like moths to a flame. And in the pink mist, beautiful shadows suddenly launched a sneak attack. These shadows were the young girls who had disappeared before. They appeared from extremely strange angles at the most difficult time to guard against. Naked touching the carcass, she flicked out strips of pink ribbons, winding towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was not bad for a while, but he was tightly wrapped by these pink ribbons, and these ribbons were also extremely weird, and they looked unscathed under the burning of the magic flame. This aroused Yang Kai's interest, and after looking carefully, he saw some clues. These pink ribbons were not melted by mist, but a false secret banquet that Yin Sudi sacrificed at some point. It's just that the color and shape of the secret treasure combined with this set of charm skills are enough to make it look like the real thing, so Yang Kai didn't notice it. Moreover, these ribbons entangled in a faint effect of restricting the movement of the Saint Yuan, and the layer of protective magic flames outside Yang Kai's body immediately weakened a lot. Giggling and coquettish laughter came from all directions, people couldn't tell the direction of the source, and the silk belt was tightened immediately, as if to tie Yang Kai into a dumpling. Yang Kai snorted coldly, grabbed one of the silk belts wrapped around his body with one hand, and dragged towards him fiercely. In an instant, a graceful figure was dragged out of the mist by this force. Before the shadow could get close to him, Yang Kai's other hand clenched into a fist and slammed directly on the delicate body. There seemed to be a shrill scream in the ear. Amidst the roiling mist, a young girl's tender body bloomed into a blood flower, and immediately disappeared into Yang Kai's eyes like a bubble, blending into the surrounding mist, letting the pink tint become more intense. Seeing that this method was effective, Yang Kai's body immediately spun like a top, and the powerful force brought about made the young girls at the other end of the ribbon scream coquettishly, and they were all dragged to Yang Kai's side. Groups of pitch-black magic flames were thrown from Yang Kai's hands, hitting those phantoms that were not living things at all, screaming like just now one after another. These phantoms of girls all exploded into blood mist, and disappeared in an instant. And at the moment when these girls were crushed, Yang Kai seemed to hear Yin Sudi's soft snort. It seems that those actions I just made brought some trauma to Yin Sudi, who performed the charm technique. Yin Sudi had indeed suffered a bit of backlash from her own charming skills. She never thought that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and sympathetic at all. If other men were trapped by her in this enchantment maze, even if they knew that those young girls were fake, they would not be so decisive in killing them. As long as she is given a little time, she will be able to perform the follow-up another change. This kind of change not only has the function of trapping the enemy, but also has a very strong lethality. She can use this change to delay Yang Kai for a cup of tea at her own expense. But he didn't want to. Yang Kai didn't care about those young girls transformed by her charming skills, and solved them all cleanly. Yin Sudi couldn't accept it, and immediately suffered a bit of backlash. Yingran's backlash wasn't too strong, and it wouldn't affect her next battle, but Yin Sudi still had a ruthless look of refusal to admit defeat in her beautiful eyes, and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Hu." Understood. The warrior surnamed Hu, who had been meditating behind Yin Sudi and recovering, immediately stood up, and disappeared into the pink mist in a flash. At the same time, with Yin Sudi's spiritual thought, graceful figures once again appeared in the large mist that enveloped Yang Kai, but this time these figures were different from just now. All of them were holding different weapons. They all exude not weak energy fluctuations, and some figures are even wearing shining armor. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Although he looked down on Yin Sudi's repeated attempts to use seductive skills to deal with him, he also knew that this woman would not be so stupid as to repeat the same mistakes. He clearly smashed these figures into pieces just now, so what is she doing now? And what puzzled Yang Kai the most was the weapons that these newly appeared bodies held in their hands. Just when he was in doubt, a girl on the side suddenly waved a small fan in her hand, and slapped it gently towards Yang Kai. The small fan doesn't look very eye-catching, it has some patterns of birds and beasts embroidered on it. However, under this fan, there was a roar of beasts immediately, and immediately after that, a series of black lights suddenly flew out from the fan of the small fan, only twisting and changing, turning into monster beasts of different sizes. These monsters are just like the patterns on the small fan before. After the monsters appeared, the fan surface of the small fan was also empty. There are more than 30 of these monsters, the big ones are like buildings, and the small ones are like spirit snakes. As soon as you appeared, they rushed towards Yang Kai. Illusion. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly his expression became serious, and a long sword tumbling with magic flames appeared immediately in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, he slashed out a sword light that filled the sky. Chi-chi piercing the air loudly, some of the more than 30 monsters could not avoid it, and were split in half by the sword glow, while some were extremely flexible, easily avoided, and continued to pounce on Yang Kai. However, the bodies of those split monsters turned into black air, gathered together again, twisted again, and reappeared, as if they hadn't been hurt at all. However, if you look closely, you will find that the color on the bodies of these monsters is darker than before, and there is nothing wrong with it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than a dozen monster beasts rushing towards him. One of the buildings was as big as a firstborn with 2 feet, and its 4 legs were flaming. Yang Kai pressed down. Before the claws fell, the infinite coercion had already been suppressed, as if to crush Yang Kai into a meatloaf. Yang Kai didn't dodge. In order to verify his conjecture, he punched upwards. The fist wrapped by the magic flames touched the giant monster's foot, and the monster was thrown flying. Yang Kai's body was also shaken, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Taking this opportunity, other monsters rushed forward going up. Yang Kai was submerged all of a sudden. Seeing this, Yin Sudi outside couldn't help but a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but this smile froze immediately after it bloomed. In the pink mist, among the monster beasts that submerged Yang Kai, a group of black lights suddenly erupted, and immediately all the monster beasts whimpered and screamed, as if they were blown away by a strong force, shooting in all directions. It's not an illusion. Well, the chief disciple of Lulaman really has some tricks. Yang Kai's low voice came out. It wasn't until this moment that he was finally sure that neither the little fan nor the monsters were hallucinations. The weapons held by the girl are all real secret treasures. In this pink mist, only those young girls are transformed by charm, existence between reality and imaginary. Little brother, don't struggle anymore, just follow me obediently. Yin Sudi saw Yang Kai being so difficult, her pretty face turned cold and she drank. If you want me to go with you, let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai sneered again and again, his voice fell, and his figure flickered, then disappeared in place. Where it was originally standing, the sound of thunderbolt explosions continued. But as soon as Yang Kai's figure appeared, another Jinghong flashed in front of him, piercing the door. Although the Jinghong was extremely fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a secret treasure in the shape of a dagger. No knowing that it was thrown out by the girl, it happened to be thrown in front of him. It looked as if he had bumped into it by himself. Yang Kai was furious, stretched out a big hand. The magic flames rolled in his hand, revealing a fiery breath, and grabbed the dagger in his hand. Immediately with a cold snort, the holy yuan burst out, and the magic flame was so powerful that it completely wrapped the dagger inside. Ran Yan could see that this high-grade dagger, which was full of Holy King level top-grade secret treasures, melted quickly like snowflakes under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, the dagger turned into a puddle of molten iron and slipped from Yang Kai's fingertips. Now that it is confirmed that these secret treasures are real, Yang Kai naturally knows what to do. This Yin Sudi's entanglement made Yang Kai very annoyed, and he just used this to teach her a lesson, let her know the end of provoking him. Seeing that a Holy King level secret treasure was destroyed so easily, the expressions of the rest of the girls were stunned for a moment, and they didn't know if it was because they were connected with Yin Sudi's mind and could reflect her expression at the moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai let out a sneer, and rushed towards those young girls. In an instant, exclamations sounded, and the girls scattered around nimbly, all urging the secret treasure power in their hands, and smashing towards Yongkai overwhelmingly. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1285 You Won't Regret It. Wuba Group. 7,462,006. Wuba Bar Affairs Group 1 Wish everyone a good mood every day. It has to be said that Yin Sudi's enchanting skill is unique and powerful. With this weird skill, she can easily defeat warriors of the same level without confronting others head-on. It's a pity that it's not enough for her to use this kind of charm to deal with Yongkai. Firstly, Yongkai's spiritual power is much stronger than martial artists of the same level, so he won't be confused by her. Secondly, Yongkai himself has practiced the yin-yang joyous kung fu, which has a natural resistance advantage to the charming kung fu. Amidst bursts of screams, the girls in the pink mist barrier were thrown off their feet by those killed by Yongkai. Yongkai didn't target them themselves, anyway, these phantoms were created by Yin Sudi, and they couldn't be killed at all. Yongkai aimed at the secret treasures on their hands or on their bodies. These secret treasures are all of the top grade of the Holy King. There are more than 20 pieces, thanks to Yin Sudi can collect so many secret treasures, and even stimulate their power, which is quite surprising. Even with the help of those girls' phantoms to activate the secret treasures, Yin Sudi herself had to refine these secret treasures before she could use them. It must have taken a long time to refine more than 20 secret treasures. If they were destroyed, she would feel very distressed. Sure enough, seeing that the Holy King level secret treasures that she had worked so hard to refine turned into molten iron in Yongkai's hands, 5 or 6 pieces were destroyed in a blink of an eye. Yin Sudi was shocked, but also angry. Trembling wildly, clenching her silver teeth, she shouted coquettishly, "If you destroy my secret treasure again, I want you to look good." Hearing her exasperated yell, Yongkai's mood suddenly became much more relaxed, and when he turned around, he stared at a young girl standing by the wine pool. When it was swung once, it made a crackling sound, and its lightning power was impressive. Among these more than 20 secret treasures, in terms of power and preciousness, it can be ranked in the top 3. The value of such a secret treasure is definitely not too low. If it is destroyed, Yin Sudi's mood should be even worse. Yongkai immediately rushed towards the girl, and after a few swayings, he appeared in front of her. The girl was connected with Yin Sudi, so she immediately sensed Yongkai's surprise attack. The long whip in his hand shook countless whip shadows towards Yongkai, and a blue lightning shot out from the long whip. Yongkai snorted coldly, waved his big hand to both sides, and the pitch-black magic flame immediately blocked all the lightning strikes in front of him like a sky curtain, and disappeared without a trace as soon as he touched the magic flame. Yongkai stretched out another hand and grabbed it hard in the void. The shadow of the whip in the sky condensed, and the long whip was immediately caught by Yongkai in the palm of his hand, and the magic flame churned again. I don't know what material was used to refine the long whip. The light flickered on it, and the color suddenly dimmed. A lot of spirituality lost, seeing that it will be the same as the secret treasure that was destroyed before. At this moment, a sleepy murmur sounded in Yongkai's ear. That murmur contained infinite charm, and rushed into Yongkai's sea of consciousness without a trace. The Saint Yuan in Yongkai's body couldn't help but pause, and the tumbling magic flame in his hand also weakened a lot with a huff. And at the moment when the murmur sounded, a burly figure suddenly jumped out of the pool. This figure was unusually tall, his muscles were as strong as iron plates, his eyes were like beasts, he was staring at Yongkai, holding a blade like a broken blade. The blade did not hurt the enemy, but cut his hand first, but the strange thing is that the wound did not flow out a drop of blood, and the blood seeped into the blade instead, dye the 3-foot-long blade blood red. The soaring bloody smell filled the sky, making people want to vomit. This strong man turned out to be the martial artist who was wounded by Yongkai before. I don't know when he sneaked into the pink mist barrier, hiding in the wine pool, with Yin Sudi cooperating with him. Even Yongkai didn't find the slightest flaw. When Yongkai was attracted by the long whip secret treasure, the strong man surnamed who saw a good opportunity and suddenly launched an attack. The blade in his hand just flicked, and with a clanging sound, a beam of blood shot out, slashing towards Yongkai. The face of the brawny man surnamed who was full of violence, with murderous thoughts like a tide, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a big loss from Yongkai before, and knew how powerful Yongkai was, but since he dared to rush out at this time, he naturally had full confidence. The broken blade in his hand was obtained when he went out to practice once. It is a top-grade virtual treasure, and it is also an extremely evil secret treasure, which is 20 to 30% more powerful than ordinary secret treasures. Originally, based on his cultivation level, he would not dare to activate such a secret treasure casually. After all, if he used it too many times, he might be affected by the evil in this secret treasure. But today he was humiliated again and again, only thinking about saving face in front of Yin Sudi. How can he care so much at this moment? Immediately sacrificed this secret treasure, ready to give Yang Kai a certain blow. He grasped the timing of his attack very well. It was Yang Kai who was disturbed by Yin Sudi's murmur, and at the same time trying to destroy the secret treasure of the long whip. He asked himself that no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible to avoid him the sword glow of this blow. Just being hit by the sword glow, he will definitely die. At this moment, Yang Kai naturally also noticed the strangeness of this sword light. He showed a dignified look for the first time, and when he was about to avoid it, the girl who was standing by the wine pool shook the long hair on her hand. The whip wound around Yang Kai. Without waiting for Yang Kai to leave, he tied him tightly, and at the same time, the lightning flashed on the long whip, and the power of the secret treasure was instantly aroused. Rays of thunder light wandered over Yang Kai's body, and there were constant crackling sounds, attacking his body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold and stern, and a raging flame burst out from his body, burning towards the long whip. In an instant, the long whip was destroyed, breaking into countless pieces and falling to the ground, but after only such a short delay, the blood-red sword light had already cut to the front, and Yang Kai could not avoid it. Facing the sword light that was close at hand and about to hit his body, Yang Kai took out a purple shield in a hurry, poured the Saint Yuan into it, and the purple halo circulated endlessly on the shield. A huge talisman, the text suddenly appeared on the shield, and immediately the rune rushed out of the shield in a whirling rotation, bursting open, and the bursting fluorescence transformed into a larger shield, blocking the front. Boom! With a loud bang, the bloody saber glow slashed at the shield, the phantom of the shield collapsed, and the bloody saber glow disappeared at the same time. Seeing this, the martial artist surnamed who looked stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an excellent defensive secret treasure. Even his own must-kill blow can be resisted head-on. He underestimated Yang Kai's background. When the purple shield was first refined, it was only a void-level low-grade secret treasure, but after being refined by Yang Yan once, it was upgraded to a void-level medium-grade, and later, in the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai used the purple shield in the battle with Qi Ling. The spirituality of being beaten by Qi Ling was greatly lost. After being brought back, it was refined by Yang Yan for the second time. Today's purple shield is already a virtual level top-grade secret treasure. Compared with the previous defense, it is even more outstanding. It is also a high-grade virtual treasure, and the purple shield is the same grade as the broken blade, so it can naturally block its attack, otherwise Yang Kai would not have taken it out with such confidence. After blocking the bloody blade, Yang Kai put away the purple shield, staring coldly at the strong man named Hu, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The other party's move just now carried a strong murderous intent. How could he not feel it? This person already has the idea of wanting to kill himself. If they just wanted to bring themselves back to Luluman before, Yang Kai would not kill him, but now. With a big hand shaking, something like a picture scroll appeared leisurely, and while Yang Kai grinned grinningly, phantoms of mountain peaks suddenly rushed out of the picture scroll, and the phantoms immediately grew bigger as soon as they rushed out, covering the sky. Booming with great momentum, it smashed down on the martial artist surnamed Hu. The warrior surnamed Hu's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't care about anything else. He hastily urged the power of the broken blade's secret treasure in his hand, and blood poured into it crazily, and blood-colored blade lights were hacked out. The bloody sword glow rushed away, hitting the bottom of those phantoms of the peaks, and smashed the phantoms of the previous peaks crookedly, and fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake for a while, creating huge pits one after another. But this time Yang Kai used more than a dozen phantom peaks, and one is bigger than the other. How can the martial artist who be able to defend against it? He only persisted for less than 3 breaths of effort, and he was powerless to carry on. Seeing that a mountain peak was about to be crushed, the face of the warrior surnamed Hu was ashen, and his eyes were lifeless. He could see that he might die here in the next moment. For a while, I regretted it a lot, and felt that I shouldn't have come out with Yin Sudi for such a trip. At this moment, the surrounding pink mist in the wine pool suddenly distorted and disappeared, and Yin Sudi's figure appeared ghostly in front of Hu's surnamed warrior, with a solemn expression, and a touch of ecstasy appeared on her charming face. With a dignified look, he held a pure white bead in his hands, and the bead emitted a soft light, spreading wildly around. After being illuminated by the bead's light, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the murderous intent in his heart was reduced a lot, and he became calmer, and even hesitated to kill all the warriors with the surname Hu. But in just an instant, Yang Kai dispelled the hesitation in his mind and stared at Yin Sudi coldly. He knew that the reason why this happened to him must have something to do with the bead on his opponent's right hand. But Yin Sudi was staring at the bead in her hand at this moment, as if her hand was looking for something. The next moment, her face was happy. She looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, and said softly, "You really want to do this, do? You won't regret it." When she asked these two sentences, she just stood in front of the martial artist with the surname of Hu, and ignored the phantom of the mountain peak that fell in front of her eyes, as if her hands were not afraid of life and death. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at .duduum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1286. Wuba Group. 7,462,006. Wuba Bar Affairs Group 1 wish everyone a good mood every day. After Yin Sudi asked these two sentences, she didn't make any resistance movements, her delicate body seemed to fall down in the wind. But when Yang Kai saw her face, his complexion changed drastically, and he waved his hand immediately, taking back all the phantoms of the mountain peaks that were thrown at them, and the Bayou map reappeared in his hand. He looked in the direction of Yin Sudi in disbelief, his eyes were full of tenderness, his mouth squirmed a few times, and he lost his voice, Su Yan. At this moment, the woman standing in front of the strong man with the surname of Hu is Yin Sudi. She is clearly the figure of the beautiful woman that Yang Kai hid in the depths of his heart, dreamed back at midnight, and haunted his dreams. His expression immediately froze, and he stared at the longing face. The tenderness in his eyes could almost melt a rock. On the opposite side, Su Yan also looked at him, and returned the same gaze with infinite tenderness, but imperceptibly, the corner of her mouth moved slightly, as if hearing this strange name made her look a little different. Just when she thought that Yang Kai had been confused by herself, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became extremely cold, and the tenderness in his eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by deep disgust and coldness. As soon as Yang Kai's expression changed, Yin Sudi realized that something was wrong. She let out a coquettish cry, clutching the bloody, pale, precarious Hu surnamed brawny man with one hand. She wanted to run away. But Yang Kai's deep voice suddenly sounded, "Sheng Lian." Yin Sudi, who was looking at Yang Kai, froze suddenly, and faintly saw a phantom of a lotus flower in the opposite eyes. All her thoughts made her involuntarily want to observe more carefully. But at this moment, the phantom of the lotus flower suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's eyes, and appeared strangely in her sea of consciousness. Divine attack. Yin Sudi's complexion changed drastically, and she immediately understood what tricks were hidden in it. Just as she was about to defend against it, she noticed that the spiritual power in her consciousness was frantically gathering towards a certain place, as if a soldier appeared there. The big vortex is pulling my spiritual power and absorbing them, and the source of attracting my spiritual power is the budding lotus bud. Yin Sudi let out a muffled snort, and softly lowered it from midair. Looking inside, she could only see that the flower buds glowing with colorful lights were slowly blooming, and every time they bloomed, the power of her spiritual consciousness was consumed countless. It seems that its blooming needs to be rooted in one's own spiritual power. Yin Sudi was terrified, and hurriedly used several kinds of soul defense secret techniques, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the speed at which her own spiritual power was being swallowed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the sea of consciousness dried up. But the flower bud has just bloomed a little bit. Just a little bit consumes so much of my spiritual power. If it all blooms, wouldn't it drain my sea of consciousness? At that time, even if I don't die, I will be traumatized. This kind of trauma can't be recovered in a day or two. Thinking of this, Yin Sudi's face suddenly turned pale. She did not expect that Yang Kai would really dare to attack her with this kind of killer. For a moment, the infinite desire for life flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she became very pitiful. Bump! Yin Sudi fell to the ground. Her delicate body was covered with dust. How could she still be as charming as before? At this moment, her face was pale, her hands seemed to be hurting, she moaned continuously, and large drops of sweat oozed out of her delicate body, soaking her clothes in the blink of an eye. She couldn't even beg for mercy. The pain of being drained was more unbearable than any pain she had endured before. She could only grit her teeth and hold on to the last sliver of clarity in her sea of consciousness. Even so, she knew that once the seven-colored lotus flower fully bloomed, she would really be finished. Rustle. A burst of gentle footsteps came from far and near. Yin Sudi reluctantly turned her head to look in the direction of the source of the sound, only to see Yang Kai with a gloomy face, walking in front of her, looking down at her indifferently. There is no emotion in the eyes. Yin Sudi opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. With a crackling sound, Yang Kai snapped his fingers. The seven-color lotus that was slowly blooming in Yin Sudi's mind suddenly stopped blooming, and immediately turned into dots of fluorescent light and disappeared. Seeing this, Yin Sudi's face was overjoyed, and she quickly examined the situation of her own sea of consciousness. After seeing it, she was shocked and horrified. Her own sea of consciousness almost dried up, if it wasn't for Yang Kai who stopped the strange behavior at the last moment. The consequences of secret techniques are unimaginable. Even so, if she wants to fully recover, she must pay a huge price and take a long time. From Yang Kai's sudden display of this lotus secret technique to this moment, it has only been 3 breaths of time before and after. During these 3 breaths, although the strong man who was originally protected by Yin Sudi didn't understand what happened, he also knew that the 3 of them really kicked the iron plate. Seeing that Yang Kai's attention was not on this side, he looked at Yin Sudi who was in such a mess, and he gritted his teeth, and he was about to leave this place under the rotation of Saint Yuan. He couldn't even care about Yin Sudi. But just as he moved his body, a figure flashed in front of him, and Yang Kai with an indifferent expression stood in front of him. The burly man surnamed who had dry lips, looking at the figure in front of him, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He did not dare to move even if he felt hatred. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a ray of pitch-black magic flame shot out, directly punching a hole in the left chest of the strong man. The strong man didn't even have the thought of resisting, so he groaned and covered his chest. After staggering a few steps, he immediately showed an expression of disbelief, the brilliance in his eyes quickly dissipated, and he fell down from the air. His body was wrapped in magic flames in midair, and burned to death. After finishing these, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to Yin Sudi. Yin Sudi was still covering her head with her hands, panting coquettishly. It seemed that the lotus-growing secret technique had caused her huge damage just now, and she didn't even have the strength to escape. Beside her, there was a pure white bead that fell to the ground. Yang Kai looked at the bead, reached out and sucked it up. Although I don't know what the name of this bead is, but just now Yin Sudi used this bead to spy on the beautiful figure in the depths of his mind, and then used the charm to make Yang Kai appear with Su Yan. The illusion of standing in front of you. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai let out a hula from his hand, and as the magic flame rolled, the bead quickly melted and disappeared into the world. No matter what the bead is, whether it is more valuable than not, Yang Kai doesn't want to keep it. After burning the beads, Yang Kai stared at Yin Sudi coldly, and said indifferently, "Do you think that I dare not kill people?" Yin Sudi's eyes were terrified and she didn't dare to speak to her. The scene where Yang Kai killed the martial artist who was clearly seen by her. She knew that what she did just now should have touched the other party's psychological bottom line, otherwise he wouldn't have killed him until now. The first time he went to him, he was ready to go. That woman named Su Yan seems to be very important to him, otherwise how could such a thing happen? With a sudden change in her mind, Yin Sudi regretted it to death. If she knew Yang Kai was so tyrannical, why would she be making fun of herself? "Do you think I dare not kill you?" Yang Kai asked again. "You can't kill me." Yin Sudi braced herself, murmured, panting, "My senior brother should have succeeded, you should also think about your companion." Successful. Yang Kai raised his mouth and suddenly shot out a golden ray of light. The golden ray was extremely thin, as if it was just a golden thread, and disappeared into the void in a flash. A moment later, a male warrior shouted in horror, and a layer of fluorescent light suddenly appeared in the empty place. After the fluorescent light shattered, a figure appeared. It was the warrior surnamed Luo. After Yin Sudi fell from the sky inexplicably and after the martial artist surnamed who was killed, he seemed to see that the situation here was not good, so he used the secret technique of floating light and hiding shadows to escape, but in the pursuit of Jin Si, unexpectedly he was forced out at once, and the gold thread seemed to be alive. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't stop the intrusion and entanglement of the gold thread. It took only a moment for him to be tied up by the gold thread. This golden thread is naturally the golden blood thread secret technique that Yang Kai has practiced for a long time, an existence similar to a secret treasure. The golden blood thread secret technique was derived from the demon blood thread secret technique of the demon blood cult. Yang Kai also had the intention to test the power of the golden blood thread, so he used it. Now seeing that Luo's surnamed martial artist was so easily defeated by the golden blood thread bound, and still can't break free, I am very satisfied. He moved his hand again, and the golden blood thread that bound the martial artist surnamed Luo was pulled, and immediately dragged the martial artist surnamed Luo back not far from Yang Kai. When Yin Sudi saw it, her nose turned crooked. Just now she fought with Yang Kai so hard, and she had full confidence in her senior brother, so she didn't pay attention to the situation between him and Yang Yan, but instinctively thought that Yang Yan had been captured. But looking at it now, I immediately knew that my thoughts were too naive. When the martial artist surnamed Luo was captured, Yang Yan in a black robe also strolled towards this side. Seeing her appearance, except for being a little frightened, she was unscathed, and the black robe on her body was not even wrinkled. I don't know how she resisted the warrior surnamed Luo for such a long time. Successful. Are you still awake? Yang Kai sneered. Yin Sudi's face turns blue and turns red, wishing she could find a hole to drill down. At the same time, she stared coldly at the warrior surnamed Luo, secretly blaming him for being useless at all. The martial artist surnamed Luo is also full of bitterness. He never thought that Yang Yan has so many secret treasures, and each of them is powerful. During his attempt to capture Yang Yan, the other party did not fight back, but passively defended. But those defenses, no matter how he attacks, he can't break them. Now that Yang Kai has captured him, he really dare not look at Yin Sudi. Seeing that Yin Sudi was unwilling to talk, Yang Kai snorted coldly, opened his hand, and a huge handprint slapped down on the martial artist surnamed Luo. Under his horrified gaze, he was slapped down to the ground, densely packed with the sound of bones breaking it sounded. Just this blow caused the warrior surnamed Luo to be severely injured. But what made him feel lucky was that the other party didn't seem to kill him. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at .doodooum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1287 Who is Su Yan? The three of my senior brothers and sisters came after me. I thought it would be easy to bring Yang Kai back to Lulaman, but I didn't expect that one of them was buried here, and the other two were seriously injured. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Yin Sudi suddenly realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. Even if I want to overthrow the world, she will only support me from behind, and will not stand in front of me and ask if I will regret it. Yang Kai suddenly said something inexplicable to Yin Sudi, and the corner of his mouth curled up. A touch of ridicule. A woman like you dares to transform into her appearance, you really don't know how to live or die. As soon as the words fell, a jet of jet black energy shot out and shot directly into Yin Sudi's delicate body. Yin Sudi's face turned pale, thinking that she was doomed this time. 2 tears fell down from the corners of her eyes involuntarily. Just now, the pitch-black magic flame easily burned senior brother Hu's body to ashes, and now it shot into his body. How could he survive? But what surprised her was that the magic flame was not as hot as she imagined, but extremely cold. As soon as you entered her body, she shivered involuntarily, as if the holy essence in her body was frozen. It didn't work well, and a layer of hoarfrost soon covered the body. I won't kill you this time. If you dare to bump into my hand next time, I will make your life worse than death. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with a move of his hand, the golden thread that bound the warrior surnamed Luo flew away. Shot it back, got into his body and disappeared. Immediately, under Yin Sudi's complicated gaze, he walked away with Yang Yan. After waiting for Yang Kai and Yang Yan to disappear for a long time, Yin Sudi and the martial artist surnamed Luo dared to move their bodies. Although both of them suffered serious injuries, they were not fatal injuries. The martial artist surnamed Luo only suffered a lot of broken bones. It's nothing serious, but Yin Sudi's injury is a little more serious, the injury to her spiritual consciousness, and the extremely cold air in her body, which is constantly moving through her meridians, making her feel very uncomfortable. Junior sister Yin, are you okay? The warrior surnamed Luo forced himself to stand up, and asked a question with concern. When he was asking, he stretched out a hand, as if he wanted to help Yin Sudi up. Do you think I'm alright? Yin Sudi's pretty face twisted a bit. She slapped Luo's extended hand aside unceremoniously, stood up unsteadily, hair messed up. Where is the beautiful image before? The warrior surnamed Luo knew that she was blaming him for his incompetence, so even if he was angry, he didn't dare to say anything more. But then again, if he had known that Yang was so powerful, he wouldn't have come here with Yin Sudi to intercept him. Wouldn't this be his own death? It's also fortunate that the one surnamed Yang didn't kill him in the end, otherwise he would only go on the road with senior brother Hu now. He still hasn't figured it out yet. Why Yang Kai only killed senior brother Hu alone? Did he kill chickens to make an example to monkeys? Junior sister, do you want to find a place to rest? This place is not too far from Wansho Mountain. There are often disciples from Wansho Mountain haunting this place. If they see it, there will definitely be some disturbances again. The warrior surnamed Luo, while Yin Sudi was arranging his clothes, he asked softly, although Yin Sudi didn't give him a good look just now, but he dared to ignore Yin Sudi. If he really did, there must be nothing good to eat when he goes back. Hearing this, Yin Sudi turned pale, nodded and said, well, let's find a place to heal the wound first, and we have to discuss how to report this matter to the elders in the sect after we go back. The warrior surnamed Luo was stunned, then nodded and said, but according to my sister's orders. Immediately, the two of them braced themselves, dragged their injured bodies, and found a hidden place nearby to meditate and heal their injuries. Somewhere thousands of miles away, Yang Yan followed behind Yang Kai without saying a word, and the imperial envoy Xing Shuo galloped towards a certain direction. She looked at Yang Kai's back, and for some reason, suddenly realized that this back figure seemed to reveal a feeling of loneliness. Ever since he separated from Yin Sudi and the others, Yang Yan noticed that Yang Kai's mood had changed, and he kept on his way, as if he was still thinking about something. She didn't go forward to disturb him, but just quietly followed behind him. She knew that Yang Kai would become like this. It should have something to do with the secret technique that Yin Sudi displayed at the last moment, and a woman's name that he himself called out. After a full day and night, Yang Kai, who was on the road ahead, suddenly turned around and landed on a nearby hill, and at this moment the feeling of loneliness in his back suddenly disappeared. Yang Yan controlled his Xing Shuo to land beside Yang Kai, looked at him sideways, and found that he had returned to normal, then secretly exhaled, rolled his eyes, and asked, who is Su Yan? Why do you ask this? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. Just ask. Yang Yan curled her lips, and immediately knew that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, but she didn't ask the bottom line with interest. But even if Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could guess that this Su Yan must be the most important thing in his life. Important woman. She didn't ask, but Yang Kai suddenly became interested in talking and said with a smile, she is my real senior sister, different from your fake senior sister. You guys. Yang Yan smiled wickedly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. His smile was thought-provoking. Yang Kai nodded calmly, but she doesn't know where she is in the star field now. She's not in Gloom Star. Yang Yan was surprised. No, it was an accident that I came here. She entered the star field earlier than me, and I don't know where exactly. Is that so? Are you worried about her? Yang Yan asked softly. I'm worried, so I want to find her as soon as possible, but now I don't even know when I can leave Gloom Star. Yang Kai sighed sadly, now I can only practice first, and I can only leave Gloom Star when I am strong enough. Xing went into the outside world to find out. Yang Yan rolled his eyes, as if he wanted to say something, but after thinking about it carefully, he swallowed the words again, waved his hand and said, don't talk about this, you seem to be very sad when you say it. Let me ask you, why don't you kill those two people too? Don't you think she is a woman and can't do it? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If possible, of course I want to kill them all, but Yin Sudi's status in Luluman is different. If I really kill her, Luluman will definitely not let me go, and when it comes out this time, there must be other people who know about it. If there is no such reason, I don't mind killing people to silence it. If this is the case, then you shouldn't have killed one of them. Yang Yan frowned secretly. She had seen Yang Kai's fight with who's surnamed martial artist and Yin Sudi before, and felt in her heart that she must either not kill him or kill him. Killing a clean slate, now only killing one person, is obviously not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled. I killed him because he wanted to kill me, that's all. As for whether he will be remembered by Luluman, Yang Kai doesn't care. It is impossible to say that he will not be enmity with Luluman. After all, a disciple of his family died in his own hands, but the identity of the martial artist with the surname is obviously not as good as Yin Sudi, so even if there is some trouble at that time, it will not be worried by all the high-level sects of Luluman. Even if someone comes to trouble him, it will only be a few people. With the current defense strength of Longshe Mountain, he will not be afraid of anything. Anyway, the Xie family already has a family eyeing him, so it doesn't matter if there are one or two more enemies. Besides, which big sect's disciples don't have some accidents every year, and some people die? If these sects always find trouble for others because of the dead disciples, then there is no need to develop themselves. So killing that martial artist with the surname Hu, Yang Kai really didn't care about anything. In this battle, he not only tested the power of the golden blood thread, but also tested the power of the spirit and soul skill derived from the 7-color warming god lotus. The secret technique of growing lotus is the soul technique that he comprehended after the evolution of the 7-color warming spirit lotus. After a trial, Yin Sudi was completely vulnerable. However, although the power of the lotus secret technique is powerful, it is not a small load on oneself, and consumes a lot of spiritual power. Yang Kai thought about the gains and losses, and secretly felt that this move should be used by surprise. Now he possesses the Blade of Space, the secret technique of Lotus, the Golden Blood Thread, the magic eye of destroying the world, the magic flame with variable cold and heat, and all kinds of secret means, as well as the map of Bayou, the purple shield, the virtual king level refining furnace and the spirit of the weapon. Waiting for many secret treasures, so even if he is only a Saint King 2-layer martial artist, Yang Kai has the confidence to compete with the General Void Return Mirror. As for whether you can win, it depends on the opponent's cultivation base. However, the indifference of Xingdi Mountain and Luyi of Luyun Valley, Yang Kai is still not sure to kill them, especially the former. He feels extremely dangerous, not even inferior to him at all. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be proved. After all, the two have never fought against each other. Some messy thoughts flashed in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Where are we now?" "Now you know how to ask." Yang Yan pouted, "Why didn't you think about it when you were on your way yesterday?" A look of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. He was aroused by Yin Sudi's secret technique yesterday, although there was nothing unusual at the time, but afterwards he would inevitably recall some things, but after a day of adjustment, his mood has calmed down as before. Yang Yan laughed softly. "Fortunately, we haven't deviated too far from our original goal. It's just a slight detour in the past, and the delay before and after can't be more than 3 days. "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. This trip, he and Yang Yan are not only going to Luluman, but also have another thing to do, otherwise Yang Yan would not have deliberately followed. "But before that, shouldn't you let Xiao Xiao out and let me see how many thousand magic glass it has swallowed?" Yang Yan suddenly suggested excitedly. Although Yang Kai summoned the stone puppet back the night before, but to be on the safe side, neither of them dared to investigate. Now that they finally had the time and opportunity, Yang Yan naturally couldn't wait to know the answer. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded slightly, released his spiritual mind to check around, and after confirming that there was no one else within a radius of dozens of miles, he summoned the stone puppet with a wave of his hand. To be continued. Chapter 1288 Ghost. Wuba Group. 7,462,006. Wuba Bar Affairs Group 1 wish everyone a good mood every day. Over a huge valley covering an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, Yang Kai and Yang Yan stood in the air, looking at the tumbling, thick and abnormally cold air below. They couldn't help frowning. Even if he didn't go deep into it, Yang Kai could see that the cold air was not easy to resist, and from time to time, he could vaguely hear a whistling wind sound similar to howling ghosts and wolves, which made people shudder. "Are you sure it's here?" Yang Kai observed for a while, then turned to look at Yang Yan. "That's right, although I don't know the exact location, but if these two remnants of pictures are put together, the path will point to this place." Yang Yan looked at the two remnants of pictures in his hand, looked left and right, firmly and authentically. "This is a little troublesome." Yang Kai frowned. The reason why he brought Yang Yan out this time was precisely because of these two remnants of the map, one of which was owned by Yang Yan himself, and Yang Kai didn't ask where she got it from, and the other one is the one that appeared in the Tianyan City auction, and Yang Kai obtained it by killing a Ke Hezong disciple named Meng Hongliang in the flowing flame sand field. Putting together the two remnants of the picture, although it is still impossible to get too precise clues, it is possible to see something. This kind of remnant map with a long history should hide some secrets. Once you find the place where the remnant map guides, you may be able to obtain great benefits. Now that the capital turnover in Longshe Mountain is not working well, Yang Kai does not allow Yang Yan to continue auctioning the secret treasure, so Yang Yan took this opportunity to go to Luluman to come out with Yang Kai, and by the way, he also came to find the guide on the residual map. Let's see if he is lucky enough to solve the current embarrassing situation. After checking the amount of 1,000 illusion glasses swallowed by the stone puppet, the two of them rushed towards this side non-stop. It took 10 days to finally reach the sky above such a huge valley, calling it a valley, because the people here at the edge, there are indeed some mountain ranges connected, wrapping this place in a circle, but it is the first time Yang Kai has seen such a huge valley covering such a vast area. At first glance, it seems that the ground here has been forcibly sunk by some powerful master, and the cold air emanating from it is also very uncomfortable. It is conceivable that the surrounding area is like this. Know what kind of danger will be hidden inside. Do you know where this place is? Yang Kai asked again. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid of anything, but now Yang Yan is also by her side, although she has outstanding self-protection ability, but if Yang Kai had no time to spare to rescue him if he was really in danger, it would still be a bit worrying. I don't know, Gloomy Star is too big, I don't know all the places, but seeing that there are no people in this area for 1,000,000 miles, it seems that it is not a good place. Yang Yan shook his head. Yang Kai feels helpless. If this is a good place, he can tell it at a glance. How can Yang Yan say it? Now it is impossible to find someone to ask about the situation. The two of them have not seen any people since they passed through a small city 5 or 6 days ago. It's already here anyway, let's go in and have a look. I'm not sure if I can find the final location of the residual map guide, I just don't want to waste the 2 residual maps I got. Yang Yan saw that Yang Kai was hesitating. Look, cannot help urging up. Yang Kai glanced at her, and pondered again. Okay. But you have to follow me closely, don't leave me 3 feet away. Got it. Yang Yan stuck out his tongue, and wrapped his black robe tighter. Immediately, the two stopped hesitating and went deeper into the valley. As soon as you entered the valley, the strong yin and cold air came from all directions, making Yang Yan shiver, but the next moment, a scorching fire element burst out of her body, dispelling the yin and cold. Resume as usual. Naturally, Shikai wouldn't be in the cold, his physical strength was strong enough to withstand this kind of harassment. Looking around, this place is desolate and desolate. As far as I can see, it is difficult to see any trees. Occasionally, some grass grows here, and all of them exude a cold atmosphere, dark and ugly. The fierce howling wind, similar to howling ghosts and wolves, became louder and louder. The strong wind blew from a distance and swept over the bodies of the two people, unexpectedly bringing some coldness. This coldness seemed to directly affect the soul, making it hard to guard against. Let's go, Yang Kai exclaimed, leading Yang Yan forward. Passing along the road, apart from the uncomfortable environment here, only the severe wind blowing from time to time, did not encounter any danger, which surprised Yang Kai, but he was also happy in this way. A day later, the two had already penetrated within 3,000 miles. At this moment, they were standing in front of a collapsed ruined wall, feeling a little lost. There should have been a building here, but it has collapsed since then. The ruthless years have passed, and there are only some ruins left on the spot, and the broken walls have been smoothed by Li Feng, and they are broken piece by piece. The stone becomes smooth as a mirror. Hey, Yang Yan suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and rushed a few steps. He ran to the ruined wall and turned around a place. Yang Kai didn't stop her either. Under his spiritual sense investigation, there were no signs of danger in the surrounding area. After a while, Yang Yan walked back thoughtfully. What did you find? Restriction, Yang Yan said in a deep voice. It seems that this place used to be the site of some sect. There are traces of restriction here, but it has already been destroyed. It seems that the next road should be careful. The general sect. The restrictions are gradually strengthened from the outside to the inside. We haven't encountered it before, probably because we haven't entered the scope of this sect yet. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai nodded immediately and asked, where are we going now? Yang Yan took out the 2 residual pictures and looked at them carefully, and then pointed to a location, this way. Yang Kai immediately continued to lead the way. On the next road, the two encountered some remaining restrictions and magic circles, but these restrictions and magic circles were not worth mentioning in Yang Yan's eyes. Under her reminder, Yang Kai avoid everything that can be avoided, and let Yang Yan crack it if it is really unavoidable. None of these prohibitions and magic circles can last for 30 breaths under Yang Yan's hands. But Yang Kai didn't show any joy, instead his expression became more dignified. Since this is a relic of a sect, and its state seems to have happened many years ago, now that such a long time has passed, the prohibition and magic circle are still in effect, one can imagine how powerful this sect should have been in the past, and for such a sect, the internal restrictions and magic circles should be extraordinary. Whenever Yang Yan breaks those restrictions and magic circles, Yang Kai will stand by and wait for her to break them, and then open the way first. At this moment, Yang Yan broke a small illusion restriction, clapped his hands happily, and when he was about to say something to Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold, and he rushed to Yang Yan while shaking his body. Holding her shoulder with one hand, he dragged her behind him, while the other hand lightly pushed her forward. A hot black flame ignited in the palm of his hand. The palm hit the void, but strangely, a scream suddenly came out. The scream contained some kind of unbelievable divine power, sending out an attack similar to the soul skill, Towards Yang Kai and Yang Yan the sea of consciousness rushed in, but this kind of attack was not considered strong, it couldn't tear the defense of the sea of consciousness of the two of them at all, so they were blocked outside. This is the case, Yang Yan's face turned pale, she was attacked by this sneak attack without noticing any danger at all, naturally she was quite frightened. After concentrating on looking towards Yang Kai's side, he suddenly found an illusory, invisible figure in Yang Kai's hands, and in the tumbling magic flames, the blurred facial features of the figure revealed extremely painful emotions. His expression was immediately burned by the magic flame. Yin soul, Yang Kai and Yang Yan blurted out almost at the same time, and then looked at each other, feeling a bit chilly down the spine. Yin Hun is a very special kind of existence. It is another kind of existence similar to living beings that condenses after the death of living beings. Generally speaking, after the death of any living body, the soul will not exist for too long. Without the body as a carrier, the soul will soon dissipate in this world and become a part of the aura of heaven and earth. However, if it is preserved with a suitable secret treasure, or if you find a suitable physical body in a short period of time, you can keep your soul immortal. But is it so easy to refine the secret treasure that can store the soul? Seizing the house is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be swallowed by the soul of the physical master, just like when the old demon wanted to seize Yang Kai's body, but was controlled by him, and finally had to obey Yang Kai's orders, really lost his wife and lost his army. But there is another situation that can keep the fascination from dissipating, that is, there is a very suitable environment. For example, this valley is such a very suitable place. The yin and cold air is extremely strong. If the spirit is here, the speed of dissipation will be greatly slowed down. If the opportunity comes, it will linger all year round and turn into a ghost kind of existence. Of course, after transforming into a ghost, this wisp of divine soul will also lose its intelligence and become a vicious ghost who can only act according to instinct. The ghosts formed in this situation are very aggressive. Any living creature or creature with a body is an enemy in front of them. Eliminating them is very difficult. After Yang Kai's demon flame transformed into a scorching attribute, it was already strong and young, and it was the nemesis of these ghosts, so he could kill them with just a single grasp. From the perspective of other martial arts, it would not be so easy up. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at .doodooum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1289 It's Her. Wuba Group. 7,462,006. Wuba Bar Affairs Group 1 Wish everyone a good mood every day. Speaking of which, Yang Kai has really dealt with this kind of thing before. Many years ago, when he was practicing in the evil cave of Kenyan Evil Land, the evil spirits he encountered were similar to ghosts. At that time, he could collect there are many origins of evil spirits, but unfortunately there is no such thing after the ghosts here dissipate. After entering this valley, Yang Kai had some doubts about the existence of ghosts here, but he didn't find it along the way, so he didn't care about it, but he didn't want to encounter it until now. What makes Yang Kai's face even more ugly is that since there will be a ghost here, it means that there is a second, third, or even more. Guan Yangan's face, she obviously also thought of this, her expression was cloudy and uncertain. It seemed to test the conjecture of the two of them. After the ghost was wiped out, wisps of chilly air visible to the naked eye suddenly emerged from the ground in all directions, as if awakened by the scream of the ghost. These yin and cold airs are either thick or light, the light ones are almost imperceptible, and the thick ones are like light smoke. No matter what form they are, they just twist for a while, and there are ghosts in the shape of human figures, without exception, have no clear facial features, and some even have incomplete limbs, which look extremely weird. Seeing this, Yang Yan immediately activated a piece of her own treasure armor, and in an instant, a mass of fiery red light enveloped her whole body, while Yang Kai didn't say a word, and directly flicked his 10 fingers, one after another jet black magic flames ignited. Shooting out, it precisely pierced through the bodies of those ghosts. Although there are quite a few of these ghosts, they look densely packed, but they are really vulnerable. After a round of attacks, none of them can resist, and they are wrapped in magic flames, turning into ashes and dissipating in the world. Seeing this, Yang Yan seemed to feel a lot more at ease. She rolled her eyeballs and took out a disc-shaped secret treasure, and then poured holy yuan into it, activating the power of the secret treasure. The next moment, a circle of scorching red light suddenly spread out around the secret treasure of the disc, and the fire passed along the road, dispelling all the coldness in the world, and those condensed ghosts could not resist the fire. Wei, his body shattered into pieces amidst screams. The scorching red circle of fire has been spreading for a distance of 100 feet before it gradually loses its power and disappears. Looking around, the densely populated ghosts have disappeared at this moment, and they have all been wiped out in the circle of fire. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked at Yang Yan in astonishment. Hee, my newly refined secret treasure, isn't it not bad? Yang Yan seemed to smile at Yang Kai with some complacency. Well, it is suitable for the current situation, but it is not enough if it is to deal with a single person. Yang Kai's vision is not bad, and he can see the shortcomings of this secret treasure at once. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Yang Yan curled his lips and said, I have other secret treasures that can be used to deal with a single person, but I am too lazy to fight with others, It seems that because Yang Kai told the truth, she was very unhappy. Yang Kai touched his nose and said lightly, let's go, although these ghosts are vulnerable, there may be some fierce ghosts inside, so don't be careless. The two immediately continued on the road. This piece of Zongmen ruins is really weird enough. Not to mention the remaining many restrictions, so many ghosts have been born. On the next road, the two encountered attacks from ghosts and obstacles from the restrictions several times, but these are all. It's just that Yang Kai and Yang Yan can easily solve it with a little effort, and nothing too dangerous happened. After exploring this valley for several days, as time went by, Yang Yan spent more and more time checking the remnants of the map. It seemed that as she got closer to the target, it was difficult for her to determine the correct location. One day, when Yang Yan was checking the remnant map to guide the direction, Yang Kai suddenly changed his expression and released his divine sense to spread outwards. After a while, his expression became strange, and he frowned and said, there are still people here. Who? Yang Yan asked in surprise. I don't know, but there are only 4 people, 2 holy kings at the 3rd level and 2 holy kings at the 2nd level. They seem to be trapped in some kind of restriction. Would you like to go and have a look? Just ask where this place is. Yang Yan suggested. According to Yang Kai's original thinking, since the two of them came here to hunt for treasure this time, of course they don't want to make troubles, no matter who the people over there are or what dangers they encounter. He doesn't bother to meddle in other people's business, but in his divine sense under the induction, the breath of 2 of them made him feel a little familiar, as if he had met there before. This made him extremely curious. Hearing what Yang Yan said, he nodded and said, okay, let's go and have a look quietly, but don't expose your traces. Yang Yan naturally had no objection. The two rushed over there immediately. Yang Kai's spiritual mind was powerful. As long as he restrained his aura and wrapped his spiritual mind around him, naturally he wouldn't be worried that he would be found by a martial artist of the same level. However, Yang Yan activated the power of a secret treasure of a necklace she was wearing, and soon, a layer of film-like energy enveloped it, as if there was water flowing on the film, and in the blink of an eye, she, as if from Yang Kai, disappeared from his field of vision, leaving only a faint figure. Even if Yang Kai used his divine sense to detect her, he couldn't detect any aura of her, unless someone stood in front of her at close range and looked with the naked eye. Otherwise it will not be exposed. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Those 4 people were not close to where the two were, they were 30 miles away, and only Yang Kai dared to unscrupulously release spiritual sense to investigate in such a place. After a stick of incense, Yang Kai and Yang Yan came to the bottom of a mound and looked over there. On an open space not far away, there is an energy light curtain covering a radius of 30 feet. Which is semicircular, like a large bowl turned upside down on the ground, and within this energy light curtain, there are 4 warriors, each other's horns, looking dignifiedly vigilant around. The 4 of them are flowing with brilliance. Saint Yuan is surging, each holding different forms of secret treasures. 2 of them are constantly urging the power of the secret treasures towards the semicircular light. The curtain went away. Although each bombardment can shake the light curtain does not know what to do. It not only traps the 4 people in it, but also bounces their attacks back. And the remaining 2 must use their defensive secret treasures to receive the rebounded energy after their companions attack, so as not to hurt their companions. The cooperation of the 4 is extremely skillful, and they are familiar people at first glance, but no matter how hard they try, it seems that they can't break the semicircular energy light curtain in a short while, and they don't know that they are trapped here after a long time. The Saint Yuan fluctuations in everyone's body fluctuated up and down, and it seemed that it was consumed a lot. Hey, it's actually a restriction with a rebound nature, which is a bit interesting. Yang Yan's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be very interested in that layer of semicircular restriction. But Yang Kai frowned, looking at a young woman dressed as a young woman among the 4, who had a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be able to talk, and said with a strange expression, it's her. He felt that the aura of the 2 people here was somewhat familiar, so he came to find out, but he really didn't expect it to be this woman. That young woman is obviously Shen Shitao of Tianzong. Speaking of which, he has no deep friendship with this woman, but has only met him a few times in the flowing flame sand field, but this woman seems to have decided that he is a person of great luck. At that time, she intended to draw him to act together, but before Yang Kai refused, she met Changqi who was chasing the dragon soul. As a result, her luck was really good, and she followed Yang Kai into an underground Saint Crystal vein. Later, Yang Kai left the underground Saint Crystal vein ahead of time, leaving only a few people from Tianzong and Changqi to mine the Saint Crystal there, and it is not known what they will finally gain. But looking at Changqi's gains, one knows that they must have gained a lot. Add up a few people, at least they have hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, and they haven't taken any risks. What's more, Yang Kai was able to obtain Dragon Bone, Dragon Ball and 9 curved crystal jade tree from the underground Saint Crystal vein. Shen Shitao and the others might have another chance to obtain other precious things. From a certain point of view, she did have such a big harvest because of Yang Kai's luck at that time. It's just that Yang Kai didn't expect to meet Shen Shitao in this kind of place. The familiar aura he felt before, one of them was her, and the other was another delicate woman whom he had met at that time. She had a cultivation level of the second level of the Holy King. At this moment, she was in charge of defending a member of. No, Yang Yan tilted his head and asked softly. Barely counts. Yang Kai nodded. Then do you want to help them? No more. Yang Kai shook his head resolutely. This woman is a little troublesome, it's better not to be discovered by them. It seems that this restriction is not too dangerous, it is estimated that they can only trap them for a day or two, when they will naturally from. But I want to study it. Yang Yan didn't finish speaking, suddenly her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she looked not far away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also turned around with a feeling at this time, his face suddenly became ugly. Because not far away, there were a few ghosts flying towards this side lightly, as if they were attracted by the movement over there, and judging from their course of action, they would pass the hill where he and Yang Yan were hiding. Yang Kai was very annoyed, he quietly gestured to Yang Yan, and wanted to retreat. Who would have known that just when they moved here, those ghosts seemed to have sensed something, and looked towards this side one after another. Immediately, each of them let out a shriek, and rushed over fiercely. Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan are so perfect that they will not be discovered by Saint King Realm fighters, but for these ghosts, as long as they are living things, they can be sensed by some vitality that is revealed. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a gleam of murderous intent. He opened his hand and squeezed towards the nearest ghost. At the same time, a few magic flames popped out with the other hand, and shot in all directions. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Runyun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1290 Relief. The few ghosts were not strong, and after being attacked by Yang Kai, they disappeared in an instant, but after doing this, Yang Kai's figure was naturally exposed, and they were noticed by the 4 people over there. All 4 of them were startled, and they looked towards this side solemnly, seeing Yang Kai standing there helplessly and awkwardly. Among the 4 people, the 2 men naturally looked ugly, because they were trapped in the restriction, and there were ghosts and ghosts outside, so they would naturally have some suspicions, thinking that Yang Kai had some ulterior motives in the vicinity, and immediately turned to him. Stopped the movement of the hands, turned around and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, with a bad look on his face. But when those 2 women saw Yang Kai, they were taken aback, but soon, Shen Shitao and another delicate woman remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Although almost 2 years have passed since we parted at the beginning, how could Shen Shitao forget this man who has brought her great benefits? Immediately, a look of joy appeared on his face. He raised his jade hand and said in greeting, "So it's you." The delicate woman also smiled at Yang Kai. Her smile was extremely sweet. Yang Kai felt a headache, but had to pretend to be surprised, and said in surprise, "You are." Shen Shitao covered her mouth and started to smile coquettishly. "Why, brother Yang doesn't recognize me. My concubine is Shen Shitao of Tianzong. We met in Luyan Sand Field." Flowing Flame Sand Field. The 2 men beside Shen Shitao couldn't help but look terrified when they heard this, and looked at Yang Kai again. After all, people who survive the Flowing Flame Sand Field generally cannot take it lightly. The 2 of them regretted that they missed the opportunity to enter the Flowing Flame Sand Field due to various reasons. Later, they learned that Shen Shitao and others they have gained huge benefits from it, and they regret not falling, but their understanding of the flowing flame sand field is only through Shen Shitao's description. Pay more attention. However, after realizing that Yang Kai was only at the second level of Saint King, one of the two twitched his lips slightly, and stopped paying attention, as if he thought that Yang Kai's ability to come back alive should only be at the first level. Reason. And the other man with a lower cultivation base, but seemed full of energy, with bright eyes, was more interested in Yang Kai. He and Yang Kai's cultivation base are the same, both are Saint King 2 layers, so naturally they have some comparisons. Seeing Shen Shitao showing a familiar look with him, Yang Kai felt even more troublesome. When he met this woman last time, Yang Kai knew that she was very troublesome, but he didn't think that he still underestimated her familiarity. With such enthusiasm, Yang Kai could only smile and say, "It turned out to be you, I remembered." Finally I remembered him. I thought Brother Yang was really a noble person who forgot things and didn't pay attention to him, hehe, Chuan. Shen Shitao seemed to be very happy and trapped in the restraint, and even smiled coquettishly, making the others all three were stunned. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai could only make a ha-ha to deal with it. After laughing for a while, Shen Shitao suddenly looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes and asked, "By the way, Brother Yang, why did you come here?" "Inadvertently broke into this place, felt that it was a bit weird, so I came in to have a look, but I didn't want to hear some movement here, I didn't show up directly before, please don't blame me." Yang Kai clasped his fist slightly. "I have no intention of rushing into the morning." Shen Shitao smiled and looked at Yang Kai meaningfully. Although she didn't really believe Yang Kai's words, she didn't ask any more questions, but rolled her eyes and said, "Concubine, I'm taking the liberty, can I ask Brother Yang for a favor?" "What's the matter?" Yang's skin went numb, and he immediately knew that he was in trouble. "Can you and your companion attack this layer of restriction from the outside? It has the nature of rebound. We really can't let go inside, but I guess if we attack from the outside, there should be no problem." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, turned his head to look at Yang Yan, who nodded slightly at him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course." Shen Shitao's pretty face beamed with joy, and said quickly, "Then thank you, young Brother Yang, and I'll come to thank you personally after we escape from trouble. It's just a small effort, Miss Shen doesn't have to worry about it." Yang Kai waved his hand, telling the four of them to stand a little further away, then he took out the map of the 100 mountains and threw phantoms of mountain peaks towards the restriction. He didn't use his own Saint Yuan, mainly because he didn't want to expose too much to outsiders. The Bayou map is just a secret treasure, so others can't see anything through his attack. The phantoms of the mountain peaks crashed down with great force, as expected by Shen Shitao. The rebounding restriction was only for those trapped inside, this situation would not happen when attacking from the outside. But under Yang Kai's attack, that layer of semicircular energy shield quickly became dangerous, crumbling, and the color gradually faded. I am afraid it would be broken without a cup of tea. Seeing this, Shen Shitao and the handsome woman couldn't help but feel a little rejoiced. After all, the four of them have been trapped here for 2 days. Although they can forcefully break the restriction in a day or two, it is best if someone helps now. It's also safe to stay in this ghost place all the time. And the male warrior at the 3rd level of the Holy King suddenly asked in a low voice, "Miss Shen, are you familiar with this person?" Hearing this, Shen Shitao pondered for a moment, then honestly shook her head and said, "I'm not familiar with it, I just met him twice in the flowing flame sand field, but this person is very interesting." Interesting. The male martial artist was taken aback, unable to understand the meaning of Shen Shitao's comment, and when he was about to ask more carefully, the other man who seemed to be full of energy said, "Sister Dao, what are you talking about?" Said that he also entered the flowing flame sand field before. "Yeah, he and I met in the flowing flame sand field, hehe. He is actually at the 2nd level of the Holy King. When he entered last time, he was only at the 1st level of the Holy King. It seems that he really has some chance." Shen Shitao's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something surprising. The Holy King even dared to enter the flowing flame sand field at the 1st level. "You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth." The male warrior who spoke before suddenly snorted coldly, showing disdain. "It's really lucky that this person can come out alive, I'm afraid he was only active on the periphery of the 1st floor at that time." For some reason, this person seemed to look down on Yang Kai, even though it was the first time they met. He tried his best to belittle him in front of Shen Shitao. Shen Shitao smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "He is not active on the periphery of the 1st floor, he broke through the 1st floor, and I met him on the 2nd floor." "Can he break through the 1st floor?" The male warrior had a surprised expression on his face. After all, he had heard it said before that although the hot zone on the first floor of the flowing flame sand field is not difficult to break through, it is somewhat dangerous. The Saint Yuan was not pure, and the warriors of the second level of the Holy King who were not prepared were blocked, and this man who was originally the first level of the Holy King had the ability to break through. He looked disbelieving. Of course, junior sister Luing was also there at the time. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. While speaking, Shen Shitao pointed to the handsome woman standing beside her. The delicate woman called Luing nodded repeatedly, expressing that what Shen Shitao said was true. However, senior brother Wang, you are right, his luck is indeed good. Shen Shitao smiled meaningfully. Luck. The martial artist surnamed Wang shook his head slowly after hearing the words, luck is not about strength. Hasn't junior sister Shen heard of a saying called Tai Chi, if everything depends on luck, then we don't need to practice. Quote. Shen Shitao showed a look of disapproval. Seeing this, the martial artist surnamed Wang turned to the other man and asked, Junior brother Shen, is there any truth to what you said, brother? What senior brother said makes sense. The man who had the same surname as Chen Shitao and even looked somewhat similar nodded his head without hesitation, but he still looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and asked Chen Shitao, Sister Dao, is this guy the one you mentioned last time? Yes, Shen Shitao nodded lightly. It turned out to be him. If that's the case, we have to make friends with him. He clearly had obtained information about Yang Kai from Chen Shitao a long time ago, and he was as interested in Yang Kai as Chen Shitao. Seeing the appearance of these two people, the martial artist surnamed Wang snorted softly and said no more. Outside, Yang Kai's eyebrows moved slightly, his expression indifferent. Although the conversations of the few people inside were extremely low, how could he not hear them with his strong spiritual sense? He listened to every word of the conversation of several people, and immediately complained secretly in his heart, feeling that he should not be so curious, so he came here, and now he is not only being used as a coolie, but also attracted the attention of another person. However, these four people will appear here, it is estimated that there are other important things, otherwise they will not appear in such a strange place, and they may not be entangled with themselves at that time, maybe they still wish they could leave early good. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai immediately relaxed a lot, buried his head in urging the power of Bai Yu Tu, and continued to smash towards the restriction. After a cup of tea, with the phantom of a huge mountain falling down, the restriction that trapped the four of Chen Shitao finally reached its limit, and cracked apart inch by inch with a crisp sound. Seeing this, Yang Kai collected the phantoms of those mountain peaks, then took the Bai Yu map into his body, and stood in place to wait. The four of Chen Shitao came out of the trapped place with smiles on their faces, and greeted Yang Kai. When they got closer, a scent of fragrance hit their faces, making people feel happy when they heard it. Chen Shitao smiled and said, Thank you, little brother Yang, for saving the siege, I am really grateful. What did Miss Shen say? It's a trivial matter, it's nothing to worry about. Yang Kai waved his hand quickly, and was about to greet them before leaving immediately, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Yan sprinting out without a word. Looking for something nearby. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at .doodooum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1291 Sooya. Seeing this, Yang Kai secretly gave a wry smile, knowing that Yang Yan wanted to study the restriction, so his plan would come to nothing, so he could only talk to Chen Shitao with a smile on his face, while waiting for Yang Yan to finish. During the conversation, Chen Shitao naturally enthusiastically introduced her companion to Yang Kai. That delicate woman Yang Kai had met before, she was the disciple of Qianshan sect who followed Chen Shitao into the flowing flame sand field, called Luing. Among the other two men, the one with lower cultivation base but bright eyes, is called Shen Fanlei, and he is actually a younger brother of Shen Shitao clan. Hearing her introduction, Yang Kai suddenly understood and thought, no wonder the two have subtle similarities in some places between the eyebrows, which turned out to be related by blood. And the last warrior of the third level of the Holy King is Wang Yuhan. To Yang Kai's surprise, this Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei were not disciples of Qianshan sect, they were from another disciple called Jidao sect, and they were not from the same sect as Shen Shitao and Luing. However, it is very common for martial artists who have some relationship with each other, even if they do not belong to the same faction, to travel together, so Yang Kai did not show too much surprise after learning this information. It's just that this extreme door sounded familiar to him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After getting to know each other for a while, Shen Shitao smiled and asked, Brother Yang, what's the matter with you here to bury Shanggu? Her voice is sweet and glutinous, coupled with that mature temperament that is almost dripping water. It is almost more attractive than Yin Sudi's charming skills. Yang Kai noticed that the man named Wang Yuhan seemed to be he has a different meaning to Chen Shitao. But when he heard the words Burial Valley, Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he lost his voice. Is this Valley of Burial? Chen Shitao was surprised, and immediately covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, and asked in amazement, Brother Yang, you really broke into this place by accident, right? You don't even know what this place is. When Yang Kai explained this before, Chen Shitao naturally didn't believe it. After all, this place is several days away from the outermost area. Even if he didn't intend to go deep, he would not break into such a deep place, but now he saw Yang Kai's reaction. It doesn't look like a fake expression, which made her whisper in her heart, wondering if Yang Kai didn't lie to her. Hee. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. I really don't know what this place is. After thinking for a while, he asked, is this the burial valley left over from the extermination of the ancient Yangzong sect? That's right. Chen Shitao nodded slightly, pursed her lips and said with a smile, it seems that you are not ignorant of this. Well, I heard some rumors about this place before. The reason why Yang Kai knew about the burial valley was because he heard about it from Dai Yuan in the flowing flame sand field. At that time, the red candle fruit was about to ripen, and he asked Dai Yuan about the disciple of the Star Emperor sect, which sparked the topic. According to Dai Yuan, this burial valley was originally a place where a huge power called Jiyu Yangzong was not inferior to Lei Taizong and Zontian League, but more than 2,000 years ago, people from this Jiyu Yangzong accidentally killed a Xingdi sect disciple who came down from the Xingdi mountain to practice, and ended up in a catastrophe. A month later, the Guiyang sect was wiped out, and this place became such a strange place as the burial valley. Moreover, Dai Yuan also said that since then, many warriors like to come here in groups to look for opportunities, because it is rumored that although the ancient Yangzong was destroyed, there is still a secret left behind. The cave, where the countless years of accumulation of the entire sect of Guiyangzong, is placed in the foreground, so it will naturally attract people. However, there are many restrictions here, and the yin qi is extremely strong. Many people come and die, but no one has found the hidden secret cave. As time goes by, not many people care about it. As for the fact that Jiyu Yangzong and Xingdi's gatekeepers exterminated him are true or false, there is no way to verify. Dai Yuan herself even came here in person, but she got nothing. Instead, she was entangled in a wisp of cold air, and it took a long time to dispel the cold air after returning to Lulaman. Yang Kai recalled what Dai Yuan said at that time in his mind, and his expression became cloudy. If this place is really Burial Valley, then you have to be careful on this trip. The people who came here in the past were not only Saint King Realm, but even Void Return Mirror powerhouses came here, and they would also fall. Yang Kai paid himself no matter how strong he would not dare to be careless in the slightest. Could it be that the place pointed by the two residual pictures in Yang Yan's hand is the hidden secret cave of the ancient Yangzong? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help feeling extremely hot. If this is the case, it can really solve the embarrassing situation in Longshe Mountain. After all, the wealth stored by a powerful sect is quite amazing. Thinking like this in my heart, I kept my face on the surface. Chen Shitao and the others seemed to see what Yang Kai was thinking about, but they didn't interrupt his train of thought. After a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath, cupped his fists at Chen Shitao and said, "Thank you, Miss Shen. If it wasn't for this time, Miss Shen, my companion and I probably don't know where this is." Shen Shitao giggled coquettishly. "You are so careless. Before you came here, didn't you inquire about it? It's also fortunate that you have been lucky. Otherwise, if you rush into it, even if you have the cultivation of the Void Return Mirror because there is no return." She had a look of reproach, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for not cherishing her own life at all. Yang Kai laughed dryly twice. Shen Shitao didn't know what she thought of, and explained to Yang Kai enthusiastically, "Brother Yang, don't think that you have encountered any danger now, but if this is really the ruins of the ancient Yang sect, then we are only on the periphery. Forget it. The restrictions and formations on the outside are not too strong, but if you go deep inside, the restrictions and formations encountered will not be as peaceful as the four of us were trapped before, so you must be careful." "Miss Shen," Wang Yuhan interrupted suddenly, "this friend just broke into this place by accident, how could he continue to go deeper? It's useless to tell him these things." Chen Shitao frowned. She didn't say anything, but looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, Since I know this is the burial valley, I will naturally not go any further. Well, I am afraid that you have other important things to come here, so Yang will not bother you, so I will leave. Brother Yang, take care. When Wang Yuhan heard this, he greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face, as if wishing him to go away quickly. Yang Kai squinted at him with the corners of his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and greeted Yang Yan. Then Shi Shiren returned along the way he came, and his figure gradually drifted away. Looking at his back, Shen Shitao opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything, and only after Yang Kai's back disappeared, she sighed softly. Well, this brother Yang is really interesting. Wang Yuhan nodded lightly, and sneered. Without making any preparations, he actually broke into the burial valley. Fortunately, he met Miss Shen, otherwise he wouldn't even die. No. Brother, you don't seem to like this person very much. Shen Fanlei asked with a simple and honest face. Wang Yuhan chuckled. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I look down on this kind of people who can only survive by luck. Senior brother still said that when luck runs out, next time he may not be so good. Luck. Saying this, he glanced at Chen Shitao intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to persuade her, but Chen Shitao was obviously displeased, which made him extremely helpless. Shen Shitao was naturally unhappy. This time it was rare to meet someone with great luck like Yang Kai. She originally wanted to invite Yang Kai to go with her. After all, what the four of them did when they came to the burial valley this time, although there is not much danger, but there are always accidents and everything, if Yang Kai is with him, maybe he can rely on his luck to reduce the risk to a minimum. Who knew that once Yang Kai offered to leave, before he had time to persuade him to stay, this Wang Yuhan would pick up the conversation. It was really annoying. Oh, senior sister Shen. Luing, who had never spoken a word, suddenly called out coquettishly, and said, you forgot to ask him where he was born again. When Shen Shitao heard this, her nose became crooked, and her breasts, which were unusually plump and seemed to be extremely soft, rose up and down. Last time she wanted to find out about Yang Kai's background, so that she could move around more and get familiar with him, but when she collected enough saint crystals, she found that Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so she asked Changqi, but Changqi was also vague, did not dare to disclose Yang Kai's origin too clearly. This made Chen Shitao feel regretful all the time. It was a rare chance to meet again this time. If Wang Yuhan hadn't been in the way, she would definitely not have forgotten it. At the very least, she would have to find out the origin of the family so that it would be convenient for her to visit her in the future. Next time you go out on a trip, you can also invite him to accompany you or something. Compared to acting with other people, she would rather be with the lucky Yang Kai. It was this Wang Yuhan who repeatedly interrupted his conversation with Yang Kai, but he forgot about it. After thinking about it, Shen Shitao gave Wang Yuhan an unceremonious look, and met his flattering eyes. The latter was stunned for a moment, and before he could figure out what was going on, Shen Shitao waved his hand in a somewhat dispirited way. Let's go, find that thunder pool as soon as possible, let Fan Lei break through the current bottleneck. While talking, she immediately led the way. Luing knew why Shen Shitao became like this, so she gave Wang Yuhan a blank look, and followed her senior sister closely. Shen Fanlei seemed to be born dull, didn't notice the slightest thing, and followed excitedly, but Wang Yuhan, who fell at the end, looked gloomily at the direction Yang Kai was leaving, and was very pleased. Although the extreme Taoist sect he and Shen Fanlei came from are not two small sects, they are still comparable to the Qianshan sect, so he has long been interested in his younger brother, his sister. Shen Shitao has outstanding appearance and figure, especially that a pair of natural peach blossom eyes seem to be able to seduce the soul. Every time Shen Fanlei came back to his family, he would make excuses to follow, just to meet Chen Shitao, and always express himself in front of her, wanting to impress the beautiful woman's heart. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Runyun. Just want to listen to you. If you like the work, welcome to Genesis to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1292 Go Deep. If it is possible to embrace a beauty back home, not only will Wang Yuhan be accompanied by beauty in the future, he may also be able to use this to enter Qiantianzong, which kills two birds with one stone. How can he not be enthusiastic? But after meeting several times before and after, he also expressed his admiration openly and secretly, but Chen Shitao had no interest in him at all. Over time, Wang Yuhan gave up a little bit, and didn't plan to pester Chen Shitao anymore, just to make her unhappy. But the last time I was chatting with my junior brother Shen Fanlei, I accidentally heard an extremely shocking news from him. That is, this Shen Shitao is actually worth millions of saint crystals, and also has several powerful void-level mid to high-grade secret treasures in his hands. It seems that she obtained these wealth from the flowing flame sand field. According to Shen Fanlei, his sister was lucky. Although the Zongmen department handed over most of the harvest to the Zongmen, but also kept some of it, and the elder Qian Tianzong even gave her countless secret treasures. Those few powerful mid to high-grade secret treasures of the virtual class are the rewards of Qian Tianzong's high-level officials. Shen Fanlei didn't have any scheming, it seemed that he was born with such a carefree appearance, and had a good relationship with Wang Yuhan. Naturally, there was no taboo when talking about these things, but he said it unintentionally, and the listener was interested. Wang Yuhan, who had given up on Shen Shitao before, was tempted again. This time, Shen Fanlei was going to use a hidden thunder pool here to practice his own secret technique, so as to break through the bottleneck in front of him. Even if Wang Yuhan suggested that he invite Shen Shitao, the process would naturally go smoothly. His younger brother wanted to break through the bottleneck. As the elder sister, Shen Shitao naturally had the duty to protect one or two. Sedang even brought Luing out of Qian Tianzong, met the two of them at the outskirts of the burial valley, and then entered this place together. In the beginning, everything went well, but in the first 2 days they accidentally touched a restriction, they were trapped in it, and then that kid named Yang Kai popped up. Seeing that Shen Shitao was very concerned about him, Wang Yuhan was naturally very vigilant, so only then will there be some targeted meaning. But now it seems that what he did was to offend the beautiful woman. Wang Yuhan stood there with a gloomy expression and thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, and followed the other three towards the Thunder Pond. What method can impress Shen Shitao's heart? Not to mention, when he thought about it this way, it really made him think of a good idea, and he immediately smiled, ready to look for opportunities to implement his plan. On the other side, after separating from Shen Shitao and the others, Yang Kai took Yang Yan back to the original road, and after walking for dozens of miles, the two stopped. This is the burial valley. Yang Yan was not only not surprised after listening to Yang Kai's description of the situation here, but instead showed a look of joy, looking eager to try. What do you want to do? Yang Kai frowned and asked, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable. It's nothing, it's just that if this place is really the ruins of a great sect, it must be full of restrictions and formations. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light, and Yang Kai saw a look called excitement. Gently supporting his forehead, Yang Kai said, since I have come here, I have no intention of retreating, but where are the directions pointed by those two residual pictures? If it is not deep, we don't need to make extra troubles. I've let you down. The direction of guidance is really deep. Don't worry, there are no restrictions and formations in this world that I can't break. We won't encounter anything here. If the people here, if I'm still alive, I can't guarantee anything, but the remaining restrictions and formations are all dead, and there is no one to preside over them, and they can't exert their full power, so how can it be difficult to defeat me? She looked full of confidence. Seeing this, Yang Kai was shocked, nodded and said, okay, since you said so, then let's go deeper and see if the place guided by the residual map is the secret cave of Jiyu Yangzong. If so, then you can purchase refining equipment and formation materials as you like in the future. Yang Yan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to urge Yang Kai to leave quickly. Immediately, the two circled around in a big circle to avoid the embarrassment of colliding with Shen Shitao and others, and continued to go deep inside. What Shen Shitao said is correct, the prohibitions and formations encountered on the periphery are not too powerful, and occasionally some formations like the ones that trapped them before are already considered the most powerful, and none of these can stop Yang. The cracking of Yan can be as short as a dozen breaths or as long as a stick of incense, and all these restrictions are completely broken. Yang Kai and Yang Yan walked together unimpeded. 5 days later, the two of them seemed to have entered the inner circle of Jiyu Yangzong, because here, there were ruins everywhere. It seemed that there were many buildings here in one stretch, but they were all destroyed later. The restrictions and formations encountered here are much stronger than before in terms of grade and power, and Yang Yan is also cautious in cracking them. These prohibition formations have existed for too long, and some are very unstable. When Yang Yan cracks it, there will inevitably be some unexpected situations. Yang Kai is responsible for protecting her safety at this time. Yang Kai originally wanted to search among these ruins to see if there was anything of value, but soon, he gave up this unrealistic idea. Burial Valley has existed here for more than 2,000 years. For so many years, countless warriors have rushed to this place one after another. Even though this is the interior, there are many strong people who set foot here, so even if there are any good things, they must have already fallen into the hands of others. On this day, Yang Yan was staring at a huge open space in front of her, and suddenly she raised her hands, and she knocked out one after another strange-shaped things that looked like secret treasures. These things disappeared in a flash, and disappeared into the void. Yang Kai is not surprised, just guarding behind Yang Yan, Sheng Yuan secretly gathers, ready to shoot at any time. Yang Yan closed his eyes and sensed for a while, suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "There is a big formation here, it may take some time to crack it. Can you bypass it?" "Don't." Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, "Although it can be bypassed, it is rare to have such a formation. I want to break it. As I told you before, as long as I keep studying formation and weapon refining, there will be more and more things about these two fields in my mind. A lot of money for materials." Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, and asked worriedly, "Is there any danger?" "Absolutely not." Yang Yan shook his head like a rattle. "Okay, let's crack it. How long will it take?" Yang Kai asked. 2 or 3 days, you can pass the time by doing whatever you want." Yang Yan stuck out his tongue, immediately ignored Yang Kai, and threw himself into the big formation in front of him. Yang Kai didn't bother her either. After thinking about it, he moved his hand, and the Void King grade high-grade artifact refining furnace suddenly appeared. Its surface was flickering, and it grew rapidly, until it was about a foot in diameter before stopping. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground. With a movement of his spiritual mind, there was a high-pitched whistling sound from inside the refining furnace, and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out of it, circled around the refining furnace happily, and plunged into it again. Then, he continuously sprayed pure fire-type aura from his mouth, refining the dragon bones and dragon balls in the furnace. Yang Kai wasn't idle either. He took the initiative to shoot out Saint Yuan, pour it into the refining furnace, and increase the power of the refining furnace, and at the same time, he continued to cultivate his golden blood thread. It is very easy to pass the time, whether it is cultivating golden blood thread or refining dragon bone and dragon ball. It is extremely time-consuming, and it is not a waste of time for Yang Kai to do so. That's why he doesn't object to Yang Yan cracking the formation here. If he can't do anything, how can he waste time here? Time passed quickly. Yang Kai hadn't felt anything yet, and when he was immersed in the realization of the golden blood thread secret technique, there was a slight noise in front of him, and when he looked up, he saw light flickering in a large area in front of him, the aura of heaven and earth and its disordered appearance. But Yang Yan stood aside with a smile, and took back the things that he had spurted out one by one. After a while, all the light suddenly dimmed, and Yang Kai felt that there seemed to be something missing in the open space in front of him, and he immediately understood in his heart that the formation that should be arranged here was cracked by Yang Yan. With a heartbeat, he put away the refining furnace and the spirit, stood up and said, "Okay. Well, let's move on. I like this kind of place more and more. I should have entered the flowing flame sand field with you last time. I heard that there are many restrictions there. If you go in with me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Although there are restrictions there are not many. But, I did see the ruins of an ancient sect in it, which seems to be well preserved. It must be very suitable. Your request." Yang Yan sighed. "It's a pity that there is no chance, and the next time the flowing flame sand field will open, I don't know how many years it will be." The two continued on their way while talking. On the next road, the prohibition circle that he encountered was indeed much more ferocious. Every time Yang Yan cracked it, it took a huge amount of time, and he was no longer as light as before. Surrounded by this, Yang Kai was shocked to see it. Although these restrictions have been around for a long time, they are the internal restrictions of a large sect after all, and they were broken by Yang Yan just like that. I really don't know how the people who arranged these prohibition formations would feel if they knew about it. And Yang Kai looked at his words and found that every time Yang Yan cracked it, he would smile continuously. Obviously there was a lot of gain. This alone made the trip worthwhile for the two of them. After all, Yang Yan's deciphering these things would also allow her to gain a lot, which invisibly saved a lot of expenses for Longshe Mountain. Although Yang Kai didn't get anything, he didn't lose anything, and he was able to do his own thing by taking advantage of this opportunity. Yang Kai even secretly thought, if he doesn't have much money to buy materials for her in the future, should he look for something similar to this place and let Yang Yan crack it? I believe that the Gloom Star is so big, there should be many existences similar to Burial Valley. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come this site to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1293 Corpse Soldier. In the Burial Valley, Yang Yan stood at the same spot, looking at the two remnants of the map in his hand, his expression flickering, because the two remnants of the map lead here, there is no follow-up. It is considered Yang Yan's ability to explore to such an extent by relying on only 2 remnant maps, but now she has no way of determining where the final location of the remnant map guidance is, only knowing that it must be within 1,000 miles. It has a radius of thousands of miles, whether it is big or small. If you really want to find an extremely hidden location, it will still be very time-consuming. Going deep here, the formation prohibition did not stop her, but the extremely strong yin qi here was constantly consuming her Saint Yuan, and fortunately Yang Kai had a huge reserve of Saint Yuan in his body, which could always take care of her, otherwise the two had to retreat long ago. What should I do? Yang Yan turned her head to look at Yang Kai. She had already come here, she naturally didn't want to give up. Maybe as long as she worked hard, she would be able to find the final location of the residual map guidance, but it still depends on Yang Kai's intention. Yang Kai frowned and muttered, although he didn't encounter too much danger along the way, but since the first 2 days, the ghosts they encountered have already reached the realm of Saint King realm, and some even under the nourishment of yin qi all the year round. Yin soul has also opened up a little wisdom. Each one is extremely difficult to deal with, and they will retreat immediately when they feel something is wrong, and after a while of recuperation they will rush forward vigorously. Thanks to Yang Kai's endless means, otherwise it is really impossible completely eradicate them. He faintly felt that he was not the only one who saw the danger in this valley of burying heroes, otherwise there would not be rumors that a void returning mirror expert fell here. After a while, Yang Kai said in a deep voice, if I say, we go back now, are you not reconciled? Yang Yan nodded honestly. Yang Kai grinned and said, I'm not reconciled to this, so let's look for it. Anyway, it's only 1,000 miles away, at worst, it will turn this 1,000-mile land upside down. Hearing what he said, Yang Yan immediately regained his energy, and the two searched within 1,000 miles. One day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked around suspiciously. Seeing this, Yang Yan naturally knew that he had discovered something, and immediately waited quietly. After a long time, Yang Kai revealed a strange expression. Slowly asked, did you smell a strange smell? HMPH, it smells like something is rotten. Yang Yan responded, obviously she also noticed this. Sure enough, it doesn't seem to be my illusion. Yang Kai smiled and suddenly a black fireball appeared in his hand. As soon as the fireball appeared, it distorted and deformed the surrounding void, and the scorching firepower contained in it seemed that the hand could even burn the space. Burn it. Immediately Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the pitch-black fireball towards a nearby dead tree. The speed of the fireball was not fast, but just when the black fireball was about to touch the seemingly inconspicuous dead tree, suddenly a suppressed growl came from inside the tree. This growl was like a ferocious beast trapped in a cage. The roar was extremely low and abnormal, and immediately a surge of evil spirit burst out from within. There was a loud bang, and the dead wood exploded into dust under a strong force erupting from the inside, and a tall and abnormal figure suddenly appeared there. The figure's big fan-like hand reached forward, and a light yellow aura instantly enveloped his hand, and he grabbed the black fireball without dodging or avoiding it. There was a loud chirping sound, and the moment the light yellow aura came into contact with the black fireball, it was as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled in a frying pan, and there was a huge reaction. The light yellow aura quickly faded, but Yang Kai the magic flame also became much weaker. After a while, the light yellow aura and the black fireball disappeared at the same time, and the tall and abnormal figure was exposed in front of Yang Kai and Yang Yan. After seeing this person's face clearly, Yang Kai suddenly changed color, and an incredible expression appeared on his face, but Yang Yan exclaimed, "Corpse soldier! Corpse soldier!" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. It was the first time he heard the existence of this kind of thing, and the tall and abnormal figure on the opposite side was clearly not a living person. His face was dry, as if there was no moisture at all, and the leather bag his bones are covered in bones, his eye sockets are sunken, and his two green eyeballs are beating like will-o'-the-wisps. Although his figure is abnormally tall, he is also skinny and thin just like his face. His appearance looks extremely terrifying and frightening. Shudder. And from his body, Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality, only the thick death and corpse aura. If it weren't for the aura fluctuations in his body that were not inferior to the third layer Saint King, Yang Kai would really treat him like a corpse. However, it was this suspected corpse in front of him that scattered his magic flame ball with a single blow just now, making that blow ineffective. The rancid smell that Yang Kai and Yang Yan smelled before was emanating from him, but it was blocked by the dead wood, so it was not very clear. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "You can think of him as a living creature." "Spirit." Yang Kai's face changed, and he was about to ask something more, but he saw that the corpse soldier on the opposite side suddenly showed a strange expression. That expression seemed to be grinning, but because his face was shriveled, it looked particularly strange and ferocious. Immediately, a hoarse voice came from his throat. Okay, here are 2 more tonics, especially this female doll. The flesh and blood are tender, and it will definitely taste good when you eat it later. Hearing what he said, Yang Yan shivered involuntarily, and quickly hid behind Yang Kai. The suspicion on Yang Kai's expression quickly subsided. Since Yang Yan said that this corpse soldier is a living being, it is not surprising that he has intelligence and can speak, but this is the first time he has encountered such a strange living being. But after thinking about it, since there are ghosts, it is not surprising that there are corpse soldiers. Grinning, Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Want to eat my companion? Do you have an opinion?" The corpse soldier looked at Yang Kai coldly, with a dangerous breath flashing in his green eyes. "Don't worry, you can't escape, you will become my belly later." "You still want to eat me?" Yang Kai seemed to hear something funny, his face turned cold, and he shouted, "I'm not afraid of breaking your teeth." As soon as the words fell, he shook his hand, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand, and immediately he slashed forward fiercely. The jet-black sword lights cut through the void, and flew towards that side like a rainbow. The corpse soldier didn't have any fear at all. He didn't dodge or dodge amidst the strange laughter. With his arms crossed in front of his body, the light yellow aura that appeared once before permeated him instantly, and he just faced the swords one after another like this man rushed over. Yang Kai's expression was stunned, but he didn't do any other actions, but looked at the past coldly. I saw that the sword beams I slashed hit the opponent's arms precisely, but his figure was only slightly paused by the forceful impact, and his arms were still in the light yellow aura. There was no injury, only the crisp sound of metal collisions. The corpse soldier's physical body is extremely strong. It is not comparable to warriors of the same level, and it is not even worse than defensive secret treasures of the same level. Yang Yan's reminder came from behind. "So it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You girl knows a lot about our existence. Hee, I'll be the first to enjoy you later." The corpse soldier grinned again, and rushed to Yang Kai in an instant, sticking out with a big shriveled hand. The long black nails on the fingertips of the 5 fingers glowed with a cold light, and they grabbed Yang Kai head-on. Before he caught it, the sound of chi-chi piercing through the air was endless, as if he wanted to wring Yang Kai's head off. Yang Kai raised his hand and punched it, and greeted his big open hand. "Overestimate yourself." Seeing that Yang Kai was going to face him with his body, the corpse soldier sneered, his 5 fingers tightened and retracted, and he squeezed Yang Kai's fist tightly, and at the same time exerted force with his fingertips to crush Yang Kai's fist into powder. Unexpectedly, with a single grip, the opponent's flesh-filled, seemingly vulnerable fist turned out to be abnormally strong. Even with 70% of his force, he couldn't tear even a layer of the opponent's skin. On the contrary, it was the huge force coming from the opponent's fist that made his green eyes jump. Amidst the strange screams, the corpse soldier's body flew upside down like a kite, and his eyes were full of shock. And Yang Kai also shook his body, and took a few steps back, feeling the ice cold on his fist, looked down, and saw 5 dark fingerprints on the back of his hand, emitting a thick black air. The black air seemed to be alive, wriggling and struggling on the back of his hand, trying to invade his body. Be careful of his corpse aura. This kind of thing is extremely vicious. Once it is invaded, it will be difficult to get rid of. Yang Yan's timely reminder sounded. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and the magic flame came out through his body, turning into a scorching hot existence. The strands of squirming black air, as if they had encountered some kind of nemesis, flew out from the back of Yang Kai's hand and dissipated in the air after bursts of undetectable howls. Seeing this, Yang Yan felt relieved. The most difficult thing for a corpse soldier is the solid body and the strange corpse aura. Since Yang Kai is not afraid of either, then she has nothing to worry about. Sure enough, seeing Yang Kai easily expel his corpse energy, the eyes of the corpse soldier who landed on the ground turned, showing some hesitation. Originally, in his mind, Yang Kai, a Saint King 2-tier plus Yang Yan, was no match for him at all. He would be able to solve these 2 people, devour their flesh and blood essence, and strengthen his own strength. This kind of thing happened to him more than once or twice in the past, but now, he found that this warrior at the 2nd level of the Holy King was a little different from what he had encountered before, and he looked very difficult to solve. This made him wonder if it was time to continue pestering. He was hesitating, but Yang Kai didn't intend to let him go. With a flick of his fingers, an undetectable golden thread flew out immediately. The golden thread was silent until it hit the corpse soldier. As he noticed, amidst the low growl, the corpse soldier opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs, exhaled a strong corpse gas from his mouth, and headed towards the golden thread. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at .duduum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1294 Array within Array. In an instant, the thick corpse aura enveloped the golden thread, but to the horror of the corpse soldier, his omnipotent corpse aura had no effect on such a thread, and the golden thread also seemed to have spirituality, only slightly shocked. An astonishing wave of vitality and chi and blood came out from the inside, and the corpse was scattered at once. Immediately, that golden thread hit his chest, and his abnormally strong body was as vulnerable as tofu, and he was directly crushed by the golden thread. Silk hole. The gold wire coiled a few times, and bound him tightly. The corpse soldier was horrified. Before he could make any other moves, Yang Kai had already shot a jet black blade-like attack. This attack did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, but the green ghost fire in the corpse soldier's eyes was frantic, jumping up. He felt great danger from this attack. In a hurry, he twisted his body, barely avoiding the vital position, and let the black blade-like attack cut on one of his arms. An extremely strange scene appeared. Without a sound, one of his arms actually fell from his body, and the part where it was cut was actually missing a part, which couldn't be matched with his own wound at all. The one that can do this is naturally Yang Kai's space blade. Although the corpse soldier's physical body was extremely solid, the space blade was equally powerful. The space it cut was enough to swallow a part of the right arm into the depths of the void, where it would be exiled forever. But Yang Kai looked at it, and there was only some light green liquid flowing out from the other party's wound, and there was no trace of blood at all, which seemed extremely strange. In this way, the corpse soldier seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, and let out a mournful howl, and immediately his whole body was wrapped in a thick corpse. Yang Kai was about to kill them all, but suddenly his face changed. He waved his hand in a hurry, and the gold wires that bound the corpse soldiers flew back. In an instant, the corpse soldier regained his freedom. Wrapped in the corpse's aura, he seemed to cast a vicious glance at Yang Kai and grabbed the stumped arm that was about to fall to the ground. He turned into a yellow light and quickly fled away. The speed was surprisingly fast. Incomparable. Yang Kai stood on the spot with a gloomy face, lowered his head and glanced at his gold thread, and suddenly found that there was a lot of black air on it. After all, he has not practiced the golden thread's secret art for a long time, and he still cannot display its full power, otherwise this situation will not happen. Under the restraint, no matter how strong the corpse soldier is, Yang Kai will not be able to use it. Can solve him in a short time. With a flick of his hand, Yang Kai took the gold thread into his body, mobilized the Saint Yuan in his body, expelled the corpse aura on the gold thread, at the same time grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder, and chased after the corpse soldier at lightning speed. The confrontation between Yang Kai and the corpse soldiers was nothing but lightning, flint, and Yang Yan didn't even react, and the corpse soldiers, whom she regarded as the enemy, fled in embarrassment. It was only at this moment that she suddenly remembered something and explained to Yang Kai about the corpse soldiers. The history of the. Through her narration, Yang Kai realized that corpse soldier is actually just a title, a division of this kind of creature. Just like ghosts can be born, these corpse soldiers are also born under the condition of strong yin qi. The creatures died here. By coincidence, the soul and the body did not perish, but became another kind of existence. This is the corpse soldier. Of course, some corpse soldiers are not formed in this way, but ghosts who have successfully cultivated, forcibly occupy other bodies, and transform into corpse soldiers through a method similar to seizing a house. What's more, the corpse soldiers are artificially created by secret techniques. On Gloom Star, many evil sects do not lack such secret techniques. But generally speaking, the formation of corpse soldiers is much more difficult than that of ghosts. As long as the conditions are right, ghosts can be formed as long as their souls are not dispersed. But corpse soldiers are different. Corpse soldiers require the existence of both soul and body, and they need to be fused, so the difficulty naturally rises some. This kind of creature can be roughly divided into 3 grades, a 100-year corpse soldier, a 1,000-year corpse general, and a 10,000-year corpse king. Needless to say, the 100-year-old corpse soldiers, the cultivation of such creatures is extremely difficult, because they are dead creatures, and their bodies cannot easily absorb the vitality of the world like living creatures, so their cultivation speed is infinitely inferior to that of any living creature's times. Perhaps a corpse soldier who has cultivated for hundreds of years is not as good as a warrior of the Holy King realm in terms of cultivation. And the strength of the rank of corpse soldiers varies enormously, ranging from the negligible Kaiyuan stage to the powerful Saint King stage. For example, the one that Yang Kai met just now is the existence of the peak of the Saint King realm, and it is estimated that he has cultivated for at least 700 or 800 years to have such an achievement. And once the corpse soldiers are promoted to the 1000-year corpse general, they will have the strength no less than that of the void returning mirror expert. As for the legendary Wanian corpse king, he has the qualification to compete with the void king mirror expert. A corpse king of 10,000 years is much more powerful than the general void king mirror. A corpse king who has cultivated for 10,000 years can be said to be an indestructible existence in the flesh. Yang Kai was secretly shocked when he heard the details of Yang Yan. He had never been in contact with this type of creature before, and he had never heard of it. He never thought that there were such weird things in this world. However, Yang Kai is not an ordinary person, he has seen many strange creatures before, so he was only slightly interested in the immortal body of the 10,000 years corpse king, so he didn't show too much surprise. Chasing all the way, I don't know what kind of weird method the corpse soldier used to suddenly disappear in a certain place 50 miles away. Yang Kai's spiritual sense was released, but he couldn't find any clues. However, the faint corpse emitted from the corpse soldier's body still left some traces. Following the corpse aura, Yang Kai and Yang Yan chased to a collapsed ruin. Looking around, within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were all ruins. This place was also the core of this sect before, otherwise there would not be so many buildings. There are traces of formation. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes stared brightly at a place that looked like a square, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just a phantom formation, it's not difficult to decipher. Yang Kai nodded lightly, motioning for her to go forward and crack it. Yang Yan once again took out those weird props, shot them into the Saint Yuan, threw them into the void, and disappeared. After waiting for less than a stick of incense, the scene in front of him swayed and changed, and soon, under a burst of earth-shaking changes, the square-like existence suddenly disappeared, replaced by another piece of ruins. Before Yang Yan could relax, mysterious energy attacks suddenly shot out from all directions, hitting the place where Yang Kai and Yang Yan were located overwhelmingly. The momentum was astonishing. Array in array, Yang Yan screamed. Yang Kai reacted extremely quickly, pulled Yang Yan behind him and at the same time sacrificed his own purple shield, frantically pouring Saint Yuan into it, urging the shield contained in it power. In an instant, the wind and sand rose up, and an earthy yellow dust and smoke emerged out of thin air, wrapping Yang Kai and Yang Yan in it. It is the sandstorm power contained in the purple shield. The energy attacks hit the sandstorm and were blocked by the strong wind and yellow sand. Although they did not disappear completely, their power was greatly reduced, and they were no longer as ferocious as before. Yang Kai waved his hands repeatedly, and a group of black fireballs flew out, resisting the remaining energy attacks one after another. Seeing this, Yang Yan felt relieved, and quickly searched around. She didn't expect that there was actually a formation in this place. After all, this arrangement method is too strict and harsh, and it consumes a lot of materials, so even a certain some big sects would not arrange this kind of formation easily. And there was something here that surprised her, but she also secretly became vigilant. The attacks of the second set of formations are continuous, although it is not devastating, but Yang Kai is still in a hurry after such a series of defenses. If this continues, he will have to use other means to deal with it in a while. Defended. At this moment, Yang Yan suddenly pointed at the half-bronze door that fell to the ground beside him, and shouted coquettishly, "Hit that." Yang Kai listened, and without hesitation, a space blade slashed past. In an instant, the blade of space sliced through the bronze-colored gate and cut it in half. There was a buzzing sound in the surrounding void, and all the attacks died down quickly. After waiting for a while, seeing that no more attacks came, Yang Kai put away his purple shield and looked around intently. He thought that the corpse soldier who escaped before would hide here, but when he looked around, there was nothing there, and he couldn't help being very surprised. It doesn't make sense, this formation is quite troublesome even for me to crack. Why did that corpse soldier disappear as soon as he came in? It is impossible for him to be proficient in the formation. Yang Yan kept frowning, apparently wondering why this was the case. Yang Kai revealed a thoughtful look on his face, and suddenly said, "What if he knows the safe route to enter and exit this formation?" Impossible. Yang Yan shook his head resolutely. Unless he was a formation master before his death, no matter how strong he is, he would not be able to do this kind of thing. Of course, if he was a disciple of this sect before his death, he would have mastered this. The formation method can be easily explained, but he is just a corpse soldier who has practiced for hundreds of years, and the ancient Yangzong was exterminated 2000 years ago, so he must not be a disciple of the ancient Yangzong during his lifetime. No matter what, he must still be here. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. This place is so hidden, and there are formations within the formation. Don't you think that this is very likely to be the place we are looking for? You mean, as long as we find his hiding place, we're done? Yang Yan suddenly remembered something, and he was full of energy. Maybe. Yang Kai was noncommittal. The two glanced at each other from time to time, and without any hesitation, they immediately searched the vicinity carefully. Half an hour later, the two stood on top of a ruin, staring intently at a place in front of them. At first glance, the place was inconspicuous, but if you look carefully, you will find that there is something different between it and the side. It seems to be a little distorted. It is another extremely concealed prohibition, but this prohibition only has the effect of covering up, and it is not offensive. If Yang Yan hadn't studied the way of combat formation deeply, I am afraid that he would not have discovered it. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at .duduum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to contribute the fastest and best update to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn, join us. Chapter 1295 Corpse Cave. The more hidden the restriction here, the more Yang Kai confirmed his previous guess. Staring at the restriction for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly changed his expression, stretched out his hand to move the Void King grade artifact refining furnace, pointed his hand, and said softly, "Go in and have a look." Accompanied by a soft cry, the fire bird spirit flew out of the refining furnace, and plunged into the restriction without hesitation. As soon as the spirit touched the restriction, the surrounding space suddenly shook, and immediately the spirit disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frowned, and felt relieved after realizing that the connection between himself and Qi Ling still existed. Standing on the same spot, carefully accepting the information sent by Qi Ling, Yang Kai's expression was cloudy, and he said after a while, "It seems that there is nothing wrong with this place, there is no hole in it, and the aura of heaven and earth is amazing, is most likely what we are looking for." Really, Yang Yan was overjoyed. However, there are still a lot of corpses inside. It seems that more than one corpse soldier lives here. Yang Kai looked dignified. Yang Yan was stunned, and his expression became hesitant. If there is only one corpse soldier, there is nothing to be afraid of with Yang Kai's method, but if there are too many, Yang Kai can't fight against it at all. You have to think about it carefully. After a while, Yang Yan said, "Since this is the ruins of the ancient Yangzong, it means that these corpse soldiers appeared after the ancient Yangzong was destroyed. It is very likely that many of them are the disciples of the ancient Yangzong, because some chances, it became like this after death. That is to say, their most powerful is just a corpse general who has cultivated for 2000 years, at most equivalent to the level of the second level Void Return Realm, or even slightly worse. Return to Void second layer." Yang Kai murmured with a pensive look in his eyes. If it's just like this, he doesn't need to be afraid. He may not be able to beat a corpse general of this strength, but it is no problem to escape with Yang Yan. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision, nodded lightly and said, "Then go in." If he only sensed the corpse aura inside, Yang Kai would definitely turn his head and leave. Although he is not afraid of those 1000-year-old corpse generals, unnecessary fights can still be avoided, but apart from the corpse aura, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside is also strong to the extreme. It is clear that something good is hidden. He and Yang Yan went all the way here, and now that the target is close at hand, they naturally don't want to retreat. After finishing speaking, he released his holy yuan, wrapped Yang Yan together, and led her to take a step forward. Stepping out with one foot, the sky and the earth rotated for a while, and the scene in front of them was very different immediately. The two of them were suddenly in a cave-like place. It sounds a bit like howling ghosts and howling wolves, which makes people shudder. The surroundings of the cave are full of fluorescent unknown substances, which are green, like will-o'-the-wisps. But in this cave, there is a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yang Kai even smelled some subtle medicinal fragrance from it, and his heart was shocked immediately, knowing that he and Yang Yan had really found the right place. The position guided by the map is probably the secret cave of this ancient Yangzong. Although the light in the cave is not too bright, but with Yang Kai's cultivation base, after the Saint Qi is poured into his eyes, he can still see everything in front of him clearly. It was discovered that this cave had semi-man-made traces. It seemed that such a cave originally existed hundreds of feet underground, and was later reworked and excavated to make it even more spacious. And in the extremely deep part of the cave, there are passages extending in all directions, and each passage does not know where it leads. Yang Kai followed a ray of divine sense to trace it all the way until he traced the position 30 miles deep. When he changed, his face showed horror. "What did you find?" Yang Yan asked softly. Hush. Yang Kai quickly raised a finger, and at the same time quietly withdrew his ray of divine sense, and sent a sound transmission to Yang Yan. Corpse soldiers, many corpse soldiers. Yang Yan's face changed color. Yang Kai added, but it seems that they are all in a deep sleep and have not woken up. We just need to be careful and don't disturb them. How many? Yang Yan asked nervously with a pale face. I don't know. There are 7 or 8 passages at the bottom of the passage I found. There are at least hundreds of passages here. If every passage is like this, then here. Could this be a corpse cave? Yang Yan seemed to have remembered something. Corpse hole. Yang Kai frowned. Well, it is rumored that there are some special places where corpse soldiers are easy to be born, and if corpse soldiers sleep and practice in this kind of place, they can easily fuse the soul with the body and open up the spiritual wisdom. If this is really a corpse cave, that's too dangerous. I don't know if it's a corpse cave, but the corpse aura deep in the passage is indeed very strong, and the cold air is also quite strong. Those sleeping corpse soldiers are indeed swallowing those cold white air. That's right, it's the corpse cave. Yang Yan was taken aback, and murmured to analyze, there are so many corpse soldiers, it is very likely that some of them were disciples of the ancient Yangzong before, while the other part were later for the warriors who died here. We seem to have entered an incredible place. Come here, what are you talking about? Yang Kai smiled, and with a thought, a ball of fire in the distance flew back silently, and immediately got into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. It was Yang Kai. Before opening, release the pathfinding tool spirit. Seeing this, Yang Yan gritted his silver teeth, once again urging the power of his secret treasure necklace. This time the flowing water-like halo from the secret treasure necklace not only wrapped her, but also wrapped Yang Kai in it. In an instant, the breath of the two was cut off. The two looked at each other and moved forward quietly. Since those corpse soldiers are sleeping, there is nothing to worry about. The only thing that makes Yang Kai a little worried is that the corpse soldier of the peak Saint King level he injured before does not know where he is hiding. He dared to investigate too presumptuously, so he couldn't find his trace for a while. Passing through some deep forks along the road, one can clearly feel the strong corpse aura and the movement of huffing and puffing from the depths of those forks, but these movements are very regular. Obviously, if there is no external force, those corpse soldiers will be killed for a while. It will be impossible to wake up for half a day. Whenever passing through these fork roads, Yang Yan involuntarily moves closer to Yang Kai, as if subconsciously looking for a sense of security. Fortunately, Yang Yan's secret treasure was excellent, and the two of them were fully prepared, so they didn't reveal the slightest breath during this journey. And at the same time as the two of them went deeper, in the depths of a certain fork, in a dark cave, there were 3 skinny corpse soldiers with terrifying appearances, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and they didn't know what kind of power they were running. In one breath, he inhaled wisps of white air around him into his lungs to enhance his own strength. And these 3 corpse soldiers exude the energy breath of the peak of the Holy King realm from their bodies. A figure flashed at the passage, and another corpse soldier appeared there, looking very embarrassed, with one arm broken at the elbow, and 2 fangs exposed, looking extremely hideous. As soon as he appeared, he was noticed by the other 3 corpse soldiers. The 3 corpse soldiers all opened their eyes and looked at him. In an instant, in the dark cave, 6 groups of green eyes like will-o'-the-wisps danced. Hey, Brother Ni, how did you become like this? One of the corpse soldiers glanced at the severed arm of this companion, and asked in surprise, could it be that something dangerous happened outside? Violence flickered in the eyes of the broken arm corpse soldier, and he gritted his teeth and said, I did encounter some dangers, and my arm was cut off by accident. There is still such a thing. The corpse soldier who had spoken before was greatly surprised, since many years ago, haven't there been no warriors who returned to the Void Mirror to enter the Burial Valley? Could it be that the warriors who returned to the Void Mirror ran away? Coming. It's not from the Void Returning Mirror, it's just a 2nd-level Saint King. The broken arm corpse soldier seemed a little ashamed. Ni didn't pay attention for a while, and he was hit hard like this. Hee, Brother Ni was joking. If you and I were still human, this kind of broken arm injury would be really difficult to heal, but now that it has become like this, such an injury is nothing to worry about. It can be healed with a little bit of body energy. All right. Brother Ni's injury may not heal. Another long-haired corpse soldier seemed to have discovered something, and said, and the voice that came out of her mouth was so smooth and pleasant to the ear, this corpse soldier turned out to be a woman. Although she couldn't see her whole face clearly, it was conceivable that she must have been a beautiful woman during her lifetime. How to say? The corpse soldier who spoke earlier asked in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, is Brother Ni missing a part of his broken arm? The eyes of the female corpse soldier flickered. Hearing what she said, the other two observed carefully. After a look, they found that it was indeed the case. The broken arm brought back by the broken arm corpse soldier was indeed missing a part, and the incision was very neat, as if it had been cut. Same thing twice. How powerful is a Saint King at the second level? Brother Ni, are you underestimating the enemy? The female corpse soldier said with some reproach. It's not that Ni is underestimating the enemy, it's just that his power is too weird. I've never encountered that kind of attack before. The broken arm corpse soldier recalled that attack as black as a blade. Even though it was a corpse, his face was slightly convulsed for a while, and then looked terrified. If he hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, I was afraid that he would die again. After the last time he died, he was brought back by the corpse soldiers here, and he was cultivated in the corpse cave for hundreds of years. It was hard to cultivate after being out of his mind. After countless years, he gradually gained his current strength. If he died again this time, he would really disappear. What kind of power? The other three corpse soldiers were amazed and asked quickly. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1296 Secret Cave. The broken arm corpse soldier quickly recounted everything he had encountered before, very carefully, not even missing the details of his fight with Yang Kai. After listening, the body of the female corpse soldier was slightly shaken, and she said in surprise, "You mean, he can make a jet black blade-like attack? And that attack doesn't have the slightest energy fluctuation, and even your body can't resist it. Live." That's right, after the cut, part of my arm was missing, and I don't know where it went. The corpse soldier with the broken arm nodded heavily, looking at the female corpse soldier with green eyes, and asked, "Do you know something?" Quote. The female corpse soldier hesitated for a moment, before answering after pondering for a while. "Listen to you, what the other party is using is a bit like space power." What? The other three corpse soldiers were horrified. Space power? Are you kidding me? The female corpse soldier snorted coldly. "Have you forgotten where I was born?" The broken arm corpse soldier was startled, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and suddenly said, "So that's how it is." The female corpse soldier nodded slightly, and said softly, "Among the elders of the Zontian League, there will always be one who cultivates the power of space. I was fortunate enough to see Mo Xiaosheng and Elder Mo perform such a supernatural power once, so I know more about space power than you." Much. Just what? It's just that if it's really like what Brother Ni said, then the intruder's attainment in space power is too high. Back then, Elder Mo couldn't make space into a blade and easily cut off the corpse. He was just one. How can a Saint King 2-level realm do such a thing? That's why I said that what he's using is like space power, but I'm not too sure. Not bad. I have heard the name of Mo Xiaosheng of Gaimeng before, but hundreds of years have passed, and I don't know if he is still alive. If that kid can really become a space blade, it would be too terrifying. Point. What's the use of saying this now? Have you forgotten what kind of existence we are? Miss Lan, I know you have some connections with Elder Mo, but if you appear in front of him in this appearance now, he will definitely let you go. Is it? When the female corpse soldier who was replaced by Miss Lan heard the words, the will-o'-the-wisps in her eyes suddenly jumped faster, as if her mood was unstable. By the way, Brother Ni, when you came back, you didn't leave any traces, did you? The corpse soldier who spoke first asked vigilantly. Of course not, and even if that person finds this place, he won't be able to break through the restriction here. This is the formation restriction set up by Jiyu Yangzong before. If we didn't know the way to get in and out from them, even in the heyday, it would be impossible. Breaking through the formation and entering another mere second-level Saint King, how can you have such an ability? Something makes sense. The corpse soldier nodded, didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly sighed. I really don't know whether to thank those things of Jiyu Yangzong or hate them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't die, but if without them, I am afraid that I would have vanished into thin air by now, and the feeling of ending up like this now. Hee hee. As soon as this remark came out, the other three corpse soldiers fell silent, obviously feeling the same way. There was a long silence in the depths of the cave, and then the female corpse soldier said, "Forget it, don't think about these things, it's our turn to guard this place for 10 years, just in case, let's go out and have a look, so as not to wait for those adults to wake up and ask questions." "Alright, Miss Lan and I will go and have a look. Brother Ni, you'd better take advantage of this evil spirit and connect the broken arm. Although it's missing a piece, it's better than nothing." The soldier also stood up, and walked out with the female corpse soldier. At the same time, in another huge secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yan sneaked into this place, looking at the rows of empty wooden frames in front of them, and various boxes scattered on the ground. Yang Kai's face was gloomy. Ru Shui almost couldn't help but cursed. He and Yang Yan followed the faint scent of the medicine and searched all the way here. After careful inspection, they confirmed that there was no trace of corpse soldiers sleeping here, so they rushed in excitedly. How did I know that what I saw was actually this scene? This place used to be the place where Jiyu Yangzong stored spiritual grass and elixir. The number of rows of wooden shelves was at least hundreds, and each wooden shelf had 3 floors, and each floor could hold 5 or 6 boxes. But now, these boxes all were scattered and thrown on the ground, as if no one cares about them. And all the boxes have been opened, and the original contents inside have disappeared. It's hard to find this place, and you can get a good harvest, but when things come to an end, there is such a scene. Yang Kai's mood can be imagined. There is no need to guess, these spiritual herbs must have been eaten whole by the corpse soldiers sleeping here. Although this way of eating seems a bit violent, but corpse soldiers can't make alchemy, so they can only do this, taking spiritual herbs and medicines to strengthen themselves. This is the way of cultivation of corpse soldiers, just like monsters. However, after searching carefully, Yang Kai still found some remnants of fire and Yang attribute spirit herbs from those opened boxes. Naturally, they would not swallow such a ferocious poison. It's a pity that all the boxes have been opened. After such a long time, the medicinal properties and spiritual energy of these herbs have all disappeared, and they are all unusable. This makes Yang Kai tearful, wishing to rush into the depths of those caves and kill all the corpses. All the soldiers were cut to pieces to relieve their anger. After investigating depressedly for a while, both Yang Kai and Yang Yan sighed. The elixir storage of a big sect is so ruined, anyone will feel very distressed when they see it. Fortunately, this secret cave has a deeper place besides this place, and the two of them continued to go deeper without hesitation. Not long after the two left, the female corpse soldier and another companion also appeared here like ghosts. The two corpse soldiers sniffed the air lightly, then looked at each other, their eyes flickering. It smells like a living person, the male corpse soldier whispered. The female corpse soldier nodded slightly, and it's the two people that Brother Ni met, who really broke in here. Bad rice, there is a place to store ore and secret treasures, and there is also that thing, which will be useful for your future plans. The male corpse soldier glanced at the direction where Yang Kai and Yang Yan disappeared. Once changed, he whispered. The female corpse soldier's eyes flashed with anger, and she said, "Let's go and see, if you and I can solve them together. There is no need to alarm your lords, otherwise, if someone breaks into this place, we will inevitably be punished anyway." Hearing what she said, the male corpse soldier's eyes changed slightly, as if he was very frightened. He nodded and said, "Okay." At that moment, the two corpse soldiers circulated the power in their bodies, restrained their aura, and followed them quietly. In the deeper secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yan shuttled between other wooden frames like a horse watching flowers. When the two of them shook their hands, the thicker thin ancient books on the wooden frame disappeared. What is stored here is actually the secret code of ancient Yangzong's exercises. Yang Kai didn't have time to take a closer look, so naturally he had to collect it first. But when he glanced at a secret book called Corpse Refining Technique, he suddenly understood why there are so many corpse soldiers here. Jiyu Yangzong used to be a big sect not inferior to Zontianmeng and Leitezong. It is normal to have such a secret code. Presumably some of the disciples of the ancient Yangzong also practiced such a secret code, which is why so many corpse soldiers appeared here after 2000 years. There are quite a few secret codes of cultivation techniques, but Yang Kai and Yang Yan collected them all in such a short time. After confirming that there were no omissions, the two continued to go deep and wide. After a while, the two entered another secret cave, looking at the dazzling array of treasures in front of them, a huge number of secret treasures. Even Yang Kai's wealth, they couldn't help being moved. There are at least 1,000 secret treasures stored here, and they are in different shapes. The sword-type secret treasures of long swords account for less than 10%, and the rest are discs, beads, various types of jewelry, and streamers. Rare secret treasures such as flags, and precious armors are also countless. Under this secret cave, there is a huge magic circle in operation, which seems to be attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and maintaining these secret treasures. And the effect looks good. Although more than 2,000 years have passed, most of the secret treasures are still glowing with clear light, and one can tell that the spirituality has not been lost at a glance. Take it back and repair it before it can be used. Most of them are Holy King level secret treasures, and 20% of them are false level treasures. Such a number of secret treasures made Yang Kai really pleasantly surprised. They exchanged a glance with Yang Yan, and unceremoniously split up and acted. It took less than half a stick of incense before and after, and the place became empty. There is still a secret cave. After Yang Kai collected these secret treasures, he looked at a passage deeper in his eyes flickering with surprise. Previously, he and Yang Yan passed through the secret cave where the ancient Yangzong stored spiritual herbs, secret exercises, and secret treasures. Now there is another one that I don't know what will be in it, but since it is set at the back, I want to come. The value is certainly not low. With a hint of surprise, Yang Kai and Yang Yan continued to go deeper. And the two corpse soldiers who had been following behind them quietly emerged after they left, looking over there with gloomy eyes. What should I do? They went in there, and it's a place that even the adults can't enter. The male corpse soldier asked. What else can I do? The female corpse soldier sighed softly. Your lords can't get in, so naturally we can't get in either, so we can only wait here, but it is said that the ancient Yangzong's Junzong treasure, the sun, is stored there. Really fine, it has a strong restraint effect on corpses like us, otherwise the adults would not be unable to enter. Well, I've heard about this too. It's said that it's the essence extracted from the star core of a sun and star. I don't know who has this kind of sky-reaching ability, and how it fell into the hands of Jiyu Yangzong. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Mayu Sakura. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1297 10,000 Years Ice Jade Terrace. We don't need to think about these things, and even though they entered, whether they can take away the sun essence with their cultivation level is another matter, so why bother to think about it? The female corpse soldier sneered. That's right. The male corpse soldier also chuckled lowly. Isn't the sun essence so easy to get? Maybe those two people will suffer a big loss, and they will fall here without us doing anything. Become. Thinking about it this way, the two corpse soldiers felt happy, and after hiding their figures, they quietly hid aside, waiting for something good to happen. But in that cave, Yang Kai looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help laughing. In this cave, there is a collection of holy crystals and various rare ores. Those pieces of holy crystals were all high grade, and piled up into several hills, each of which was more than 10 feet high. Looking around, the number of holy crystals contained in each hill was at least 3 to 4 million. In other words, tens of millions of holy crystals are stored here. Before Yang Kai was still praying, it would be the best if he could really use this trip to solve the embarrassing situation at Longshe Mountain, but now, this wish is really so easy to achieve. He and Yang Yan looked at each other, and both of them saw deep surprise in each other's eyes. There was no rush to collect those hill-like holy crystals, but the eyes of the two were attracted by a jade platform. The jade platform was white in color and exuded bursts of icy cold, making the entire secret cave look incomparable. It is cold and cold. This jade platform is extraordinary at first glance. And on the jade platform, there are 4 space rings and a strange ore covered by a layer of energy light film. Hand in hand, they walked to the jade platform, looked at the jade platform carefully, and Yang Yan let out a suppressed low voice. It turned out to be 10,000 years of ice jade. 10,000 years of ice jade. Yang Kai shrank his eyes and asked anxiously, you read that right? This is indeed the ice jade of 10,000 years, I will not be wrong. She looked determined. Yang Kai naturally believed in her eyesight, and for a while, there were surprises and shocks in his eyes. Such things as ice jade are extremely rare, and Wanzai ice jade is extremely rare. If you use Wanzai ice jade to make a personal secret treasure and carry it with you, it will allow those warriors who have cultivated the ice-cold attribute to better transform the world. Reiki can enhance their cultivation efficiency. And the 10,000 Zai ice jade does not only have such a function. If the secret treasure of the ice-cold system is mixed with some 10,000 Zai ice jade, it can increase the 3-point power of the secret treasure out of thin air, and even release the cold air of the ice jade. The cold air has an effect on both the physical body and the soul. It can be described as abnormally cold. 10,000 Zai ice jade, also known as one of the 3 great profound jades, is a fist-sized piece, and it is a treasure with a sky-high price. But there is such a large piece of 10,000 years ice jade in front of him, how can Yang Kai not be surprised? What shocked him was that the 10,000 years of ice jade was actually only made into a jade platform, on which 4 space rings and 1 ore were placed. Those 4 space rings are nothing. I'm afraid it's just a head-sized, inconspicuous ore randomly placed here. It must be famous, otherwise it wouldn't be guarded by prohibition. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan quietly, and found that she was looking dignified, observing the ore, but didn't speak, as if even she was not sure what the ore was, which made Yang Kai even more surprised. Let's take a look at these 4 space rings first. Yang Kai waited for a long time, but Yang Yan didn't see any reaction and immediately proposed. While talking, he reached out and picked up the rings. Spiritual mind probed inside, and after probing for a while, Yang Kai nodded slightly. As he expected, these 4 space rings also contained holy crystals and rare ores, half and half. Needless to say, the number of holy crystals was huge, and those rare ores were even rarer than those outside. After throwing the ring to Yang Yan to investigate, Yang Yan showed joy. Great, with these things, I can refine a treasure that I have been thinking about. What treasure? Yang Kai was very curious, not knowing what treasure would use so many things. I won't tell you yet, but I may need to rely on your strength when the time comes. Yang Yan grinned and handed the ring back. Yang Kai glanced at her and didn't ask any further questions. After putting away the ring, he looked at the strange ore wrapped by the restriction on the jade platform and said, "Can you open this restriction?" "It can be opened." Yang Yan nodded lightly, "But are you sure you want to open it?" "I don't know why, but I feel a sense of danger from this thing." "You also have this feeling?" Yang Kai was surprised. He thought it was his own illusion, but he didn't want Yang Yan to be the same as him, and immediately looked a lot more dignified. Something that could make him feel dangerous must be extremely dangerous, but likewise, it is priceless. Yang Yan didn't speak anymore, but focused on the head-sized stone in front of him, nodded after a while and said, "Open it. I believe that even if it is dangerous, we should be able to defend it. Let it go when you see such a thing, if so, it would be a pity." Saying so, he took out his own tool to break the restriction, and scattered it around. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately became vigilant, and Sheng Yuan secretly urged, ready to take action at any time. After thinking for a while, he released the stone puppet with a move of his hand, passed his divine sense over, and gave an order to the stone puppet, and the stone puppet immediately rushed to those hill-like holy crystals and ores, opened its mouth, and began to devour it. Those holy crystals and ores. I don't know what kind of miraculous structure the stone puppet's body has. The stone puppet looks small and thin, but the capacity of its stomach is infinitely large. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up half a hill. Yang Kai asked Yang Yan this question before. From her, Yang Kai learned that the stone puppet itself has the innate ability to swallow ore evolution, although most of the ore it swallows will be spit out, and it is the product of refining, but it will still absorb some, and the absorbed mineral essence will become the capital for its growth. What characteristics does the ore have? After it is absorbed, it can produce the ability that the ore possesses. Coincidentally, the first batch of minerals that the stone puppet devoured after its birth was the void spirit crystal. This kind of mineral with space power seems to make the stone puppet's stomach form a huge space, so it can infinitely devouring. Otherwise, even if the general stone puppet has the talent of devouring, it will not be as huge as the one owned by Yang Kai. The stone puppet devoured the saint crystal and minerals at such a fast speed that Yang Kai stopped paying attention to it immediately, but stared at Yang Yan's movements. The restriction covering the strange stone seems to be very complicated. Even if Yang Yan personally takes action, it will not be able to break it for a while. Yang Kai is afraid of any accident, so naturally he quietly released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings. After this investigation, he was surprised. Because in a secret cave that the two of them searched before, there were actually 2 faint corpses hidden there. Although they were well concealed, they still showed some flaws under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, which he found out. But what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that these 2 corpse soldiers were only at the 3rd level of the Holy King, and they didn't intend to do anything, they just lurked in place, motionless. Yang Kai was so happy, pretending not to notice anything, while paying attention to their movements, while paying attention to Yang Yan's progress. For Yang Kai, as long as he can take all the things here, he will be done. When the time comes, he will tear up the space and leave with Yang Yan. Even if he disturbs the countless corpse soldiers here, he can escape calmly. In the past, he didn't dare to take a person to tear the space at will. After all, the space torn is extremely unstable, and accidents are very likely to happen during the process of passing. He can handle it alone, but it is difficult to bring another person with him. The safety of the other party cannot be guaranteed. But now, his understanding and comprehension of the power of space has already reached a certain height, and it is no problem to take someone away from a place thousands of miles away in an instant. With such confidence, he naturally has nothing to fear. The layer of forbidden light film covering the jade platform, under Yang Yan's cracking, is still as strong as before, but it can be seen that on the light film, layers of strange ripples flashed, and in the ripples flickering at the same time, the film of light was also turbulent, sometimes inflated and sometimes contracted, which looked very weird. Moreover, unlike breaking the various restrictions before, Yang Yan's expression this time seems to be particularly dignified, his little face is flushed, and it seems that it is very difficult. With the passage of time, the restriction of that layer of light film began to crumble. Yang Kai saw that this restriction was about to be cracked. At this moment, Yang Yan suddenly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as the words fell, that layer of restriction was broken, and at the same time, a stream of pure fire ore that made both Yang Kai and Yang Yan's face suddenly changed swarmed out of the strange ore. In an instant, the entire secret cave was hot and unstoppable, and a fire dragon-like attack rushed towards him. Yang Yan's face suddenly turned pale. Although she had a premonition of danger, she never expected that such a thing would happen after breaking the restriction. Before the fire dragon rushed in front of her eyes, she had a sense of being melted for no reason. The power of several defensive secret treasures on her body was activated when she felt danger, and layers of protection were laid in front of her. These secret treasures are all low-level virtual treasures. They are special secret treasures that she tailor-made for herself. In terms of protection ability alone, they are no worse than ordinary high-grade virtual treasures. But just like that, the fire dragon still rushed in front of her unstoppably, and the pure and rich fire aura came into contact with those protections and melted them all. It shattered, and a bracelet on his hand also shattered in an instant, and at the same time, a treasure armor on his body was dimmed in an instant. The 3 layers of protection couldn't resist the intrusion of the fire dragon. In front of the fire dragon, these protections were as vulnerable as paper, and even the secret treasure itself was destroyed. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Runyun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1298 Sunday Essence. The moment the 3 defensive secret treasures that Yang Yan tailored for him were destroyed, Yang Yan couldn't help screaming. At this moment, a big hand put on her shoulder and dragged her back. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure was already in front of her. Yang Kai's expression was more dignified than ever, and his hands moved with a wave. 2 groups of pitch-black fireballs have already greeted the fire dragon. The magic flame was born from the heart, and transformed into the existence of the coldest and the darkest. In this way, when it came into contact with the fire dragon, it was also annihilated at once, as if it had been burned to nothing. Yang Kai's face changed, and at the same time as his figure retreated sharply, there was a slight bird song in his body, and the next moment, the artifact spirit swayed his body and flew out, spreading his wings, and it turned into a 10-foot-long tunnel. The red flamingo opened its mouth and ejected a ball of fiery red light, but it still couldn't stop the fire dragon's advance. It was smashed by the fire dragon's impact at the slightest touch, and it didn't have any effect. That fire dragon seems to be an unreasonable and reckless man. No matter how Yang Kai resists, it can easily tear those defenses apart. A humanized expression flashed in the eyes of the firebird weapon spirit, and there was a sense of fear. Immediately, a violent color appeared in its eyes, and its body turned around, and its size suddenly shrunk a lot. Then, its wings in a flash, it turned into a flame and rushed into the body of the fire dragon. The sound of the dragon's chant and the chirping of the spirit of the weapon were ups and downs in this secret cave for a while, and it was very lively. After Qi Ling rushed his body into the fire dragon, he finally managed to stop its advancing speed, but it was only for a moment. With a mournful cry, Qi Ling suddenly rushed out of the fire dragon, and then disappeared in a flash, disappeared in Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. He had already refined all the Void King grade furnace and the artifact spirit, so he could naturally feel the state of the artifact spirit now. How could he not be shocked by the spirit that was born from this king-level smelting furnace after tens of thousands of years of burning in the Earth's lung fire pool, but it looked like it was seriously injured. The fire-type aura contained in Qi Ling itself has been enriched and purified to the limit, so what is the birth of the fire dragon, which can make Qi Ling suffer this trauma in the same attribute confrontation? But even though Qi Ling was injured, the fire dragon seemed to have been weakened by most of it. Not only was its color dim, but its size also shrunk a lot, but it still shook its head and rushed towards Yang Kai, as if it would not burn him and Yang Yan. As if vowing not to give up. Yang Kai's expression calmed down instead. A wave of mysterious power escaped from his body, and immediately he stretched out 2 big hands, and shook them fiercely in the void, as if holding 2 invisible doors, and then gritting his teeth, he tore apart violently. A bottomless space crack that seems to be devouring all things appeared leisurely, and as Yongkai tore his hands, this space crack became much larger in one breath. As soon as the space crack formed, the fire dragon plunged into it. The void trembled, the space distorted, and the space crack that was torn apart became extremely unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. Yongkai let out a low voice, and the space power he had comprehended penetrated his body to forcefully stabilize the space crack. It was destroyed immediately. After 3 breaths, the fire dragon swayed its head and fell into the space crack. At the same time, this crack suddenly broke out like a mirror, and it shattered. Standing on the same spot, Yongkai panted heavily, and Yongyan, who was dragged behind him, also had a look of fear. But after suffering this catastrophe, Yongyan seemed to think of something, staring at that strange rock, her beautiful eyes trembling violently, her small mouth covered her mouth, and murmured, "The sun is really good." Yongkai's face twitched, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Countless lights burst out in his eyes. And it's strange to say that since that fire dragon was swallowed by the crack in space, this piece of thing that Yongyan called the sun essence has become ordinary and inconspicuous again. From it, Yongkai can't feel it. When it sees any scorching power, it is like a stone that can be seen everywhere on the side of the road, and no one cares about it wherever it is thrown. But at this moment, there is no time to think about it. Yongkai and Yongyan sneaked into this place secretly. Although they were followed by 2 corpse soldiers, the 2 corpse soldiers had no intention of blocking them before. But now, with such a big commotion, I'm afraid it has disturbed many sleeping corpse soldiers. When the spiritual mind was released, Yongkai's face sank, and he found that, as he had guessed, most of the corpse soldiers who were sleeping in the depths of the forked caves before had woken up, and the fluctuations of strong or weak corpse energy were rapidly come closer here. At the same time, a suppressed dull roar came from farther underground. The roar was like the roar of a ferocious beast, with a strong evil spirit and hostility. Yongkai listened to it, and suddenly he was a little unstable, and the violence in his heart seemed to be pulled out, and some bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. And those corpse soldiers who were rushing towards this side heard this roar, as if they had received some orders. They all let out low growls from the depths of their throats, echoing it from afar. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had beaten a chicken. The blood came rushing at a faster speed. In an instant, there was a howling of ghosts and wolves in the whole underground, which made people's scalp tingle. And the corpse soldiers who sneaked behind Yongkai and Yongyan before, all of them appeared at this moment, standing at the entrance of the secret cave, staring at Yongkai, grinning, the fangs at the corners of the mouth glowing cold of the gloom. Seeing this, Yongyan's heart sank, his face pale and bloodless. However, these 2 corpse soldiers didn't seem to intend to attack immediately, but while staring at Yongkai and Yongyan, they were also secretly aiming at the sun essence, their eyes full of fear. At the moment when the 2 corpse soldiers appeared, the original bland sun essence actually had a horrific fire aura inside, but it didn't mean to let it out. It seemed that if the corpse soldiers didn't get close, it wouldn't show off. Seeing this, Yongkai was overjoyed. He quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the piece of sun essence. The huge Saint Yuan came out through his body, wrapping the sun essence inside, just when Yongkai was about to put the sun essence into it. During the space ring, Yongyan hastily shouted, "Don't." Yongkai was stunned for a moment, and immediately knew that something was wrong. A gleam of fire flashed on the sun true essence, and burned the divine sense and Saint Yuan that Yongkai attached to it. Yongkai couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at it in horror. True to the sun. He couldn't put the true essence of the sun into the space ring at all. Seeing this, the 2 corpse soldiers standing at the door and looking at us unscrupulously showed a smirk, and the female corpse soldier shouted, "Dare to break into the corpse cave, and even dare to play the idea of Taiyang Junjing, and wait for your lords. Come, let me see what you do." The male corpse soldier also teased, "These 2 guys seem to be our companions too. Miss Lan is a little more polite, maybe we will be in the same room in the future." The female corpse soldier snorted coldly, "Do you need to be polite to them? It will take at least 100 years for them to transform into corpse soldiers after they open up their spiritual wisdom, and who knows if they can transform smoothly. If not, they will only become you. It's just something in my belly." The male corpse soldier thought for a while, then nodded. "That's true. If that's the case, there's no need to be polite to them. These 2 guys are talking to each other here, but Yongkai has no intention of responding to them. Since the other party dare not come in, he doesn't need to waste time to kill them all, and the action just now has alarmed the corpse soldiers here. Listening to their conversation, it seems that there are corpse general level existences coming here. The most important thing now is to find a way to take this true sun essence away. He couldn't help turning his gaze to Yang Yan, but seeing that Yang Yan was also helpless, his heart sank. Yang Yan naturally knows the method of transporting the true essence of the sun, but it is an extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming method. It is obviously unrealistic to rely on the space ring to take it away, but when Yang Yan was thinking, what he heard before the deep roar seemed to be getting closer, and at the same time, a frightening coercion descended from the sky, covering this secret cave. Third layer void return. Yang Kai felt the tyranny of this coercion, and his face changed leisurely. The situation here is quite different from what he and Yang Yan expected. Before, he and Yang Yan estimated that even if there were corpses here, they had only cultivated for 2,000 years. Judging from the difficulty of this kind of soul cultivation, it may have a cultivation level of void return 2-layer or even lower. But right now there is a void return 3-layer corpse general, and it seems to have reached the peak, only one step away from becoming the corpse king. How can Yang Kai not be shocked? After thinking about it, I am afraid that the existence of this corpse cave has accelerated the cultivation speed of the corpse general. Yang Kai pays for himself. Even if he tries his best, it is impossible to be such a strong opponent, and he has to protect Yang Yan. Is it the only way to leave? Yang Kai looked at the true spirit of the sun, with a look of unwillingness. This is one of the most valuable treasures he has seen so far. To him, it is even more important than the 9-curved crystal jade tree, second only to the 7-color warming god lotus. Because he still has a lot of Xuanian sunflower water, if he can get the true sun essence and draw its internal firepower to refine the Xuanian sunflower water, the benefits he will get will be incalculable. After refining the Xuanian sunflower water in the earth lung fire pool last time, he discovered that doing so can not only enhance his physical strength, but also enhance his own magic flame power, and at the same time increase some cultivation bases. He can only pin his hope on Yang Yan. If even Yang Yan can't think of a way, then he can only retreat temporarily. He believed that even if those corpse generals were as powerful as the sky, there was no way to get this sun essence, otherwise it would not have been vacant for so many years. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1299 succeeded. Just when Yang Yan looked gloomy and seemed helpless, the source of evil and hostility over there was getting closer and closer, and it was less than 1,000 feet away, and Yang Kai could even hear a burst of rapid movement. The sound of footsteps came to my ears. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that if he didn't leave, it would be too late. Although the sun true essence was intimidating here, ordinary corpse soldiers would not dare to get close, but who knew what kind of means a corpse who had cultivated for 2,000 years would have? If you continue to stay, there will be no harm. But before Yang Kai opened his mouth, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, as if he remembered something. He hurriedly waved to the side. Little. Hearing this, the stone puppet who was devouring a mine full of rare ores rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, most of the dozens of hills piled up here have been swallowed by the stone puppet, leaving only a small half still in place. After the stone puppet arrived, Yang Yan pointed at the sun essence in front of him, and asked softly, "Can you swallow it?" On the stone puppet's seemingly dull face, there was a trace of hesitation and fear, and the eyeballs also revealed a dignified expression. The stone puppet is born with the innate supernatural ability to devour all kinds of ores and absorb the essence of the ores. This kind of supernatural power is innate and extremely powerful. It can even swallow things like empty spirit crystals without any effort, but facing such a head size the sun is really good, but the stone puppet hesitated. Obviously for it, this thing is also extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Yang Yan showed helplessness, and he didn't want to force it. After all, to Yang Yan, the true essence of the sun is extremely precious, and the stone puppet is also irreplaceable. Yang Yan had already developed certain feelings for it, and did not use it as a tool, but treated it as a living creature. But to Yang Yan's surprise, after hesitating for a moment, the stone puppet suddenly let out a low growl, and immediately the light on its body burst into light, and the halo of light that covered its body's surface like a battle armor suddenly flowed, one by one miraculous. And the mysterious, rune-like existence wanders on it non-stop. The aura of the stone puppet changed dramatically in an instant, giving people a feeling that it was impenetrable, as if nothing in the world could destroy it. Both Yang Kai and Yang Yan were stunned. They didn't expect stone puppet to have such abilities. Those rune-like things only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared, and the surface of the stone puppet's body, which looked extraordinary at first, was even more shining at the moment, looking very mighty. A crackling sound came from the joints of the stone puppet, and immediately under the dumbfounded gazes of Yang Kai and Yang Yan, the small stone puppet's body suddenly became much larger, and it became a full 3 feet tall. Stop. Then it took big strides, walked in front of the sun essence with solemn eyes, stretched out a big hand, and grabbed the sun essence. A ray of terrifying fire spread from the inside of the sun essence, turned into a fire snake, and went straight to the stone puppet's big hand. The stone puppet seemed to show a smirk expression, and after opening and closing the big hand, it grabbed the fire snake in the palm of the hand. With a strong force, the light scattered, and the fire snake was easily crushed by it. Around this, Yang Kai also saw the stone puppet's big hand, which seemed to melt a little, which made his eyes twitch. Without the hindrance of the fire snake, the stone puppet directly grabbed the head-sized sun essence, opened its mouth wide, and threw it in. The next moment, a dull roar burst out from the stone puppet's throat, as if it was enduring some unimaginable torture, and its body surface was also glowing red, and the runes on the incomparably mighty armor reappeared, one by one burst into pieces, turning into strands. Magical power poured into its body, suppressing the terrifying firepower. After doing all this, the stone puppet's body shrunk again and instantly returned to its original appearance. Without hesitation, Yang Kai directly took the stone puppet into his black book space. He had seen the horror of the true sun essence before, and he didn't dare to take it into the black book space at will. Now that the stone puppet has swallowed it, it's no problem to take it in. Everything that happened here naturally failed to escape the 2 corpse soldiers standing at the door and watching. Seeing that the 2 people who had rushed into the corpse cave had a way to take away the sun essence, they could no longer be at ease. They let out screams from their mouths, and rushed towards this side in a flash. 10 black and long nails suddenly sprang out from the 10 fingers of the female corpse soldier. Her hair was disheveled and she grabbed Yang Kai like a ghost. And the male corpse soldier opened his mouth, and a strong corpse aura rolled out, rushing straight to the place where Yang Kai and Yang Yan were. Yang Kai snorted coldly, a golden thread flew out, wrapped around the female corpse soldier, and at the same time slashed with one hand, attacking the male corpse soldier one after another with pitch-black blade-like attacks. Blade of Space. The male corpse soldier had already learned about some of Yang Kai's methods from his companions, and when he saw it, he was naturally terrified and hurriedly dodged, while the corpse of the female corpse soldier was pierced by golden blood threads, was bound in place at once. Yang Kai was shaking the golden blood thread, the golden light filled the sky, and a single golden thread seemed to turn into a golden net, covering the female corpse soldiers. Impossible, the female corpse soldier screamed, as if she had seen something unbelievable. When the golden light closed, her body was scattered on the ground, like a crystal cup that had been pushed down on the ground, shattered into countless blocks. The male corpse soldier saw that his companion, who was not inferior in strength at all, was killed by the opponent in a face-to-face meeting. Thick fear flashed in his green eyes. How dare he entangle with Yang Kai? The figure retreated rapidly, and it seemed that he was about to exit this secret cave. At the same time, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret cave. He was wearing a blood-red robe. Although his figure was still a little thin, he looked like a living person. Full, the color of the eyes is also the same as that of ordinary people, black and white are distinct, but from him, there is an incomparably powerful and fierce aura and extremely strong corpse aura. As soon as he appeared, he fixed his eyes on Yang Kai, who was taking away the jade platform made of 10,000 years of ice jade. The man who rushed to him just waved his hand, and the man who had finally escaped from the shadow of Yang Kai's space blade, the male corpse soldier, was smashed into powder by him and burst apart. Yang Kai witnessed this scene, his eyes shrank, and he shouted, "Corpse General!" This turned out to be the powerful corpse general he felt just now. In just a short moment, he rushed to this place and killed one of his subordinates in an instant. It seemed that he was really furious. The corpse will see that everything on the ice jade platform has disappeared, and there is no longer the aura of the true sun that makes him afraid, so why doesn't he know what happened? Immediately, a low growl came out of his mouth. Yang Kai swayed for no reason, an illusion of being torn apart was born out of thin air, and suddenly the sea of consciousness was tumbling, as if the entire sea of consciousness was boiling. And Yang Yan was even worse. Under the flash of light on her body, her face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, and she suffered serious injuries. "Leave things behind," Guangzhong shouted coldly, and took a big step to bully Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hesitate any longer, and once again hacked out more than a dozen space blades, and at the same time tore into the void with both hands, directly tearing out a space crack, and then took advantage of the bewildered eyes of the corpse to observe when using the blade of space. He rushed directly into the crack of space with Yang Yan. It was only at this moment that the rushing corpse general seemed to know something was wrong. With a roar, a thick yellow corpse spread out from the body, turned into a huge tentacle, and pulled towards the crack in space. But it was still too late. When his corpse air tentacles hit the crack, the figures of Yang Kai and Yang Yan had disappeared. Although his attack shook the stability of the space crack, it still couldn't stop them from escaping. Space power. The corpse general was stunned, and the next moment he was furious, roaring and screaming from his mouth, looking very unwilling. If the other party hadn't cultivated this mysterious space power, how could he let the two escape with his strength? As long as he is given 3 breaths, he can pat those 2 people into meatloaf and leave everything behind. After a while, one after another figures appeared in the secret cave, and they all looked around gloomily. Each of these figures exuded an aura that was not inferior to the first corpse general who rushed here, and they were all at the peak of the void returning mirror it exists, and there are as many as 4 other corpses that are equivalent to 1 or 2 levels of return to the void are rushing here, and the entire corpse cave is boiling. Where is the true spirit of the sun? One of the corpse generals in green clothes glanced at the original location of the jade platform, and his expression changed. It was taken away. The red-clothed corpse general who was the first to arrive here replied angrily. What? The sun essence was taken away? The other 2 corpse generals yelled in disbelief. Could it be that the person who came here is a master of the void return mirror? But I clearly noticed just now that one of them is only at the 2nd level of the Holy King. It's good to be at the 2nd level of the Holy King, but I don't know exactly how they took away the true sun essence. The red-clothed corpse general replied. You didn't stop a mere saint king at the 2nd level. Junior brother Long, have you been asleep for too long? The corpse general in blue looked at the former, sneering and sarcastic. The red-clothed corpse general glanced at him indifferently, and said indifferently, the other party has cultivated the power of space, and seems to be very proficient, and directly tore apart the space to escape. Brother Mo thinks he has a chance to stop it. Space power. The cracked space. Impossible. The other 3 corpse generals all exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. There are still some fluctuations of space power left here. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you feel it yourself. The red-clothed corpse general seemed to want to explain too much. When the other corpse generals heard the words, they released their divine senses to sense it. After a while, their faces became extremely ugly. They did feel some residual fluctuations of space power. It seemed that the corpse general in red was not lying. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1300. The secret cave was silent for a while, and the 4 corpse generals whose strength was comparable to the peak of the void return mirror all fell silent, and they seemed not to be planning to chase Yongkai. After all, they could tear apart the space to escape, no matter how strong they were. I'm afraid I can't catch up with the opponent, unless I also have a teleportation method similar to tearing space. Hey, the true essence of the sun is the key to our advancement to the corpse king, but now it has been taken away by someone. What should we do? A corpse general in white frowned, looking very annoyed. That's right. Without this sun essence, the last level of the corpse refining art I'm practicing will not be able to continue at all. If I can't become the corpse king, how can I become an immortal existence? The last black-clothed corpse general he also nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering fiercely, as if he didn't want to let Yongkai go so easily. No, even if he is proficient in space power, I can't let him go. I'll go and catch him right now. The corpse general in blue gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and turned around, as if he really wanted to chase him out. Senior brother Mo, have you forgotten the existence of those people on Xingdi Mountain? Although 2,000 years have passed, if we leave this place at this time, we will definitely be targeted by them. Besides, since that person is proficient in space power, how can we? Is it so easy to catch up? The white-clothed corpse will stop him quickly. Hearing the word Xingdi Mountain, the pupils of the other 3 corpse generals couldn't help shrinking, not only showing fear, but even engraved hatred, and the corpse general in blue really dispelled the thought in his heart. The white-clothed corpse general chuckled again. Although we have lost the true essence of the sun, it is not necessarily a good thing. What? The Xingyi corpse general looked at him in astonishment. Brothers, do you know why our Jiyu Yangzong put a piece of sun essence here? The corpse general in white smiled inscrutably, looking extraordinarily strange. Junior brother Kong knows. The white-clothed corpse general didn't say anything, but cast an unfathomable glance at the original location of the jade platform and said slowly, I didn't dare to be too sure about this, but now I'm 80% sure. You might as well take a look over there to see if you can feel anything. Hearing the words, the other 3 corpse generals looked at each other in dismay, looked over there suspiciously, and at the same time released their divine senses to perceive carefully. After a while, the expressions of the 3 generals were all startled suddenly, and the general in blue shrank his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "The strong evil spirit seems to be sealed, and only a little bit of it is revealed. That's it, the corpse aura is much stronger than the corpse cave here." Although the other corpse generals in red and black did not speak, they also showed expressions of surprise. Obviously, these evil spirits are extremely important to them. The 3 corpse generals quickly turned their attention to the white-clothed corpse general, and the green-clothed corpse general asked, "Junior Brother Kong, you are the only descendant of Master's blood, do you know something? Let's talk about it." Yes, Junior Brother Kong, although the 3 of us are older than you, how can we compare with you in terms of understanding of the sect's secrets? Moreover, when the sect was destroyed, we were only cultivators in the Holy Realm. Because, if Junior Brother hadn't led the 3 of us to hide here, I'm afraid our souls would have been scattered. The red-clothed corpse general, who seemed to be the most rebellious, couldn't help but soften his eyes when looking at the white-clothed corpse general, with an appearance of listening quietly. The white-clothed corpse general chuckled. "What happened back then is over, you brothers don't need to worry about it. The reason why I brought you here is because of the order of the suzerain to keep some incense for my Jiyu Yangzong." Having said that, the expressions of the 4 corpse generals all darkened. Although the incense is barely preserved, the 4 senior brothers who were personable and handsome back then have become like this now, and I don't know if they are ashamed of the suzerain's cultivation back then. After a moment of silence, the white-clothed corpse calmed down and continued to speak. "I was not strong back then. Although the suzerain was my father, I was not qualified to touch too many secrets of the sect, but I occasionally heard father and mother were talking about this secret cave, but they heard something unknown. It is said that a spring of the underworld is sealed here." Yellow spring eye. The 3 corpse generals were all horrified when they heard this. That's right. The white-clothed corpse general nodded solemnly. "Perhaps we didn't know what the eye of the underworld is, but now, the senior brothers must know it. It's natural." The corpse general in green clothes nodded his head. "The eye of the underworld, which is said to lead directly to the rumored underworld, is the holy place for cultivation that existence is like a stream of most. No wonder there is a corpse cave here. It turns out that there is a spring of hell." The black-clothed corpse general murmured thoughtfully. "In order to seal this Wangquan spring, our ancient Yangzong did not know which generation's suzerain found a piece of true sun essence, and suppressed it on the spring with the scorching power of the true sun fire. In this way, it will be safe. And in order to be able to store the true essence of the sun, the suzerains of later generations spent a huge price to find the 10,000-year ice jade platform and put them here together. It can be said that this matter is one of the biggest secrets of the sect, as if only the suzerain and a few elders are qualified to know." After the white-clothed corpse general finished speaking, he smiled. "But although I heard a few words back then, I didn't understand much, and the sun essence suppressed here, we couldn't get close at all, so we didn't tell the senior brothers, and I hope the senior brothers don't blame them." Ha ha ha. The green-clothed corpse general laughed loudly, and patted the white-clothed corpse general's shoulder heavily. "What did Junior Brother Kong say? The 4 of my senior brothers and sisters are already a family, so how can I blame you? What's more, even if you told us about this kind of thing back then, we couldn't do anything about it, but now it seems that there really is a spring of hell here. Yeah, it's just that the leaked evil spirit is so strong. If we open the seal, wouldn't the benefits we can get be endless? It's not impossible to condense the body of the corpse king with the help of this Wangquan spring. This is much safer than practicing the last level of corpse refining art." That's right. After all, no one has ever practiced the last level of the corpse refining art. Moreover, it is necessary to rely on such a dangerous thing as the true sun essence. I was not in favor of continuing to practice. Now it's all over, and all problems are solved. It looks like we are really grateful to the guy who took away the essence of the sun." The red-clothed corpse general was silent for a long time, and then suddenly said thoughtfully, "I just said, how could there be such a thing as corpse refining art in the sect, and do you still remember that there seemed to be a few of Elder Lu's subordinates back then? The powerful corpse slave, it seems that he was cultivated with the help of this place." Several corpse generals thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. The green-clothed corpse general waved his hand and said, "Okay, since we know that there is a spring of the underworld here, we should first try to break its seal with saber techniques, presumably without the suppression of the sun's essence. With our current strength, it's not difficult to break through it." But before that, it's not appropriate for outsiders to disturb the Zongman's legacy, otherwise, if someone notices something abnormal, it may arouse the idea of Xingdi Mountain. It's not easy. Let them go out for activities and leave. Anyway, it's not that the strong outside are ignorant of the situation here. As long as they don't leave the Zongman's relic, they shouldn't cause major problems. The red corpse will be cold with a sneer. He turned his head and looked behind them. At some point behind them, a large group of corpse soldiers and corpse generals had appeared densely, standing there densely, each with a fierce aura and green eyes. Although their shapes were different, from their turning judging by the eyeballs, these corpse soldiers and generals clearly possessed their own spiritual intelligence, and it seemed that their spiritual intelligence was not shallow. Several of the most powerful corpse generals immediately issued a series of orders. These corpse soldiers and corpse generals took orders, left the corpse cave in groups of 3 and 4, and went to various places in the burial valley. And when these 4 corpse generals were talking, somewhere thousands of miles away, a gap suddenly opened in the void. It came out, and then another figure sprang out. Almost at the same time as the second figure sprang out, the crack in the void suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head back in fear, his face extremely gloomy. Although at the last moment, he took Yang Yan away from the land of 1,000 miles in an instant by means of tearing the space, but the attack of the red corpse still affected the stability of the crack in the space. He and Yang Yan were almost lost in the space just now in the crack. If it wasn't for his increasing understanding and comprehension of space power over the years, even if he could escape this time, Yang Yan would definitely die. Yang Yan didn't notice such a danger, but Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, and secretly decided that if he wants to lead someone to escape through this method next time, he must first run to a position where the enemy cannot interfere, otherwise it will be extremely dangerous. May regret for life. Moreover, I don't know if it was his own illusion, but the moment he left the corpse cave, Yang Kai felt an unusual aura from the place where the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade platform was stored. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it. Now that he was able to escape from a strong man at the peak of the void return mirror, Yang Kai was already very lucky, and the harvest from this trip was also huge. It's time to check. Yang Kai only had time to pay attention to the situation of the stone puppet in the black book space, and after confirming that it was fine for the time being, Sheng Yuan burst out, wrapped Yang Yan, identified the direction, and headed towards the funeral. He rushed to the periphery of Shanggu. Yang Yan seemed to have been frightened in the corpse cave, and he didn't say a word along the way, but just put his body next to Yang Kai, trembling. She seems naturally timid. There was no danger on the road, except for the ghosts disturbed by the Saint Yuan urged by Yang Kai to chase all the way. There was no other obstacle, but with Yang Kai's mood of impatient to leave now, those ghosts couldn't catch up at all. In just half a day, the two of them flew most of the distance. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1301 Meeting Chen Shitao again. When entering the buried Hero Valley, the speed of the two was not fast because of the need to search and investigate, and they could only advance on foot, but now, Yang Kai used the star shuttle to leave, so naturally the time spent would not be so long. Just as Yang Kai rushed out with Yang Yan in a hurry, he suddenly stopped, and seemed to be aware of looking to the side, and let out a light sigh in his mouth, showing a look of surprise. What's wrong? Yang Yan asked in astonishment, wondering why Yang Kai didn't leave suddenly. Nothing. Yang Kai replied lightly, I met one of the previous group of people again, but her state seems to be a little bit wrong. Over there was a figure rushing towards this side in a hurry, and I don't know if it was a coincidence, but it happened to be coming in Yang Kai's direction, and under Yang Kai's deliberate observation, he found that the person who came was actually the woman named Luing who followed Shen Shitao. It's just that at this moment, her expression is flustered, her body is fluctuating and unstable, and she looks a little embarrassed, as if she has just experienced a difficult battle. Besides her, Shen Shitao from Qiantianzong, Shen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan from Jidaomen were all missing, and it is unknown where they went. The other party was obviously in some trouble. If it was a stranger, Yang Kai would immediately stay away from this place. After all, he had only provoked those special beings in the corpse cave not long ago, so why would he want to stay? But the other party is someone he knows, so it's fine if he didn't see it. Since he saw it and left like this, Yang Kai was somewhat uneasy. Anyway, it was thanks to Shen Shitao that he knew that this place was the Valley of Burying the Great. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and Imperial Envoy Xing Shuo greeted Lu Ying. Lu Ying was looking around while flying away, as if she was looking for something. When she suddenly noticed someone approaching, she couldn't help being startled. She looked towards Yang Kai, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, she was overjoyed, with a smile on her face. His vigilance and panic disappeared, and he also hurriedly greeted him. Before the person came close, he called out tremblingly, "Brother Yang." "Girl Luing." Yang Kai rushed to stop in front of her, suspiciously asking, "What's the matter of panic?" "Senior Brother Yang, hurry up and save Senior Sister Shen and the others, they are being targeted by a 9th level monster." 9th rank monster? Yang Kai's face darkened. How can there be a monster here? And it's still 9th rank. 9th rank monsters are equivalent to the level of the Void Returning Mirror. In such a special place as Buried Majesty Valley, there are monsters, which is really beyond his expectation. "I don't know, but there is indeed a 9th level monster over there. Senior Sister Shen and the others are trapped there. They managed to find a way to send me out to find someone to help. Brother Yang, please hurry over there, it's late, it would be too late." Miss Luing was joking. Yang Kai didn't agree, but frowned and said, "I only have a 2nd order Saint King cultivation, and my strength is not as good as that of Miss Shen and that Brother Wang. They are all trapped. Stop, if I go over, wouldn't I be looking for my own death?" When Luing heard the words, her expression froze, and she seemed to have reacted. It's just that she was eager to find people just now, and there were very few people in places like Burial Valley, so she finally saw Yang Kai, so naturally she hurriedly asked for help, but now that Yang Kai reminded her, Warong suddenly turned pale. She has also seen the power of the monster beast with her own eyes, and it can barely resist it with the strength of 4 people. Even if Yang Kai passes by, how can he turn the tide with his cultivation base? I am afraid that he will also be implicated and unable to get out. For a moment, Luing froze in place, in great chaos. Although Yang Kai didn't agree, but he also asked, "What type of monster is it? What is the specific strength?" Luing replied subconsciously, "It's a monster with the thunder attribute. In terms of strength, it should only be equivalent to the 1st layer of Return to the Void, but it can perform supernormally with the help of a thunder pond and restriction over there. You will not be trapped in it and cannot escape. Even if you are invincible, it is still no problem to escape." Thunder Pool. Yang Kai hadn't answered yet, but Yang Yan's eyes lit up, as if he was very interested. "Well, there is a thunder pool here that many people know. This time, Senior Sister Shen's younger brother, Shen Fanlei, wants to use that thunder pool to practice a secret technique, so as to break through the bottleneck in front of him, but he doesn't want to have such an accident." Green Ying quickly explained. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan, and Yang Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "I want the thunder liquid from the thunder pond." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he might have to make a trip this time. Not to mention that he didn't intend to really stand by and watch. Now that Yang Yan is also interested in that kind of thunder liquid, it must be a good thing that is very useful. What I said just now was just because I was cautious. At this point, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, and said, "Miss Luing, lead the way. Although Yang is not strong, but since Miss Shen died, I can't stand by and watch, but I dare not promise you anything. I can only say do your best." Ah, Luing's face turned from worry to joy when she heard that. Just now she heard Yang Kai's tone and thought that the other party was not willing to agree to make a move, but she didn't want to turn around in the blink of an eye. She was overjoyed and nodded immediately, leading the way, up. However, she didn't seem to have too much hope for Yang Kai. She was still worried along the way, and her divine sense spread out, checking from time to time if there were other more powerful warriors around. But to her disappointment, she got nothing. On the way, through questioning, Yang Kai also learned that the main purpose of their burial in Shanggu this time was that thunder pond. Everything was safe and sound, but after finding that thunder pond, Shen Fanlei entered it, led the thunder into his body, and started practicing his secret technique. The other 3 people stood by and guarded him. How could he know that a few days later, a silver night thunder beast suddenly appeared from under the thunder pond, which not only made Shen Fanlei's cultivation come to naught, but also that silver night thunder beast was not low-spirited. Inspired the prohibition around the thunder pond, trapping all 4 of them, with the idea of killing all 4 warriors who broke into the thunder pond. Because Luing has an escape secret treasure that is very suitable for her, Shen Shitao, together with Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei, forcibly tore apart a part of the restraint when she realized that she was invincible and unable to escape, allowing Luing to escape. But because the barrier was placed next to the thunder pool, and there was a steady stream of lightning power to supplement and repair it, the other 3 people had no time to escape together, and were still trapped in it. It has been a day and a night since Luing escaped to look for rescuers, and no one knows what is going on there. It's been so long, isn't it too late? Yang Kai sighed slightly. No, Luing quickly waved her hand. Senior Sister Shen has an extremely powerful defensive secret treasure. Even if you lose, you can still do it for a while. Oh, Yang Kai frowned. Luing took the initiative to explain. Speaking of it, I also want to thank Senior Brother Yang. Last time in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, we collected a large number of holy crystals. After returning, we handed over the holy crystals to the sect, and the elders in the sect gave each of us gifts. After buying some rare secret treasures, Senior Sister Shen got a Zhugong Tianluo umbrella. It was given by the elders, otherwise with my strength, how could I escape? That's how it is. Hearing this, Yang Kai also felt relieved. Since there is a void-level top-rank defensive secret treasure guarding, Chen Shitao shouldn't have any major problems, otherwise, when he rushes over, he can only collect the corpses for Chen Shitao and others, which is also very good tragic thing. The Thunder Pond was not close to the original location of the three of them, and it took half a day to reach their destination. Yang Kai was also closely observing his surroundings along the way, for fear that some corpse soldiers would suddenly appear from somewhere to chase and intercept him. After all, he was not sure whether those special beings in the corpse cave would come after him. Agreeing to rescue Chen Shitao actually took a certain risk. When they were still 10 miles away from the Thunder Pond, Luing pointed at it, and at the same time said pleasantly, "It's over there, it seems that Senior Sister Shen and the others are safe and sound." There was no need for her to remind him. Yang Kai had already noticed the abnormality over there. He saw a large blue cloud in the sky over there. In the blue cloud, the Thunder Fox flickered. From time to time 1 or 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky. The momentum was astonishing, and below the blue cloud, there is an energy shield glowing with thunder, covering the earth. Although it is still unclear what is going on inside, it can be judged from the sounds of fighting that Chen Shitao and the others are not dead, but their breath is a little weak. It seems that if you persist until now, I am afraid that it is about to reach the limit. Seeing this, Yang Kai said without hesitation, "Go." In a blink of an eye, there was a distance of 100 feet, and she rushed straight to that side, and Luing followed closely behind. At the same time, Sakura opened her mouth and made a melodious voice like a bird. The voice was ups and downs. Listening it sounds like a bird chirping, but it contains some information that outsiders cannot detect. At the same time as hearing this voice, Shen Shitao, who was struggling to support herself beside Lei Kai, beamed with joy, and said coquettishly, "It's Junior Sister Luing, she has found a helper, now we are saved." Hearing this, both Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei were shocked, and they urged the defensive secret treasures on their hands together to resist the force of lightning that struck from the front. It is also thanks to the three of them working together, only defending and not counter-attacking, otherwise they would not be able to persist until now. Senior Sister Shen. A moment later, Luing's coquettish call came from outside. Hearing this, Shen Shitao quickly turned her head to look over there, and said happily, "Junior Sister Luing, did you find a helper?" "Well, to live up to my senior sister's expectations, I brought Senior Brother Yang here." Luing nodded hastily. Senior Brother Yang. Shen Shitao was stunned when she heard the words, and then looked behind Luing, only to see Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, staring at the situation inside without saying a word. Brother Yang. Shen Shitao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She never expected that the helper Luing found was actually Yang Kai. Although he was a man of great luck in her heart, but luck has nothing to do with the current situation. If only luck, I'm afraid it's still a dead end. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1302 Silver Knight Thunder Beast. After learning that the helper Luing had found was actually Yang Kai, Shen Shitao's mood suddenly became subtle, and a bitterness appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she intended to make friends with Yang Kai and build a good relationship so that she could invite him to join her in future training. Traveling, but if you can't even pass the current hurdle, what's the future? Yang Kai only has the cultivation base of Saint King 2 layer, how can he break the collective control here and rescue the three of them? But they came to help after all. Even though Shen Shitao felt a little disappointed, she didn't say much, and was about to say some words of gratitude when Wang Yuhan from the Jidao sect over there yelled angrily, "What's the point of bringing him here? The three of us worked hard to help you escape, and you brought such a person here. Don't you wish we could die sooner?" Although he didn't scold anyone, it was not insignificant. Luing's little face turned pale all of a sudden, and she stared at Wang Yuhan anxiously, with guilt and anxiety all over her face. But Shen Shitao's pretty face sank. Senior Brother Wang, is what you said a little too much? Don't you know where this place is? There is no one who will come to bury Shanggu on weekdays. Junior Sister Luing confined Brother Yang already, it was a fluke, what else do you want? She yelled at Wang Yuhan unceremoniously, and the latter turned embarrassed. Although he didn't refute, anyone could see what he meant. And Yang Kai, who was standing outside, finally shifted his gaze away from the original observation position, and glanced at him lightly, but he didn't say much. The other party's words were obviously suspected of belittling himself. Although Yang Kai was upset, but he didn't bother to argue with him. What he cared about was the restriction and the Silver Night Thunder Beast inside. There is no need to mention the restrictions here. Since there is such a special existence as Lei Kai, I think this place was also a forbidden place of Ji Yu Yangzong before. The beast didn't know how to open the restriction here, trapping Shen Shitao and others inside. The Silver Night Thunder Beast is originally a monster of the thunder attribute, and here it is supplemented by a thunder pool, and it also fights in the restraint, occupying the advantage of the world. Its strength is indeed as Luing said, and it can perform extraordinary. The Silver Night Thunder Beast looks a bit weird, with a cow head, a deer body, and a leopard tail, all covered with lightning flashes, and covered with a thick layer of scales. The scales are about the size of a palm, and they are extremely strong. They cannot be broken by casual attacks. Open its defenses. There are also two curved horns on its forehead, and when the huge head that is also thunderous is shaken on the curved horns, it pulls the blue clouds in the sky, and induces the power of the thunder above to hit its horns, and then it comes back again. It shot out from the two horns, and went straight to the opposite side, and the two horns seemed to have some magical power to increase, which could increase the power of the sky thunder. From time to time, it opens its mouth and spits out thunderballs from its mouth. The thunderballs hit Shen Shitao and the others. People are hard to defend against. And Shen Shitao and the others are hiding behind a big umbrella with a radius of 3 feet at this moment. The big umbrella emits not weak energy fluctuations, the runes on the surface flow, and the halo flows. It should be what Luing said before. A top-ranked defensive secret treasure, the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella. As soon as you came into contact with all the lightning attacks, they were blocked by a layer of magical power of the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella, and their power was greatly reduced. Yang Kai looked at it for a moment, and immediately knew that if it wasn't for this defensive secret treasure, Shen Shitao and the others would have died countless times. Although relying on this excellent defense treasure, Shen Shitao was able to withstand most of the attacks from the Silver Night Thunder Beast, but she was still extremely embarrassed. However, there was a colorful screen erected in front of Wang Yuhan, which was actually a defense treasure. The resisted attack was blocked by the screen, and the lightning arcs poured into it and disappeared, and they didn't know where they went. The last one, Shen Fanlei, was like the Silver Night Thunder Beast, with lightning arcs beating. He didn't make any defensive moves, but swallowed the scattered thunder and lightning power into his belly with a big mouthful. Among the three, he is the one who is the most relaxed. It seems that the scattered thunder and lightning power not only cannot hurt him, but will also enhance his strength. This made Yang Kai pay more attention to him, judging in his heart that this person must have a special physique, or he has cultivated some incredible skills, and his spirit is still the same as before, with bright eyes, as if full of vitality. The three of them are the horns of each other, defending against the onslaught of the Silver Night Thunder Beast. There will be no danger of their lives for a while, but if this continues, once the saints in Shen Shitao and Wang Yuhan's bodies are weak, it is only a matter of time before the three of them are defeated and die. Even if Shen Fanlei's physique and skills are special, he cannot escape. Brother Yang, Shen Shitao snorted coquettishly while she was busy, if you have any tricks, use them quickly, we are about to be overwhelmed. Seeing that Yang Kai had been standing there without moving, neither offering help nor leaving immediately, she was naturally a little anxious. Yang Kai said lightly, wait a little longer. Shen Shitao's expression was bitter, but she didn't urge her anymore, but Wang Yuhan stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if she felt that if Yang Kai didn't want to help, he should leave early. And Luing has joined the battle group eagerly, but she is blocked from the restriction, so she can only use means to attack the restriction to see if there is a chance to break the restriction. Except for Yang Kai, no one noticed that Yang Yan had already made a move in secret. Yang Kai naturally handed over the matter of breaking the restriction to Yang Yan, so he didn't act rashly. This restriction is extraordinary at first glance, and with Thunder Pond as the source of energy, it cannot be broken in a short period of time by brute force, so why should he waste his energy? After a while, Yang Yan suddenly said in a low voice, you can do it now. It will take me some time to break this restriction. I'm afraid it's not as fast as you attack it directly, but I've transferred its energy source. You just need to take action. Okay, Yang Kai nodded, and once again sacrificed the Bayou map, but this time it was different from the last time he rescued Shen Shitao and others. As soon as the Bayou map appeared, 20 phantom peaks flew out of it, one it was bigger than one, and immediately under the urging of Yang Kai, it mercilessly smashed towards the restricted place. What ability do I think he has? But it turned out that he only relied on brute force. Miss Shen, we can't pin our hopes on this kid, we should find a way ourselves. Seeing that Yang Kai's method was the same as last time, Wang Yuhan couldn't help teasing. He let out a cry. Didn't he see that with this thunder pool as a reliance, the restriction here cannot be broken by brute force at all? Shen Shitao frowned. She also felt that Yang Kai's attack was too reckless, but Wang Yuhan's words still made her feel uncomfortable. Her pretty face turned cold, and she didn't answer. While speaking, the phantoms of the mountain peaks slammed on the restraint with great momentum, shaking the restraint. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in the thunder pool poured out one after another, trying to replenish the energy of the restraint. Shen Shitao and Wang Yuhan have seen this kind of situation countless times, and it is precisely because they understand this that they did not waste their energy to attack the restriction, because with the supplement of the power of lightning, this layer of restriction is almost impossible for them to break. But to their astonishment, the power of lightning that gushed out of the thunder pool only circulated on the restraint for a while, and they were transferred outside for some reason, but the restraint itself did not receive any supplement. Looking around, there was something that looked like a dead wood standing in place on the outskirts of the restriction. All the transferred lightning power poured into this dead wood, and then disappeared into the ground. This made them both surprised and delighted. They really didn't know how a mere piece of dead wood could play such a magical role. Yang Kai didn't know, but he had full confidence in Yang Yan. Seeing that this method of transfer was really effective, he naturally spared no effort to stimulate the power of Bayou 2 and continue to slam the ban. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He shot without reservation. The power of Bayou 2 was several times more terrifying than last time, making Chen Shitao secretly startled, and only then did he realize that last time Yang Kai hid himself part of the strength. Here Yang Kai is smashing the restriction, and the Silver Night Thunder Beast inside the restriction obviously won't sit idly by. After realizing something is wrong, a roar like a bull's roar, and a roar like a tiger's roar come from his throat, and immediately the blue cloud in the sky squirms. A bolt of lightning that was thicker than a human leg shot out, hitting the horns of the Silver Night Thunder Beast. The horns were shining brightly, and a bolt of lightning that was more ferocious than the lightning just now rushed towards Yang Kai. Brother Yang, be careful. Shen Shitao reminded her coquettishly. She was well aware of the power of this kind of attack. If she didn't have the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella, she wouldn't dare to take it hard at all. Yang Kai only had the cultivation base of the second level of the Saint King. If he really being hit, I'm afraid it will be wiped out in the next moment. To her surprise, although Yang Kai heard the reminder, he stood still and did not move. Instead, a shield with purple rime appeared in front of him. The sandstorm formed and blocked Yang Kai. With a fright, the lightning fell into the sandstorm, but was blocked by the wind and sand all over the sky, and disappeared without a trace in just a moment. Void level top rank defensive secret treasure. Wang Yuhan shouted, looking at the shield with some eagerness. He is a disciple of the Jidao sect, and his cultivation base is at the third level of the Holy King, but so far, he has not been able to obtain a secret treasure above the middle rank of the virtual level. Shen Shitao can have one, which is also a reward from the elders of the sect. This person surnamed Yang, where did you get this level of secret treasure? And looking at the defensive power of this secret treasure, it seems that it is no worse than the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella. Comparing the secret treasures he owns, Wang Yuhan suddenly realized that he was really shabby, and he couldn't help feeling a little resentful. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1303 Thunder Pond Thunder Liquid. Just when Wang Yuhan's eyes were on Yang Kai's shield secret treasure, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a low growl, as if its attack just now hadn't worked, and it was completely enraged, and it only allocated half of its energy to deal with Chen Shitao and the others. People, while the other half of the energy was put on Yang Kai, the two horns on the head flashed with lightning, the beast's mouth opened, and there was a faint thunder and crackling. This made Chen Shitao and the others overjoyed, because the pressure here suddenly eased a lot. And Yang Kai divided most of the attacks that they were almost out of breath, and the three of them looked at each other, but it didn't waste Yang Kai's with painstaking efforts. Shen Shitao sent Zhugong Tianluo umbrella to continue the defense, while Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei unanimously sacrificed their own attacking treasures, urging the power of the secret treasures to smash towards the restriction that trapped them. All of a sudden, the vicinity of Likey was very lively, all kinds of Saint Yuan burst out fiercely, and the power of many secret treasures was displayed. Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei have some status in the Jidao sect, and the secret treasures they possess are naturally not too low grade. There are no high-grade virtual level ones, but they are qualified to wear 1 or 2 pieces of virtual level low-grade ones. The prohibition actually crumbled in a short period of time. Seeing this situation, the two of them knew that success or failure depended on one action, and they dared not hold back anything. They almost showed their full potential, and Luing seemed to be encouraged and also unleashed all her own strength. Yang Kai, who is outside the restriction, is protected by a purple shield, so naturally he will not be afraid of the long-distance attack of the Silver Night Thunder Beast. Seeing that he has attracted most of the monster's attention, he fully stimulates the power of Baiyu too, and the Saint Yuan is not good. Consumedly broke into the phantoms of those mountain peaks. Under the cooperation of a group of people, within 10 breaths of time, the lightning restraint that had made Shen Shitao and the others helpless, turned out to be dim and cracked like spider webs, making a crackling sound, as if it looks like it will collapse in the next moment. Seeing this, Wang Yuhan knew that this moment was a good opportunity to show off, so he shook his hand, and a cyan long sword flashing with spiritual light suddenly appeared in his hand. The cyan long sword sprayed blood mist from its mouth, and in an instant, the blade of the cyan long sword hummed and trembled, as if it had been given life by Wang Yuhan and wanted to break free from his shackles and fly away. But Wang Yuhan himself had an abnormal blush on his face after spewing out that mouthful of blood mist. Obviously, the move he was about to perform would also cost him some money. Amidst the buzzing of the long sword, the aura fluctuations on Wang Yuhan's body rose wildly. Immediately after he shook the long sword, from the long sword, he immediately shot out bursts of sharp sword lights, rushing straight towards the restraint. The sword glow roared, Wang Yuhan himself was wrapped in the sword light, and there was a faint sense of the unity of the sword, and in an instant, he reached the sky above the ban, and when Yi came into contact with the ban, countless small lightning arcs were born, harassing towards the sword light. A cold snort was heard, and accompanied by the intense humming and thunder of the sword body, the sword light collided with each other, and there was a stalemate for a while, only to see two completely different attribute energies colliding and melting each other, and there was a terrifying sound in the void. The sound of teeth grinding against metal. But the stalemate lasted only a moment, and Wang Yuhan suddenly roared, "Break it!" As the words fell, the sword light suddenly shot out and broke a big hole from the sky above the restriction. The thunder light flickered a few times, and with the clear and crisp sound, the restriction shrouded in the vicinity of the thunder pool was finally completely broken. And since Yang Kai made a move to the present, there is still no time for 20 breaths. On the one hand, it was because Yang Kai didn't want to waste time and went all out. On the other hand, it was also because Shen Shitao and the others were not ordinary warriors of the Saint King realm. They were all elites of their respective sects, whether they were physically the vigor and conciseness of Nei Shengyuan or much higher than that of ordinary warriors of the same level. Furthermore, the restriction here was only activated by the Silver Night Thunder Beast. Although I don't know why it knows how to activate it, it obviously doesn't know how to change the restriction, and has not been able to exert the full power of the restriction. Even if we work together, it will take a lot of work to really crack it. The moment the restriction was broken, Chen Shitao's sister and brother rushed out directly, unwilling to stay in place again. They were obviously a little terrified. On the other hand, Wang Yuhan descended from the sky laughing loudly, with a smug look on his face. The blue long sword in his hand swung leisurely, and then put it back into his body, and immediately put on an unfathomable appearance, as if waiting for others' praise. Shen Fanlei looked at him with admiration, and said sincerely, "Senior brother is really amazing." Wang Yuhan was naturally happier when his junior brother cooperated so much. He said a few words of humility, but the corners of his eyes kept looking towards Yang Kai, with a hint of provocation. "Isn't it too early to be happy now?" Shen Shitao poured cold water on Wang Yuhan's head, her beautiful eyes staring solemnly at the furious Silver Night Thunder Beast floating in midair. It seems that because of the destruction of the restriction, the Yinshao Thunder Beast is full of demonic aura at this moment, and the blue cloud in the sky also faintly exudes a terrifying pressure, which echoes the demonic aura, which is extremely frightening. Wang Yuhan's face twitched, and he said carelessly, "Junior sister Shen, don't worry, everyone was trapped in the restriction by this thing and couldn't fully use it because we didn't notice it for a while. Now that we have escaped from the trap, we will naturally not give it any more chances, junior brother, and come with me to try its abilities." Okay, Shen Fanlei looked eager to try, and nodded heavily without thinking. Before Chen Shitao could persuade him to say anything, the two senior brothers from the Jidao sect rushed forward. Yang Kai frowned, but didn't bother to stop him. He came here this time because of Luing's request for help, and because Yang Yan needed the thunder liquid in the thunder pond. As for whether others should die or live, it was not his turn to dictate. But this Wang Yuhan doesn't know if his head is flooded. Facing a void-returning mirror-level monster, he still underestimates the enemy. Judging from his appearance, he should be the kind who has been staying in the sect to practice hard and rarely fights with him. Fighting warriors. This kind of people generally have a good level of cultivation, but when they really fight, they lack the ability to kill the enemy and save their lives, and they don't know how to adapt to changes, and are easily confused by the surface of things. Yang Kai thought that he and Shen Fanlei would definitely suffer a big loss. But to Yang Kai's surprise, after meeting the Silver Night Thunder Beast, Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei fought in a precise manner. They were not ascetic warriors without combat experience as Yang Kai imagined. He has a lot of combat experience, and his ability to adapt to changes is also quite outstanding. Although Shen Fanlei and Shen Fanlei can't handle the Silver Night Thunder Beast, they can move around, but their figure is extremely flexible. Whether it is the use of secret treasures or the display of martial arts, they are just right. The Silver Night Thunder Beast couldn't do anything against the two of them. Yang Kai's expression changed, and then he realized that since he dared to go up, he had a certain amount of confidence. And Shen Shitao and Luing, after watching worriedly for a while, felt relieved. A strange look flickered in their two beautiful eyes, and they obviously had the idea of killing beasts and seizing pills. The inner alchemy of the 9th level monster, and the thunder-type inner alchemy of the Yinshao Thunder Beast, is very valuable. Whether it is used for alchemy or weapon refining, there are many people who need it. What's more, the other materials of this monster's body, they are all good things at first glance. It seems that Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei were very angry because they were trapped by the prohibition before. Now that they have escaped from the trap, facing the Silver Night Thunder Beast, they are extremely ferocious in fighting and killing, almost wanting to play with the Silver Night Thunder Beast in the palm of his hand. However, the Silver Night Thunder Beast did not have the restraint here as a reliance, and it fell into a slight disadvantage in the battle. If it wasn't for the protection of the palm-sized scale armor on its body, it might have been injured. Get up relentlessly. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the thoughts of those four people, but gave Yang Yan a wink. Yang Yan saw the opportunity, nodded slightly, and quickly came to the vicinity of the Thunder Pond, took out a special container, poured it into the container, start collecting the mine liquid in the mine pool. The area of this Thunder Pond is not large, only about 30 feet in radius, but it seems a little bottomless, and the liquid flowing in that pond is not ordinary water liquid, but thunder liquid mixed with a large amount of thunder attribute energy. This kind of thunder pool can be artificially created, as long as some things that can attract thunder and lightning are placed here, and then some restrictions are set to preserve the power of thunder and lightning. After dozens of hundreds of years, a prototype of a thunder pool can be formed. Attribute medicinal materials can also speed up the formation of thunder pools. There are also some mine pools that are naturally generated. This kind of thunder pool is rare in number, but it is of great benefit to warriors who practice thunder attribute martial arts and martial arts. The Thunder Pool in Burial Valley was originally owned by Ji Yu Yangzong. Many warriors know that there is a Thunder Pool here, otherwise Shen Shitao waiting for others will not come here. But they didn't expect that at the bottom of this Thunder Pool, there was actually a Silver Night Thunder Beast, and it suddenly appeared when Shen Fanlei was practicing the secret technique. It's big. It's like this, and now I can get out of trouble, and it's all thanks to Yang Kai's arrival. Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei were entangled with the Silver Night Thunder Beast, which happened to allow Yang Yan to take the opportunity to collect the lightning liquid. Yang Kai was so happy. As for whether the four of them would stay here to fight the Thunder Beast after collecting the lightning liquid, it was not Yang Kai. It's up to me. Now he just wants to stay as far away from this place of right and wrong as possible. The fierce battle above seemed to be getting more and more fierce. During the battle, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a roar, and once again spewed out balls of thunder balls from its mouth, which exploded around Shen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan. For a while, he frantically defended. However, the Silver Night Thunder Beast took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly stopped still in midair. With its huge beast head raised, it let out a continuous roar, which was mixed with incomparable anger. To be continued. This text is provided by Xiao Shayan at Weihai Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1304 Disagreement. Accompanied by the roar of the Thunder Beast, the Qingyan in the sky seemed to be drawn by something somewhere, and wriggled and rolled. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, Qingyan turned into an inverted funnel shape, and crazily moved toward Yanxiao. The thunder beast poured it into the body. Within 3 breaths of time, the blue cloud that had been covering the sky disappeared, and it was all sucked into the body by the Silver Night Thunder Beast. Seeing this, Yang Kai shrank his eyes and his hair stood on end. Although the Silver Night Thunder Beast didn't seem to have changed at all, he faintly felt a dangerous aura from the opponent's body. At this time, Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei, who had seen the Yanxiao Thunder Beast motionless and wanted to rush over to kill the monster, also rushed to the monster, but before they could perform any killing moves, Yanxiao Thunder Beast suddenly glanced at them with its huge eyes, and there was an anthropomorphic disdain and sarcasm in those eyes. The next moment, a terrifying coercion suddenly erupted from the body of the Silver Night Thunder Beast, as if it had absorbed Qingyan just now, making its strength soar. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Yuhan finally felt something was wrong, and said in a low voice, "Not good." Turning around, a palm-sized prismatic energy shield suddenly shot out from his body, densely guarding the surroundings, and Shen Fanlei also realized that something was wrong. Under the flashes of thunder all over his body, he seemed to be wearing the Thunder Light battle armor looks really mighty. But the Silver Night Thunder Beast turned a blind eye to this, and with a flicker of its figure, it suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. It was shot down by a strong force. The countless prismatic energy shields outside Wang Yuhan's body exploded into powder, and Shen Fanlei's Thunder Light armor dimmed instantly. It can be clearly seen that the faces of both of them suddenly turned pale, and at the same time they spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, as if they were seriously injured. This turn of events only happened in the blink of an eye. The 2 girls, Shen Shitao and Luing, who were always on the verge of moving below, saw their faces turn pale, and they all exclaimed. After going out, each of them greeted one person, ready to check their injuries. And the shadow of the beast flashed in midair, and the Yanxiao Thunder Beast that had disappeared before appeared again. This time it took a cold look at Yang Yan, who was standing by the thunder pond and using means to collect the lightning liquid. A flash of light flashed in the beast's pupils. Angry, his body swayed leisurely, and disappeared again. Its strength, after absorbing that day's Qingyan, has increased significantly. Yang Yan stood there without moving, but instinctively sensed a hint of danger. The red light on his body flashed, and a layer of protection was instantly formed. Almost at the same time as this layer of protection appeared, it collapsed. In the void, the phantom of the Silver Night Thunder Beast was looming, and the fast Yang Yan could hardly see it. Her face paled slightly, but she soon calmed down. Just when the Silver Night Thunder Beast was about to kill her, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yan, stretched out a fist wrapped in magic flames, and smashed it into the void. There was a loud bang, and the air wave tumbling. Yang Kai's figure couldn't help but flew backwards, picked up Yang Yan who was standing there, and the disappearing Silver Night Thunder Beast also appeared with a low roar. It also seemed to be unsteady on its feet, its huge body tumbling backwards, its 4 strong and powerful claws grasping the marks visible to the naked eye in the air. As soon as you stood firm, it let out a roar, and a huge ball of lightning formed in its mouth instantly, and with a slight flick of its head, the ball of thunder struck Yang Kai like a rainbow. Yang Kai looked solemn, a golden thread popped out from his fingertips, and instantly turned into a golden net covering the sky, covering the thunder ball, cutting it wantonly. Before the thunder ball hit him, it burst under the action of external force. Countless tiny the thunder snake gushed out of it and dissipated into the sky and the earth. However, the golden thread passed through the area where the thunder snake surged, and directly hit the Silver Night Thunder Beast, stabbing towards its body like a sharp sword. There was a soft sound, and dazzling sparks burst out from the surface of the Silver Night Thunder Beast. The extremely sharp gold wires failed to pierce the body of the Silver Night Thunder Beast directly, but were blocked by the scales covering its body surface. Less than 3 inches will have no stamina. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this for a long time, staring at the Silver Night Thunder Beast coldly. A budding lotus appeared leisurely in his eyes. This Silver Night Thunder Beast is quite extraordinary, and its cultivation base is also higher than Yang Kai's for a long time. Yang Kai wanted to make a quick decision, so he could only use his trump card. As soon as the Silver Night Thunder Beast saw the lotus, it instinctively sensed the danger. Its pupils showed a look of panic. It didn't dare to look at Yang Kai again, and rushed into the thunder pond. With a flick of its figure disappeared in. There were ripples in Likey, and the place returned to calm again. It fled without fighting, which surprised Yang Kai. But Yang Kai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't want to fight the Silver Night Thunder Beast at this time. Since the other party retreated despite the difficulties, it was undoubtedly the result he wanted the most. If it was normal, Yang Kai they will not let this 9th level Thunder Beast go. Over there, Shen Shitao and Luing had just helped up Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei who were injured and fell to the ground, and when they looked this way, they found that the Silver Night Thunder Beast left in a state of embarrassment. What did you do to scare such a monster back? Looking at each other, they were all a little surprised. But at this time, Yang Yan suddenly handed something to Yang Kai quietly, and whispered something in his ear. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked at the pale Wang Yuhan thoughtfully, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wang Yuhan was inexplicably looked at by him, but he didn't have the slightest timidity. Instead, he confronted Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. Look up. Brother Yang. Shen Shitao strolled towards this side, looked at Lei Kai in surprise, and asked, "Is the Silver Night Thunder Beast injured?" "I don't know, but it retreated on its own initiative." Shen Shitao was stunned, and then smiled wryly. "It seems that Brother Yang is really good, even the Silver Night Thunder Beast can be scared away, but I have underestimated you." Miss Shen raised her love. "It's not my credit for scaring it away, it's because of Brother Wang and Brother Ling. The monster probably knew it was not your opponent, so it retreated in spite of the difficulties." Yang Kai said lightly. He replied that he didn't mean to claim credit. "That's right." Wang Yuhan continued unceremoniously. "Looking at its appearance just now, it should have used some secret technique to suddenly increase its strength, but this kind of secret technique is very expensive, and it has just been promoted to the 9th level. Soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress the counterattack force of the secret technique, so I took the initiative to retreat." Hearing what he said, several other people became thoughtful, and no one spoke for a while, which seemed to acquiesce to Wang Yuhan's guess. Brother Wang knows the situation of this monster clearly. Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. "What?" Wang Yuhan frowned. "Nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand, turned to look at Shen Shitao and said, "Miss Shen, since there is something to do here, then I will take my leave first." "Where are you going?" Shen Shitao asked. "Naturally leave here." Yang Kai replied casually, and suddenly saw Shen Shitao looking at him with a half-smile. His face was embarrassed, and he said, "Haha. After we separated from you last time, we have been lost here for a long time, but now I finally found the right direction and I shouldn't get lost again." After all, Yang Kai also told her to leave this place last time, but so many days have passed, and he is still staying here. Obviously he lied last time. Shen Shitao didn't intend to pursue it, but looked at the others and said, "Then let's leave too." But junior brother's secret technique has not been successfully cultivated yet. Wang Yuhan was taken aback, subconsciously not wanting to act together with Yang Kai. The nonsensical words the other party said just now really made him vigilant, and he didn't know if the other party found out. What? Since there is a 9th level Silver Night Thunder Beast here, naturally we can't continue to practice. We are lucky to be able to escape this time. If we stay longer. But the Silver Night Thunder Beast is clearly injured, so we might not be able to take it with our strength. Wang Yuhan was still thinking about the Silver Night Thunder Beast until now. Hearing what he said, Shen Shitao was clearly moved, but she still turned her head to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, what do you mean? Do you think we can kill that Silver Night Thunder Beast if we stay now?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. He could see that Shen Shitao seemed to be asking for his opinion, but in fact he wanted to invite him to act together. If she joined, she might really stay and deal with Thunder Beast. After all, in their minds among them, the Silver Night Thunder Beast was indeed backlashed by the secret technique, so as long as you find a way to force it out of the Thunder Pool, you may not be able to kill it. After trying to understand this, Yang Kai immediately shook his head. "I don't know if I can kill him, but this is not a place to stay for a long time. There may be some unexpected things happen. If Miss Shen can trust Yang, it is better to leave quickly." He didn't tell what happened in the corpse cave, so it made people feel a bit mystified. Wang Yuhan looked unhappy, and when she was about to say something, Shen Shitao suddenly nodded and said, "Since Brother Yang said so, let's leave quickly. Fan Lei, your secret technique is not to be cultivated in the Thunder Pond. It is also possible to find some lightning-type panacea, but the effect is a little bit worse, and when we arrive in Black Crow City, I will buy it for you." She seemed to be convinced of Yang Kai's judgment. Okay, Shen Fanlei had no objection, naturally only his sister followed suit. Shen Shitao then looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, let's go out of the valley together, there will be some support on the way." Yang Kai naturally couldn't brush off her face, and immediately nodded in agreement, although Wang Yuhan was reluctant, but it was hard to do it alone, so he could only pinch his nose and admit it. So a group of 6 people went to the layman to bury Shanggu together. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.